welcome to UHAS-based TV. Today is Saturday, the 27th of August 2022, vetting of the candidate for the various SRC portfolios. My name is Ebenezer and I'm here with
Juliet. Juliet, we are coming to you live from Trafalgar as the aspirants prepare to justify their inclusions before a panel of judges.
Yeah. So there you can see eight panel of judges,
Yes,
all sitting down and getting ready to vet the candidate. I mean, we've all been waiting for this, and the time has finally arrived.
Yeah. So can't wait to see. By now, the aspirants are making their last checks.
Yes. Because by this time you should be getting all your facts right and all that. And so you can see 8 judges, and we're going to introduce all of them as you see.
From here.
Yeah. So the very first person on your left you see is
Kelvin Thompson. Then we have Nathaniel Anga. Boachi. That's Kelvin Thompson.
Yeah, so you can see him there. He's doing his final checks before he starts vetting the candidates. So next person we have is Nathaniel. So I'll just go with Nathaniel. He's a member of the UHAS Diversity Society. He's also serving on the panel for the 2022 vetting for this year's election.
Okay, someone up there, so...
Yeah, so that is
Enoch
Ajari, the SRC legal advisor. I don't know if he still holds that position or he has handed over yet, so he's the SRC legal advisor. Anything legal, it's for him.
I don't think any handing over has been done yet.
No, so he's still the SRC legal advisor. Right, so next person.
Daniel. He's Daniel at Daniel. Daniel Adodoaji.
Okay.
But they'll see.
Yeah. Right, so the next person we have is the President for Ho-LNUGS, Honorable Sam Joseph, who is also a member of the vetting panel for this year's 2022 SRC election. Then finally we have
Amevoshi Elina Prosper.
Yeah. So these, I think we left one person, the EC himself,
Yes.
Mr. Rexel Dasa. So these are the 8 persons who will be vetting the candidates today. I mean, looking at the SRC election, you realize that by this, okay, so last year, I think they started around 5 p.m. Gradually, the vetting was getting full, and somewhere around 7 p.m. the place was full, lots of people. So we're expecting maybe a lot of people come here today. I don't know.
Yeah, and even if they're not able to come, we hope that they're able to stream.
Exactly. So wherever you're watching, share the stream with your friends and anyone in your classmates.
Class pages.
Exactly. So I want to see. Today it's a very, very big day. Because I think this year's election, there's going to be a lot of attention on it. For looking at what happened last
Yes, a whole lot of attention.
Exactly.
At first, it looked like it was going to be hot and so many brouhahas coming again, but as of now, everything seems cool. And I was quite shocked to finally see the aspirants for the presidentials, and
Yeah.
we had so many aspirants, but somehow they've all just reduced.
Yeah, so I think we have just three now. I mean, the EC is here to read officially, but from what we know, we have just 3.
3 aspirants, which is a big shock, isn't it?
Yeah, just 3. I think Frank Bakbo, Roger Mascot, Detroit, and then Frank Chatik. So these are the 3 people standing for presidency compared to 5 people who stood for offices last year.
But I mean, at the beginning of the term and everything, the semester,
Yeah.
it looked like there would be 9
Yeah,
aspirants.
that's cool. When you see people welcome back to school, wishing you the best in exam, and it kept on following like that, just like that, like that. and so this year it will be interesting. It will be interesting. A lot of people will be watching. Understand that the vetting will take place today, tomorrow, and Monday. So today is for the provisional and the local.
Provincial. Okay.
Then tomorrow is for those at Hogwarts. Then Monday is for the federals. So the big day. That's when
The
all the
big day.
federals should take it.
The place will be full. It's a
Very
school day as well, so
Exactly. So a lot of people will be coming. You see people, and I think it's happened somewhere around 7. So by then everyone is done from lecture, so you can all come and watch. So once again, this is Good Morning UHAS here, and you are live on UHAS TV. Today is Saturday, 27 June, and you are looking at live pictures of the vetting panel preparing to vet the candidates for the various positions for this year's election. Right, so I was speaking to a couple of friends yesterday, and they were saying that this year's election is going to be tightly contested because we are getting two presidents from the same classroom, Roger and Frank. I think you're in the same class and you're competing for presidency. Then you have someone from Namsa, Sunam. At least we are saying that since it's Sunam Namsa, he has a higher chance of winning because the Namsa is one of the biggest associations. It's the biggest association
yes.
in US and the biggest school in the US. So think all about the numbers that you can pull.
Yeah, the numbers that you can pull. But I've come to understand that it's not just about your association. They actually do support, but your works or what you've done before, your works would show. That's what actually, because even though you are from a certain association, that person is a friend or a good friend of someone else who is also contested. So just your works and then what you want to do.
Yeah, that's true. But it's really interesting. I don't know when they're going to end, but I reckon lots of people will be watching keenly to see how people are going to respond to it.
Yeah.
So you can see Vetted panel looking very serious.
You know, right? Looking very serious.
Yes, I'm sure by now all the I wish you could interview some of the aspirants now, but now the tension
Yeah,
is
the
getting,
tension.
Yeah, pressure is getting worse. I'm imagine coming to sit here and see 8 people
The
asking me
pressure
questions left and right.
getting worse.
The guys are giving up and the ladies are weeping. So, like, people are trickling in.
So here's our EC who has finally come.
So it's the almighty EC, so they can Mr. Rest Jackson. So he's going to kickstart all the process. And it looks like today's version is starting quite very early.
Yes.
Lots of people are sleeping, I'm sure. Yesterday from Namses the line. It was a very beautiful thing. Yeah, so that is the EC chairperson, Mr. Rexford.
That's
I think he'll be the lead panelist for today. Yeah.
I wonder how the judges came about.
Oh, so what happened is that so Parliament sits down to form a vetting together with the EC to form a vetting committee. So the vetting committee would then meet and then vet I think students, and out of the students they pick, is it 2 or 3? I'm not sure of the number. I think they pick 2 or 3 students plus the EC and his deputy plus representatives from Parliament. So these people form up the electoral commission. Ideally it's supposed to be an odd number, but I don't know why it's an even number. Yeah. So it's like we have the first.
We have our first.
Yeah, we have the first
aspirants. First candidates.
representing C, Nathaniel, Nathaniel representing the student populace, and Tansen representing Parliament. To my right, Enoch, legal counsel for the SRC. Then we have Daniel representing the student populace. Honorable Sam Joseph representing Parliament, and Richard, Prosper representing the student body. So you are welcome. Yes, okay. Thank you. Okay. Give us introduction. Hand over the transcripts to her. No, no, no.
My name is Foster Kamasa, a level 200 medical student, an aspirant for the position of the local news treasurer. I attended Mauli School, completed in the year 2020, where I serve as the research coordinator, moving down to the vice president, and then serve as a lab assistant and engage myself in other student engagements. I am a young boy or a young man to say. I am interested in a lot of things, talking about speaking, public speaking, writing, which I am not good at, so trying to get friends and people that are interested so that they can also add to my skills. And then also a church person. So that's something small about Foster.
So you're required to present 8 documents of your result slips.
Yes, please.
Why are they not here, please?
It's actually a mistake on my side, but hopefully by the end of Monday, which is a working day, I'll be on the PEM site to get it. I got it, but the one I got is not updated. It's not on the phone.
Why is it not updated?
I went for it before the results were released.
You went for it before the results were released.
Yes, please.
But within the weeks before vetting, you could have equally gone for the updated one. What prevented you from going for it?
Very sorry.
So how are we sure that your GPA has not changed?
It's intact.
It's intact.
Yes, please.
How?
Yes. So I'll plead with the panel by the close of Monday, which is a working day. I'll plead with the panel that by close of Monday, which is a working day, before they start with the vetting of the federal executives, I'll present the 8 copies of the file.
Panel members. We'll make our decision and get back to you on it.
All right.
So what is your current grade point average? So with the result being released currently, what is your current grade point average? What is your current cumulative grade point average?
3.105, 254.
That is taking into account the last semester's result.
Yes.
Okay. 3 points.
1. You say, please, pardon. Yes, 3.10. The last 2 I can't.
Okay.
Mr. Foster,
Yes, please, sir.
local NUGS treasure. What do you think is that one specific skill that you have acquired over the numerous activities you claim to have been engaged in? What's that specific skill that you have learned which you think would make you really relevant with regards to this specific office?
So, I am a person of integrity, and which is key when it comes to the issues of money. Because I work as a mobile banker at the Whole Teaching Hospital Cooperative Credit Union, where I've not spent or I've not used any money that I am not supposed to use per the allocations of monies, and then I've not misappropriate any fund, and I've not indulged myself in any financial irregularity to stain my integrity as a person. So I believe so much that the local NUGS treasurer, you should be a person of integrity who can account for every penny, every pesos of the local NUGS.
Also, you are supposed to get a letter from your dean. Where is it, please?
It's Dean Stroke HOD.
No, that wasn't it.
That's
Integrity,
yes.
right? How would you define integrity? Like you've mentioned how necessarily you don't misappropriate funds and all that, but then I want like the general definition of integrity.
So
How would you define that?
So integrity is basically, in my words, integrity is who you are when people are around, and if you are, you must still be like that when people are not there. I am in front of people, or I am among people, saying this, backdoors or behind the stage. If I am still the same person, saying that my hands are clean, or saying that I don't have anything against anyone. Like, if I am saying that my hands are clean in public, my hands should be clean as well in private. Then such a person is a person of integrity to find.
One more question, then I think the other panelists would go on. In your policy document number 4, you said monies allocated to NUGS would be well kept. Personally, I really don't understand that statement. I want to understand what you mean by it will be well kept, and if possible, how, like, in terms of it will be well kept, like what goes into that?
So, funds as in maybe in a partnership, maybe NUGS, hopefully if I have been vetted and approved, elected, and there's funds allocated for the local NUGS for a project, I cannot come to a meeting and say that I don't know where the funds are. They must be well kept. They must be well kept as in secured, and then the value don't have to come down. The amount they give you is what I am supposed to present.
Local NUGS treasurer, can you control the value of the money? That is one. Like, I have two questions in together. Can you control the value of the money? Secondly, with regards to you saying you can't come in and say you don't know where you don't know where the money is. Like, isn't as a treasurer, if you come in and say that you don't know where a specific money that has been proportioned to you or given to you is, like, how does that? It questions your integrity, the thing you were mentioning itself in the first place. So, personally, what I'm deducing from what you are saying is that currently, NUGS, specifically the office of the treasurer, it's not accountable with whatever money or resources that is given them. Is that what you are trying to portray? That is the second question.
Okay, so the value of the money, as in whether it depreciates, is not to me to determine. As in monies depreciate, but as in the money, the amount of money they gave me, or amount of money allocated. I don't know, maybe I used the wrong word to explain what I want to say, saying that it will depreciate. So I take that word back. But like the amount of money given, the amount of money for the project, it must be the same as you were given and then as when you are being asked for. But the follow-up question, which is on the whether is the current, I don't have evidence or anything to say.
The CI, did you take time to read the CI?
Yes.
You took time to read the CI. Okay. And the filling of nominations, you are supposed to note number 2. An aspirant must highlighted or boldened, whatever you want to say, include a document as evidence from recommendation of one of his or her departments and the dean of students. So what about that, please?
Okay, so I'll take my question.
All right.
You're a treasurer, so I make it practical. So, can you kindly come for the marker? So I'm going to read out certain expenditure and income, and you are going to show us how you are going to bring out an income and expenditure account, because you are supposed to be audited, and at the end of either a semester or the academic year, the audit, depending on what the audit committee chairperson will require, you're supposed to present an income and expenditure account. So I'm going to read something to you. One of you, I'll give you the paper to help you in drawing an income and expenditure account for us. So the question is that, so you are the Ho-LNUGS treasurer, so that's your duty. You received 1,000 Ghana cedis from the SRC. And the office, which is the local NUGS office, made the following expenses. So stationery was 200 Ghana cedi. And this was the breakdown. You bought 3 notebooks, which cost 130 Ghana cedi. You bought a pack of envelope, which cost 20 Ghana cedi. A stapler, which is 50 Ghana cedi. That's what you spent under the stationery. With transportation, you spent 40 Ghana cedis to go to the passport office for inquiry. 60 Ghana cedis was used as transportation to the main campus for a meeting with the university management. And 80 Ghana cedis was used as transportation for visitation of the freshers. And you spent 400 cedis for maintenance. And the maintenance, the composition was, you changed door locks, which was 200 cedis, and you repaired the air conditioner, which is 200 cedis. So that is the expense and the income. So I want you to demonstrate on the board how to prepare an income and expenditure account for this information I've given to you. You can have it and have a look. When you finish, you return it. So you have, this should take about 5 minutes. Okay. So I think, Mr. Foster, I think we have to hold on. We are getting a marker, so let's continue. When you come, you continue. So your time is not wasted.
So, Mr. Foster,
Yes, please.
I want to ask you, why do you think it is important to have a treasurer?
It is important to have a treasurer because the treasurer has some duties in relation to the funds appropriated for the local NUGS. And the president or the secretary, they also have their various works. So with the treasurer being there, the person can also keep the monies, make good judgment on when it comes to how the monies are going to be used, spent for the various projects or activities that they want to engage in. In some circumstances, the treasurer can also give his opinion, whether what they are also the president or the secretary agree, or whatever they have agreed on to use the money for, if that is actually what they are supposed to use it for. And then it also serves as a system of checks, where the president cannot just wake up and then do anything he or she wants to do.
Okay, but you, as you are there right now, and you are vying for a treasurer position, okay? In case you are elected, what will be your role? What is your responsibility? You are just talking about, you are just talking about functions. But you, let's say right now you are a treasurer. What are you going to do? What will be your role as a treasurer?
So my role, when it comes to registration of particulars, I'm supposed to be in touch with the people. If they pay, I take the monies, and then we collect them. We collect the files, and then we send them back to the offices of the various the offices of, let's say, whether the passport or any card that they want to register. And then as I'm saying, my role will also be to keep, as in the monies that are allocated for the money for the local NUGS. I will be expected to be accountable for the transactions that are.
Okay. All right. So what you are interested in is they giving you the money, right?
No.
So because everything you are saying is about they giving you the money.
Yes. There will be times for negotiations where the treasurer also have to look at the coffers, look at what we want to do. Must we still go in for this? Must we go in for that? Is there a better option? The treasurer have to do all those background checks so that the local NUGS does not spend over.
Okay. Thank you for that. You stated here that you have effective communication skills. So as a treasurer, okay, how would you ensure that complex financial information, okay, is communicated effectively to the students or your board, anyone, students? How would you ensure that?
Please, can you come in clear?
You said you have effective communication skills, so that means you are good at, when it comes to communication, So my question is, how would you ensure that, let's say, financial informations, okay, are being communicated effectively to students, and then in a way that they will understand it in a simpler form? So how do you ensure that?
So when things pop up and there must be explanations must be given to students with regards to, maybe I will cite an example, and then maybe people make payment. Let's just take let's say the dinner for an example. Oh, okay, the dinner is not that complex. People pay for something, or people are expecting a service from the local NUGS. They've made payment, and they are expecting value for money. They are expecting something to come back to them, but we've not delivered. I have to go back to the people that are supposed to serve us, for us to serve them, get the details, whatever that is on ground, and then release that information to the students in a way that it will not incite anger, but rather calm them, and then we all move through it until we are.
Mr. Local NUGS Treasurer Hopeful, right? Okay. I have just 2 questions, and I want you to use just a minute to answer them. Can we proceed? Can we proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, as the Local NUGS Treasurer, what is the source of your authority?
The source of my authority is from, I have 2 sources of authority, external and then internal. The internal is from the SRC, because they allocate funds for the local NUGS. Is the SRC, and if I say the SRC, I mean like the SRC. But then in my office, my source of authority is from my president.
So your source of authority as a local NUGS treasurer is from the SRC?
No, my president.
Your president?
Yes. Local NUGS president.
So in the dispensation of your duty, it's your president that whenever you are doing something, you go in the name of your president?
No.
Which is which? With your duties that you'll be doing, you'll be doing that in the name of your president?
No, I'll be doing it. The duties are assigned to me from the Constitution, please. Constitution of the SRC.
From the SRC Constitution?
Yes, please.
Okay, so where in the SRC Constitution is your authority from?
It's from the students that constitute the local NUGS.
No. Where in the SRC Constitution? Where?
Chapter 11.
Chapter 11. Okay, so the whole chapter 11 talks about the
local NUGS. It talks about them.
Now, I'm talking about your portfolio. Where in the Constitution,
okay,
as a local NUGS treasurer,
yeah,
where in the Constitution is your authority coming from? When you said chapter 11, so where in chapter 11?
Going to the Constitution, they have not specifically dedicated any.
Okay, it's fine. So, talking about the Constitution,
Yes.
what are the sources of finance or income for the local NUGS Secretariat?
First from the SRC, and then other partnerships that the local NUGS may engage in.
So the only source of income for the local NUGS Secretariat is from the SRC. So how?
So in the Constitution, a percentage of the funds allocated for the campus. UHAS currently we have 2 campuses, Ho campus and then Ho campus. So UHAS, local NUGS is appropriated a percentage.
Okay, that's
of the
fine.
funds
That's fine.
For
My last question, I said 2, but let me add one more. So what loopholes have you identified in the current
SRC.
the NUGS Secretariat?
NUGS Secretariat. So one, the dinner. The dinner can generate more money for the SRC. Talking about the awards.
Mr. Foster, let's
Yes.
be specific. What loophole? What are the challenges? What have you identified?
So I have identified that people feel unappreciated. People feel unappreciated after the voting, because some people voted very high, and then at least they should be given a citation.
What would be a solution?
So once I come in, there must be a cutoff. Once you're able to get there, whether you are the first or whether you are the first to win, whether you are the first or not, once you're able to get a certain number of votes, you should be appreciated in a way.
So indirectly, you're saying that the local NUGS secretary is incompetent.
Not totally, maybe in that aspect.
So they are partially incompetent. No,
They are not.
you see, whatever you are saying here, you'll be held accountable.
Yes.
So you are saying that the local NUGS secretariat is partially incompetent.
Yes.
So His Excellency Fado is partially incompetent. You're on record, and the whole student. So he is partially incompetent.
That's what I have identified.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right, Mr. Foster.
Yes, please.
I want to.
Okay, so Mr. Foster, I have just one question for you. On your policy document, point number 3, you said continue the legacy of opportunities for income generation.
Yes, please.
So would I be right to say that you have a hidden agenda to that effect? Maybe you've heard that there's always an inflow of cash. So you have some
Income
hidden.
generation is not for me. That is for students. Yes. Honorable Fadil was able to bring on board the FTX group, which who had a seminar to teach students other new adventures to engage in, which can serve as at least serve as source of monies where students can be also surviving on. So with that, it's a legacy. It's the first of its kind I have witnessed in UHAS. And then it's not something that we should just brush off, or it shouldn't just be once a time thing. But then when I am being voted, or when I am being voted, approved and voted for as the local NUGS treasurer, we also look out for these people, some of these organizations that are teaching skills and then teaching new ideas, because the world is evolving, and we can't just be saying that until we graduate with a certificate before we get any other source of income.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Foster,
Yes, please, sir.
you made mention of bank account opening to gain sponsorship from external sources.
Yes.
So are you trying to say that the NUGS currency does not have any bank accounts?
Yes, please.
So, do you think there is a need for the NUGS to generate internal funds, like as in selling or doing other stuff to generate funds?
Yes.
So, once you're about to open this account, if you say the NUGS, the previous administration does not have any bank account, so if you generate these funds, you will put them into the new one, or the SRC coffers as your predecessors have done.
So, talking about attracting, I was specific on attracting sponsorship from external sponsors. If there's an external sponsor, it is not nice to just say use mobile money. Okay, we are talking on official basis, and then it also speaks well of the institution of the local. It also speaks well of the institution of the local NUGS secretariat, because once you have an account in Accra, they can just transact to the account. Then with that, you have you also have an evidence of the amount of money you have brought in from external sources.
Yes. Talking about the internal one you will generate. So I'm asking if you'll be putting those money into the account you'll be opening for the external source, or you put it inside the SRC or the student fund. Like
so at the end of administration, everything goes back to the SRC.
Okay.
Everything goes to the SRC.
So you also, in your CV, you made mention of computer literate, and you indicated Excel and the likes. So let's make it a little bit practical. Can you give me the formula for addition in Excel? Just consider any two cells at all. Or consider you want to add from, let's say, B3 to B7. Do you have the formula of head?
The shortcut.
Yes. No. Okay. You also made mention of doing certain
mistake, yeah, as in your transcript, you couldn't, yes. So, Mr. Foster, you'll be dealing with money, and the slightest mistake you do may rend the whole thing. So, how, like, tell us something more. How is the reason why we should trust you when it comes to the student finances? Tell us more, because you have made quite mistakes even in processing your document. So tell us, give us some reasons why we should consider you.
So, yes, I've made quite mistakes in regards with processing of the document, especially with the transcript and the letter, as the Honorable EC has said. But as I said, this is a simple mistake that I've just done. But yeah, it's not simple, but it has its gravity. But yes, but I will correct that error. Yes.
Okay, the last one I have for you. Since you'll be dealing with money, let's talk about money small. Do you know that? Can you define the word environment? Environment, V-I-R-E-M-E-N-T.
Environment. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I have several questions for you. Several of them. So first, let's start from the SRC Constitution. Chapter 11. It's just a page. The first thing I'm going to ask, what is the main purpose of the local NUGS?
The main purpose of the local NUGS
Yes.
is to, one, relay information from the National Secretariat to the local secretariat. Help assist students in acquiring student loans.
So the main purpose of the local NUGS is to see the external affairs of the SRC. That is Chapter 11, Article 94, Clause 4. So the core mandate of the local NUGS shall be to oversee the external affairs of the SRC and shall perform the other functions which include, and the one that you mentioned. So the external affairs. But you've written in your policy document that registration of birth cert, passport, and how is this external affairs? Because this one the SRC can organize because it's just among the students going to the office. So external affairs and this policy, how do you measure two? Because this, I don't see this as an external affairs. So I don't see why this, if Chapter 11 is the constitution that I made mention of, and why is it that your policy document 6, you made the registration of certificate, passport, and 10? Because the core mandate is external affairs.
Yes.
So how do you have that as a policy if your core mandate is external affairs?
So the core mandate is external affairs, but then there are other things that are also pressing to students.
But none of your policy here talks about external affairs. Okay, so that was the first one I'm going to ask. So, as part of the local NUGS, can you give me the structure of the NUGS? It's a constitution. Do you know you have a local NUGS constitution?
Yes.
You know that you have a local NUGS constitution. It's yes or no? Because whatever you say will determine your fate. Do you know that you have a local NUGS constitution?
No.
But you're working in an institution is bound by a constitution or by law. So you are going for a particular place, you don't know that there is a constitution or not. There is a local NUGS constitution. That means I can't ask you the other question because it's going to be unfair since you don't even know.
Yes.
So that there's even a constitution.
The local NUGS.
Oh, say something. Feel free.
The local NUGS, when you go through the amended SRC constitution, they've included the local NUGS in the constitution as part. Yes.
The NUGS itself is an institution.
Yes.
And it has its constitution. and you are local NUGS because you are their representative at a particular location. So it means that's why the local NUGS is external affairs. They don't go in internal affairs of the school. That's meant for the SRC. So you are going to part of an institution, and you don't know whether it's bounded by laws or not.
That's, excuse me, that's NUGS National.
NUGS National, do you know that there's a place called, you have a central committee as one of the structures, and the local NUGS is part of that committee. And you go for annual congress, which this year they attended.
Yes.
So you're saying that is the national. You are part of it. That's why you said it is national, but you are a body. The national can come too. They need a representative. That's why you are here. So the representative, you are part of the whole. So when I see you and I have issues, which are external issues, I tell you, and I'm expecting that it goes to national. So on strike issues, you saw that none of the SRC presidents in this campus were speaking. It was the local NUGS that championed it because that is the external affairs. A school, you can't do anything about it. So you should know that you are part of it. So don't say it is the national. You are part of it, and your name is written as local NUGS in the constitution. So I can't ask you questions on that line because now. So you said that what percentage of the school funds are allocated to local NUGS?
1/3 of the funds of a campus.
1/3 of the funds from campus.
Of a campus.
Of a campus.
Yes.
Is that what the constitution states? That 1/3. Because the constitution, the local NUGS is entitled to 15% of allocated funds to their campus by the SRC president, parliament. So 1/3 is 33.3%. So, which is which? Because it's just a page. Okay, so let's still move on. I still have a lot of questions for you. Your policy document, I don't see how specific they are. Efficiency of activities, how?
Efficiency of activities.
And how are you going to measure it? So first, how is it? And how are you going to measure whether they are being effective or not?
So, how to measure the efficiency first, but then how we measure it. So the efficiency will come in when we want to go in for something or we want to do something. We do it just on time or within the time space that we want to finish it up. And then how to measure it. It's not something we can calculate, but the satisfaction and then the comments from people will also be serve as a guide of a source of measurement.
Okay, so I gave you a paper initially.
Yes.
So how are you going to prepare it? What document are you going to use? Are you going to use Word, Excel, PowerPoint? What are you going to use in drawing that?
So Excel will be more preferable.
Okay, so how are you going to just tell me verbally how are you going to prepare it since the marker was
so okay. Title it.
What's the title?
The title will be
what did I ask you to prepare? What did I ask you to prepare?
You asked me to income expenditure.
So what is the title?
So the income expenditure of 1,000 Ghana cedis.
Income expenditure of?
Like expenditure of 1,000 cedis from by the local NUGS whole province.
So the title is just income and expenditure of your office, the office representative of the local NUGS. If it's a semester, depending on what the auditor is asking for the first semester or for the academic year. That is the title. Then let's continue.
So we have some components.
Mm-hmm.
So with the major components, 1, stationery, 2, transportation, and then 3, maintenance.
But what are the major components of an income and expenditure account?
The major components, the income, where the money is coming from, the unit prices, the quantities.
The income, and you don't have unit price for income. Or I talk about the expenses. Because if the SRC give you 10,000 Ghana cedi, what is the unit price What's the quantity?
The quantity of the things we bought.
So that's expenses.
So,
So what are the major components? You mentioned income. What's the other part?
so expenses, the total, like the total of the expenses.
Okay, total expenses. So it's still expenses.
Then you have your signature, the date.
Balance or deficit. So then, what goes under income? From what you have here, what goes under income?
So what goes the amount
No.
received?
So here, don't tell me amount received. I just written something for you. So what goes under income?
1,000 cedis.
Okay. Is there anything else?
1,000 cedis from the SRC.
So that's the income. Is there another thing for income?
Thousand cedis, 0 pesos from the SRC.
Is there another thing that will go to the portion allocated as income from what I've given? Okay, so let's come to the expenses. What will go under expenses?
So under expenses, we have our major blocks. Then they are.
So what are the major blocks?
So the major blocks, we have the stationaries. Then we have the Andes. Then they will have a negated sign. Like they will have a minus, so that once we are balancing, it will be the income will be reducing. The income will reduce, so that the balancing can give us whatever we are left with from the thousands.
Okay, so you write your stationery. Do you write anything under it, as in the books, or just write stationery?
No, stationery and then the components. Stationery and then the books. Then we have the expenses, the books, the notebooks, then expense of the notebook, the envelopes, then that of the stapler.
Okay, so then after the stationery?
Yeah. Then after the stationery, we go to the transportation.
So that one you come and write under it, you also write their components.
The component.
So don't you think it's tedious for the auditor? Have you seen any income expenditure that they have notes written? Note 1, note 2. So they just write expenses, 1, stationery. The amount over there is 200 cedis. So 200 cedis. Right into bracket note 1. So after a simplified account of income and expenditure, you go down and put a written note. So note 1 was stationery. So there you'll break down, so that you see that what makes up that 200 cedis up there. You see the individual components down. You come to transportation, you've written maybe 130 or 180 Ghana cedi. When you come to the note 2, which you've written over there, you give us the breakdown. So transportation to PEM site, transportation to passport office. So that is not part. So it becomes simpler. And that's how we present an income and expenditure account. So now currently, Ghana is quite difficult in terms of finance. I'm sure right now dollar is 10 cedi. So people giving money in terms of loans and paying their school fees. So he said helping people to generate scholarship. Maybe a scholarship. Okay, scholarship opportunity. 2. How? Because money is now difficult to come by. How are you going to help students pay their fees in terms of the scholarship? Because you've mentioned it here and it's vague. How are you going to advocate? First, I think they had the Ghana Scholarship Secretariat came in once and now we don't have it again. So it's now student loan. Student loan gives how much? Because right now, a medical student pays, you're a medical student?
Yes.
And you're paying almost 11,000 or something. So then, if you're going to do for a student loan, which is a year, 3,000 for the person.
So I have, as part of my plans with that policy, there is the GET fund is also there, and then KNUST, they have the MasterCard. Okay, they have the MasterCard. So as part of my policies, me with the executives, and then in collaboration with the SRC, we can write to them so that they can extend their services to UHAS as well. Because as now UHAS, we have only 2 internal scholarship opportunities. Okay, and one is even biased towards males because it's only for females. and then the other, which is the I2 SICOP lab 1. Do you get it? So that is also there. Then talking about, so writing to these other, the other scholarship opportunities that are just localized to KUST and then University of Ghana, so that at least they can also extend their borders to UHAS. Then 2, there are others. I've heard of this WMI. They can also try and then make it aware to students. I went through their page and then their standards are very high. We tell students they prepare in advance. Once they open, they also try, because this is just an opportunity for students, and we are all students, and all these things have to be brought on board. They have to be on board.
Are you sure that our students can get access to those scholarships?
Yes.
You sure? Is it
yes. So even even life is even competitive. Yes. So our students, they can, yes, they can. There are people that are on the WMI in UHAS. So we can ask them, what did they do? How were they able to? We bring these people on board to speak to the people that are applying, so that from there they can also learn how to go about whatever particular they are supposed to present for that.
Now, when you come to, let me just ask you this current affairs. With the economic state of Ghana right now,
yes,
how do you think it's going to impact your activities as local NUGS? So, Ghana's economy,
yes,
good, fair, poor. Where do you put it?
It's fair.
Fair. So how is that fair going to impact your activities?
It will affect a lot of things, one way or the other, more negatively.
How?
Because the dollar is going, the cedi is depreciating now and then things are becoming more expensive and more costly. Transportation is up there, so it means that to do all these rounds, you request for fund for transportation to these offices, and then you can be asked to go and come back. Can be, yes. These are all some of the ways.
Won't it affect the scholarship that you will go in for? The scholarships. When do you think that's going to affect it?
So for the scholarship and all these things, for us to go, we have to write to them.
If the economy is not going well, do you think companies are going to give?
They have this they have this social.
Do you know how much GMPC was given initially when it came to level 100? It was about 7,000 or so. Do you know how much they are giving now? About 3,000. You have social responsibility.
Yes.
So if I started as a medical student and I was receiving 7,000, it's almost my school fees. Now it's 3,000. And you're saying they're having social responsibilities, but the economy is also affecting them.
Yeah.
So it means that how attainable are your policy in getting opportunities for them?
So we get the opportunities, and then the amount they give you is not for us to determine, to be sincere and frank with you. It's not for us to determine. But if they are able to support a student who is paying 10,000 with 3,000, the burden on the student has reduced 3,000. And that is, we are supposed to be grateful for, even little things. And 3,000 is not little.
Okay. What do you think about the GPA requirement for being a local NUGS?
It is to ensure. I think that it is to ensure that you are a student. You are not only interested in the students, the co-curricular activities, but then you are also on grounds as a student.
Do you think it should be increased?
It should be
increased to 3.0, like the.
That for me personally. I don't know actually.
You don't have a problem with it? You don't have a problem with it? Okay. You are a medical student?
Yes.
So how are you going to combine the position you are seeking with? I've seen that you have a lot of portfolios, your work experience, position held. You are also holding some positions in the MSc and other things. You are part of the finance committee and also some other. So how are we going to ensure that there won't be any, should I say, attitude of not caring when the opportunity is given to you to serve? How are you going to combine it, all the activity, all the positions here?
Yes, so some of the positions I am currently serving in, some are just for a year, which within the next few weeks, I should hand over, which means that I'm no longer serving in some of these capacities. But then every opportunity to serve is an opportunity to do what you have been doing, and then what the work that is given to you to do. It's not just that you say, oh, I am the local NUGS treasurer, but then there's a work to it. And you know of the work before. I know of the work before I applied, and then I know of the work before I go in for it. So it's not about, it's not going to be an issue of, I'm not sure any of these positions will distract. Yes. I'm not sure.
Okay. My last question for you. So in some schools, local NUGS is very powerful. Like, very, very powerful. And local NUGS. So, what are you going to do to ensure that local NUGS gets to a stage where they can be at par with the federal community when it comes to issues of elections?
So, currently, we may start, but then we will not be able to finish that way because it will not be attaining just an administration. But as currently, with the bar raised by the current administration, the bar has been raised so high that you have to either maintain it or push it hard. And then in pushing it, I have to make sure that I have to ensure that the things that I've also lined up to do, we make sure that we push them through, so that they are able to get them.
So you said the bar. I want to tell you something. Level 200. No, yeah, level 200. So we started level 300 when they started local NUGS dinner, birth certificate, and tin registration. From level 200, which was 300, which was around 2019, up to now, it has remained the same. Driving school is not the first time. Driving school has already been instituted once before now. So tell me, the local NUGS here now has been used for passports, dinner. That's the main. And how have they raised the bar?
Yes.
And even wait, on the dinner itself, because I have some questions to ask you about the dinner. The bar, what bar have they raised? Because since 2019 up to now, what we do is the same thing. I've not seen any external affairs, any scholarship, and now it's even free. Guarantor, no guarantor. Yeah. So, what bar? What bar is the current one raised?
I am saying that the bar has been raised with respect as well to the FTX program.
Now wait, do you know in the constitution all local NUGS activity are supposed to be brought to parliament, but that FTS activity was never brought to parliament. So you have been mentioned a program which was organized unconstitutionally, and they can even be sent to court for that, and you are using it as a bar. It's in the constitution. It's here. All your activities are supposed to be brought to parliament. The local NUGS shall be responsible to the SRC Executive Committee and shall submit its programs of activities and expenditure estimate for each semester to the SRC Parliament. That program, we have two parliamentarians here, and I'm also a parliamentarian, was never brought to Parliament, and are using that as a bar. So now your question comes back to you. Your daily activities, how do you combine your aims and your objectives as local NUGS, and you are subject to the SRC Constitution? How do you together. So we want to organize a program, but the parliament or the SRC is not seeing it in that light. What are you going to do as a committee?
So we will have to convince the parliament without a reasonable doubt. But if they think, if the parliament, which is which also have a say in what we are doing, what we want to do, think it is not in the interest of the students, then we have to revisit the drawing table.
All right, Mr. Foster, please, I want to ask you something. It seems like you are contradicting yourself. Initially, you said Honorable Fadel,
Yes.
he is incompetent.
Yes. I didn't say he's incompetent.
Please, panel.
Yes. I
Okay,
didn't say
partially.
incompetent.
Okay, fine. You said it, and now you said the bar has been raised. And who is the president? Is it not Honorable Fadel?
Yeah.
So, how do you? Yes. So it means that the bar has not been raised. Do you accept that?
Can I have a defense?
Okay. Yeah.
So if I say the bar has been reached, he was able to do some, and then maybe some are lagging behind. But then when we at least put everything together, the one that he has done, they are higher than the one that he lagged behind, or they lag behind. So I can't just wash down and say that.
Foster.
Yes, please.
What's the definition for incompetence? What do you mean by incompetence?
When incompetence, not being able to do to the standard which, not able to do to expectation.
Let me remind you that whatever you are saying will be, you'll be liable to whatever you are saying. You are defining incompetence as not able to reach a standard. And you are emphatically stating that he has pushed the standard. So he is not able to reach a certain standard. But some way, somehow, he has raised the standard.
No, in what, in relation to the question he asked, as in, with me talking about the incompetence, it was in regards to the dinner, which was specific.
Let's move on to your policy. Just a quick one. Majority of the panels have looked at it. So I'm just interested in two. The bank account opening to gain sponsorship from external sources. And I'll look at the 812. So I want a little bit of clarity. The bank account opening, is it for students or for the secretariat?
For the secretariat.
So you're going to open a bank account for the secretariat. Do you know the processes involved? Do you know the processes involved? Yes or no?
No.
You don't know?
I know the
No, yes or no?
Yes, but no.
You know the processes involved?
As in, I have an idea.
No, yes or no? Do you know? Because I don't want you to waste my time. Do you know? You don't know. So you are going to do something that you don't know about. You see, we are here to see your competence. You get it. We are representing the students, so we don't want to put someone who is not serious about what he wants to do. Do you get it?
Yes.
Yes. We mean business here. So are you saying that you don't know what you want to do?
I know what I want to do.
So do you know the processes involved?
Yes,
Yes or no?
Yes.
Now you know. So first you didn't know, but now you know. And you are talking about integrity. You just said that you don't know, but now you are saying you know.
Yes, I just said that I don't know because I was actually I was nervous a bit. So
you were nervous.
Yes, I was actually.
Okay, so with your skills and competence.
Yes, please.
You said you have analytical skill and effective communication. So I just asked you a question. You didn't analyze and just spoke out. No, like, are you trying to throw dust like into our eyes? Are you serious with us?
Yes.
You can't say one thing and contradict yourself in the other.
Right.
So shall we take it again?
Yes.
Do you know the processes involved?
Yes.
So what are the processes?
So you have to go to the bank with some documents, as in the, the, the institution that want to open the bank account.
Okay, so let me restructure the question. You are the local NUGS treasurer. You want to open an account
Yes.
for the secretariat.
Yes.
So you would go to the bank.
No.
But that's what.
Yes, we will go. Not me as an individual.
So you would go with your team to the bank.
Me with the other executives, because
That is your team.
yes.
So you would go with them to the bank.
Yes.
You just want to open. So as soon as you are being given the nod to be the treasurer, you are signed in. You just stand up with them and go.
No, we have to talk it out. I have to explain to them the reasons why I think we should get.
Do you know that whatever you do, you are liable to the SRC Parliament?
Yes. Please, can I continue?
Okay.
So I talk it out with them. Are they okay? Yes. Are we when next are we supposed to go before we go to the bank? Then we have to go through. Through the president, which is who is a member of parliament. You have to present it to the parliament that this is what this is.
So if I'm getting you, you won't go to the bank first, as we said earlier, but you would rather talk it through before you go to parliament.
Yeah, like it's a process.
But it started by saying you go to the bank. That's why I took your words on.
That's from the banking process. The banking process. That's. But like if we are.
So restructure it. What's the first thing you do?
So the first thing, I sit with the executives. We have we get a conclusion. Are we going? Are we not going? Why are we going?
Fine,
Then
we are
talk it
going.
out.
So what to do
So
next?
the second process, we go to the parliament for approval of this, because they have to approve.
You go to the parliament.
Yes, please.
You know you are not a parliamentarian. It's only your president.
No, I said through the president of the local
So
NUGS.
the president will go to parliament.
Yes, and present. This is this is an activity we want to engage in. This is something we want to do for the local.
You
NUGS.
just have the president is the only person.
Yes, in parliament.
Yes. So how would, and you know the constituent of the parliament.
Yes.
You know the parliamentarian. So how would one person? How do you suggest? Or we are saying that the one person will be able to push the thing that you are going
Yes,
for.
that is why he is the president.
So from that moment, you are no longer responsible for the projects you want to do. It's in the hands of the the president.
It's in the hands of the president in the parliament.
No. After you reach a consensus with your president, I'm looking at your policy feasibility, whether you'll be able to carry it out to the latter end. That is what I'm interested in, not to put pressure or to do anything.
Yes.
I hope you are getting it. So are you okay now?
Yes.
Can we move on?
Yes.
Very good. So we are trying to say that when you you make a concession with your president, or you talk to your president about it, now it's no longer in your hands, but it's in his hands to
Yes.
push it
In the parliament.
in the parliament. So what if your president is not interested? Because mind you, your president is also coming with his policies, and you have limited time.
Yeah. Yes. So this is a policy document, and then if we are elected, it's a teamwork. It's not about.
Okay, so when you are being elected, you would now revisit your policies and merge it with his.
We don't have to look at things that we all have something to do. We all have something to do. So let's look at this was how can this one be made?
It's not in line. Your policy is different from his policies. Yeah, so how are you going to push this?
So I have to be on him.
You will be on him.
Yeah, I have to be on him in the sense that like, we have a meeting, we have a consensus. Yes, must be yes. So this
I'm the president. Convince me that I should throw away my policy and follow yours.
we are not throwing away the policies.
I'm the local NUGS president. My policies, none of your policies are in mine. Convince me that I need to buy into the idea of bank account opening for the secretariat, where we don't even have enough resources, or we don't even have money. So now we don't even have money to put in the account, but we want to open an account. So convince me that I should throw away my idea of soliciting for funds for your idea of opening the bank account. You have a minute, so convince me.
As and now, we have to. As and now, with the activities and then with the funds that will be coming in the various months and days, we need a place to keep them safer. We need a safe place to keep. And then talking about we going to a passport office for some for funds.
Okay, so your main thing is being safe.
Bank accounts can be used for all these things.
So what the main reason why you are opting for the bank account for NUGS Secretariat is because you want the money to be safe?
No.
It's not the first time you brought this bank account, and it never sufficed. It never come to a fruition, because the same question they ask: how relevant is that separate from the other one? So please, it's not going to survive. So that
to you, okay. Would it be constitutional? Would it be right for the financial secretary to audit you?
Yes.
Why?
Because we don't just give money to people. Okay. When they give the money to us.
Take your time and listen to the question well. You answer to your president.
Yes.
But it is the UHAS SRC. I'm asking you a question because you want to go for finance, right? But it is the UHAS SRC, in terms of money, chaired by the financial secretary, which allocates you 50%, right? And I'm asking you, is it right or is it constitutional for the financial secretary to audit you?
For the financial secretary?
Yes, of the federal financial secretary.
The federal financial secretary
to audit you.
Audit the account. There's an audit committee.
Okay.
There's an audit committee who is supposed to audit our expenses. So I think it will be, even though it is unconstitutional for her to audit us, yes, but there is it is unconstitutional, but for peace to reign,
For what?
For peace to reign.
Are you part of the SRC? Look out.
Yes.
You are part of the SRC? Are you? Yes or no?
I'm part of the SRC.
Do you know that it's in the constitution that the financial secretary oversees all financial transactions? All. I mean all financial transactions.
Yes.
Right. Are you part of the SRC?
Yes.
Any transaction made in your name, is it part of the SRC or is independent?
Yes.
So is it constitutional for the financial secretary to audit you or not? What?
Yes.
Can you tell me the brief difference between a treasurer and a financial secretary?
Okay, so a brief, treasurer is to oversee the other, even the other properties of an association.
Other properties?
Yes, the other property, like not only money. The treasurer does not oversee only money, yes, but the financial secretary is in charge of the finance, yes, the financial transaction, the money.
Anyway, that's fine. It seems to me that your policies are more of financial advising than what you're supposed to do. Honestly, and they are not specific at all. Anyway, I'll give you this recommendation. I level what?
200.
I would recommend to you that, or suggest to you that you would take time, sit down, and come back again next year. Because, honestly, to be frank, this. Anyway, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Foster, do you see anything wrong with your CV, or you don't consider this as a CV? Do you see anything wrong with it? Yes or no? No.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it is appropriate for you to add your date of birth, maybe the languages you speak or something like that? Like, do you think it's appropriate to add them?
Yes.
So why did you, like, can you give me a reason why those informations are not on your CV? Or you can consider it as another mistake. No. Do you also consider those informations missing from your CV as another mistake? Because you have mentioned about two mistakes already. So do you consider that as a mistake?
Yes, Professor Lydia Asiatu.
Come again?
Professor Lydia Asiatu. Madam Opuni. Madam Opuni. Opuni. Margaret. Yeah, Madam Opuni Margaret.
Come again?
Madam Opuni Margaret.
Okay, all right. So let's go to the national. Okay. Can you just tell me the current finance minister? Health minister.
Yeah, Honorable Ajiman Menu.
So, before you leave, is there anything you want us to know? Is there anything you want to tell us?
I think it's all part of the process.
Do you have any words for the students who are watching, who will be watching, and who have watched you?
Okay, so I am Foster Kamasa, a level 200 medical student. It has been an interesting time learning a lot of things and learning a lot of things as well. And then this is just a good step, and I thank God so much that I was here.
was the vetting of the first candidate, Foster Kama, who is aspiring for federal S. Look on this, yeah. hmm Yeah, it was very fun.
Okay, so that was the
Yeah, it was a very interesting part. I
a
saw how
long
the
one.
panels were hitting hard on him. If this is just for local NUGs, imagine
Treasurer. Yeah.
imagine that of the federals. It's going to be very, very tough.
Your judges are serious. They mean business.
Exactly.
So this is
So
wow.
tell us in the comment section what you think about it.
What do you think about the whole
Yeah.
this session with them?
So I think the justices, the panel is reconvening to have some few discussions and then they'll continue. So it's going to be a
Summing up
very,
their-
very long
yeah.
day. Yeah.
Very long day. This is just for one person. I don't know if it's because of the person.
I think ideally that's what happens for everyone.
Mm.
I'm sure federals they can take up to an hour and 30 minutes for a federal portfolio.
Wow. To the other aspirants watching, just prepare well. And all the best to you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw some of them outside,
Hmm.
ready in their
Yeah,
coats.
they're preparing to come. Yeah, so this is Good Morning guys. The show will be ending soon and
Yes.
we'll hand over to the news team to continue. So this is the very first live edition of Good Morning
Good
guys.
morning, yes.
But I'm not sure I have an
Except you guys-
inspirational quote for today.
Except you guys didn't see our faces today.
Yeah.
But very soon we start doing live shows where you see us.
Yes.
So yeah.
So it's just vexing. So I think I would say fairly heated, but I was able to answer most of the questions head on. As
You
compared,
think so?
yeah, he was able to. I mean, the goal is not to be intimidated by the panel. Just answer the question straightforward. So
I
if you know your fact, you should be able to get.
Okay, I saw some nervousness, but really he wasn't so much intimidated. Okay, but we can't really tell from his expressions because, the way the heart is beating, right?
So I think they'll now after the whole vetting. After the whole vetting process, they will go, and then I think there's percentage. If you get more than 60%, I don't know,
Yes.
I'm not sure of the amount, but in 70% or so, then you qualify for next position.
Yeah.
So
You
today will
don't.
be all the local NUGs and the provincial. So that's treasurer. I'm going to go to secretary. Then
And actually, he's just the first treasurer.
just
The other
first
ones.
treasurer, and the other ones that are coming. So you can imagine how long this is going to be. So just stay with us here on UHAS TV. Share the link to your friends and whoever, so more people would watch.
And may I give a shout out to Godfred Amankwa? I saw him sharing he was sharing the link. So yeah, Godfred, well done. Yeah, I think this brings us to the end of Good Morning UHAS. But the
Yeah.
streaming is going on, continuous. Have a nice day. Enjoy the vetting session.
Bye.
Bye. We love you. Okay, so up next we are having Elijah Asari vying for the position of Economics Secretary. The judge is set. Elijah himself is ready. He'll be walking in soon. Let's enjoy.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Please, I'm Asari Elijah, a level 300 PU student and aspirant for the local NUGS treasurer who. Thank you.
First, on your recommendation from the team.
Yes, please.
Mr. Asari is a Bachelor of Physician Assistantship student. So, first on your recommendation letter, Mr. Asari is a Bachelor of Physician Assistantship student, currently at level 300. He served as the Physician Assistant Association of UHAS Electoral Commission in 2021 and is currently General Assembly Deputy Chairperson.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, I says that she functioned well in these rules. Can you please explain why we have she
Please
functioned?
come again.
I think let me hand you a copy so that you see,
Okay.
you see what it is. Mr. Asari is a Bachelor of Physician Assistantship student, currently at level 300. He served as the Physician Assistantship Association of UHAS Electoral Commission Secretary in 2021 academic year, and is currently General Assembly Deputy Chairperson. I assess that she functioned well in these roles and therefore has the potential to perform well as Ghana National Union of Students Treasurer.
Yes, please.
So what do you have to say about that?
Thank you. Please, it was a typo, and when we got to know it, our dean, Professor Edwin, is very scarce to get. So when we went there, he wasn't around, and the deadline for the submission of the forms was already due. So I had to present it like that.
But you never made mention of it to the EC.
Yes, please.
Why?
Basically, I decided that when we come to vetting, I'll tackle on it before you ask.
Wow. Okay. I think as we go on, the others will ask you questions.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes. Yes, please.
It's one that is very vital, very important, right? What is that specific quality about you that would say that amongst all the aspirants for this specific office, you are the most qualified, you are the most fit to occupy that position?
Thank you, please. Please, I am accountable, credible, and also transparent. And basically, these are the basic qualities that if you are a treasurer, you have, you can handle the office.
So accountable,
Credible,
credible,
and transparent.
Okay, very
Yes,
good.
please.
The current local NUC executive committee, on a scale of 1 to 10, based on you being very credible, on a scale of 1 to 10, I want you to rate their performance and tell us why you are giving them that score.
Okay, thank you. So I'll give them 7. 7. Because the functions that they are expected to perform, most of them are being met, of which, yes, please, of which I know. Yes, please. That's the. Okay. So.
The function that they are expected to perform.
Yeah.
What functions are they expected to perform?
Okay. So, the very basic function of the NUGS is to ensure that the rights of the students, or the basic right that each and every student should enjoy, which covers every student is supposed to have a birth certificate, a passport. They are the basic things that as a citizen of the country and also a student you must get. And also they also assist students to get certain assistance when it comes to payment of school fees. And yes, so these are the functions that I know of, and they are doing well with them. What I know.
He's not done, so just
Okay.
since you are still on the function, do you know the core mandate of the local NUGS?
The core mandate
Of local
of the
NUGS.
local NUGS. Okay. Yes, please.
What's the core mandate of the local NUGS?
Okay, the core mandate of the local NUGS is to ensure that the basic rights of the students are being enjoyed, or they have the basic right as a student of the nation, which is Ghana.
So, SRC Constitution, let me just, so people see. Chapter 11,
Okay.
Article 91, Clause 4. The core mandate of the local NUGS shall
Please,
be to...
I'm coming. And one is also to oversee the external affairs of
So
SRC.
now, when our lecturers were on strike,
Yes, please.
as the local NUGS, this current administration that you said you were doing well, what communique, what issue, what did they say about it? Because that's their core mandate. And this year there have been several strikes.
Yes,
What
please.
did they do about it?
So basically, I didn't see a communique. Me specifically, I didn't see a communique about the strike and the ongoing.
So, but
teachers.
that's their core function. And you didn't see any communique or anything from them. And you are rating them 7. Do you know that core function is more important than the periphery?
Yes, please.
So if their core function, you didn't see any communique, nothing about it. And the other one that they did, that's why you're rating them 7. How does birth certificate external affair? Can the SRC itself take that birth certificate and the thing and the registration like 10 number?
Okay, please, thank you. The rating was 1 to 10,
Mhm.
and I was being asked the functions, and I made mention that one of their functions, and in the NUGS constitution that I read of, the first function was to ensure that students enjoy the basic rights. That was the first thing that I read of.
And then, wait, basic rights.
Yes, please.
In the Ghana's constitution, which part is it stated that the basic rights, birth cert and passport are basic rights? Because you know basic rights, they are fundamental rights in the constitution.
Yes, please.
Right to education.
Yes.
That's why the local NUGS is looking for scholarship.
Right to education.
So what is
yes,
the motto
please.
of the local NUGS?
Please come again.
The motto of local NUGS. Because that is their core function, their rights. And I've not
Yes,
seen the
please.
constitution unless you tell me which part that article says that getting a birth cert is a right or a right. So what is the motto of the local NUGS? Because
Okay,
if you read the
please.
constitution, then you should know the motto.
Please, I don't know the motto, but what I know of is the Salute Asitra and the Salute Victoria. I don't know if I'm mentioning them right, but I think it's a Latin word, and I didn't do Latin, so. Okay, please, then. Okay, thank you. Then I don't know the motto of.
So education is a right.
Yes, please. Okay.
And that's a basic right.
Yes, please.
That's what they're saying for scholarship. So if you are grading them and they're saying one of the things you've read is the right, and they are putting the right as birth set and grading them 7, then so assess yourself now. You said credibility. Do you think your
Yes.
grading is not right?
Okay.
The strike issue of right to education, they didn't communicate. They didn't tell us their processes.
Okay.
So then the main motto, which is education, a right, not a privilege, they didn't do anything about it. So now, credibility, as you said about yourself,
Yes, please.
grade them again.
Okay. Based on that,
No, not based on that. Now you know the function,
yes,
their
please.
core function.
So I'll give them 5.
You give them 5.
Yes, please.
Why?
Because apart from the issuing of the communique that they didn't do, I also know that they issued communique helping students, apart from the basic right of education that we all know of, we also know that the birth cert and the passport are also important, because as a citizen, and what denotes a person to be a citizen are those things. So if you are not having these things, we cannot say that you are a citizen, because they are the documentations that shows that you are a citizen by law. So they helped in getting those passports, of which I know that they released a communique of birth certs and passports. So they assisted students in attaining those other rights. That's why I gave them 5. Thank you.
Okay, so back to my question now. I
Okay,
just want
please.
to move on to your policy as per what you presented in your policy
Okay.
document. The first point, in fact, I have concerns with all the 6, but I'll just
Okay.
touch on the first 2 or something, then my colleagues will do the rest.
Okay, please.
Monies allocated to NUGS would be well kept.
Yes, please.
That's your first policy point.
Yes, please.
Can you just throw more light? I really don't understand that whole statement. I want to understand you. So just give me like in 1 minute, 30 seconds, what you mean by that.
Okay. What I was trying to say is the money that are being allocated to the local NUGS for who, they will be kept at bank. That's first. The money that will be allocated to NUGS, they will be kept at bank, and what they are meant for will be used. So that there wouldn't be any misapplication and misappropriation of the local NUGS money. So that's the safekeeping that I was talking about.
Sure. You have a follow-up question, but let me still ask my
Okay,
follow-up
please.
question.
Okay.
When the SRC allocates fund to the local NUGS,
Yes, please.
is it given to them in cash, mobile money? Like, I want to understand how it's given to them, because in the answer you just gave us, you said you'd make sure it's well kept in a bank. So I want to understand, because like it seems to me that you are trying to communicate that when the SRC allocates fund to local NUGS, probably it's given to them in cash, or probably in another way, because when you come back to say you'd keep it in the bank, I want to understand that aspect. But then
So
secondly, before you answer that
Okay.
one, how much is usually allocated to local NUGS?
Okay, to the first question, the money will be transferred to bank. That's the local NUGS bank account. Yes, that's what I know of, please. The money wouldn't be handed to them physically, but I know that the money will be transferred to them. Or, yes, or since it's 15% of the SRC's amount, if they need, they are entitled to the 15%. So if they need money for a program, that means they can submit a budget to the SRC through the parliament, so that since they are entitled to 15% of the amount will be approved and will be given to them to perform what they want to do. Yes,
So,
please.
follow up a quick one before he
All
comes
right.
in. Still on the spirit on credibility that
Okay.
you mentioned, you said you have. And per the explanation you gave to us with regards to saying that money, what like the explanation you gave, that money is allocated to NUGS will be kept well. If SRC is still transferring the money to local NUGS in their bank accounts, it means that in spirit the money is being kept well. So this as a policy in itself, is it okay for me to say that this is irrelevant? I don't know, based on the answers you gave me,
Yes.
should I come again?
Thank you. I heard
Yes.
you.
You heard
So
me, great.
I said that is if the money is being transferred to them at the bank. That's one of them. And I said will be kept well. I also made mention of the fund that has been allocated to them. There wouldn't be any misapplication or misappropriation of the fund. So if what they intend of the money that we get from the SRC, they are not meant, that means there is misapplication and appropriation of the fund. So basically, they are not kept well. So that's the two definitions that I gave, please. So yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, just a quick follow-up. 2 follow-ups on what he's.
Okay.
in answering the question about how the money is given to the local NUGs from the SRC, you
Yes.
said via bank accounts.
Yes.
But in your policy 5, you are saying bank accounts opening to gain sponsorship from external sources. Which bank account are you opening again?
Please, I corrected it. I said since we are entitled to 15% of SRC's money, if we need money for a program, that means we will submit a budget through the parliament to the SRC so that the amount will be given to us. So basically, the amount is not with us, basically, but we are entitled to 15% of SRC's
No,
dues.
I don't think you get the question. I'm saying that he asked you how the UHAS SRC delivers the funds into the hands of local NUGs.
Yes.
And then you answered by saying via their bank account. True or false?
True.
True. And I'm saying that if you are saying the UHAS SRC gives the money to the local NUGs via their bank account, your policy 5 is saying that bank account opening, I'm presuming you mean bank account for the NUGs, right?
Yes, please.
To gain sponsorship from external sources. So which bank accounts are you talking about?
So, thank you. So, when it comes to funds in relating to the local NUGs, we have internally generated funds. That is the funds that we get from the SRC. That is the 15% that we are entitled to. And we have external funds. That's maybe sponsorship from other organizations. So, as part of my policy, for transparency to prevail, I would rather want to open 2 bank accounts. Yes, please. So that there will be transparency, because I said there is transparency. For the entire students to know that since we have 15% of the SRC's money, this is what that money is being used for, and this is the accounts on it. And okay, thank you.
And then I wanted to ask the first follow-up on point 1. You said policies, money that allocated to NUGs would be well kept. Are you actually giving the assumption that currently the current NUGs, they are not keeping the money well?
No, please, I'm not saying that. It's basically my policy that when I'm elected in office, I will ensure. I'm not comparing what I will do to what they are doing. I'm saying basically when I come to office, what I will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Elijah.
Yes, please.
Please, I only have one question for you.
Okay.
And then, on one of your recommendations by Dr. Wisdom, he emphatically stated that I can confirm that Elijah takes his studies seriously.
Yes, please.
Okay, that is to say that you don't joke with your studies at all.
Yes.
All right, so this is a scenario. Let's say national NUGs, okay, of which you are a member of, you are a representative of the national NUGs.
Yes, please.
In UHAS, okay. They come calling that there is an emergency meeting for all local NUGs treasurers, okay. And then this is the day that they have set, and then collided with an IE, a supposed IE, that you know this lecturer is not going to give a second chance to that IE. Give me your priorities. Are you going to neglect your responsibility as a local NUGs treasurer, or what will you do?
Okay, thank you. If I am being elected as a local NUGs treasurer, basically the management will know that I am the local NUGs treasurer, and we have responsibilities that you need to perform as a local NUGs treasurer. So if there is an IA, through my course rep, I'll go to the lecturer for the lecturer to know that this is the reason why I'm leaving, or I can't be able to do the IA. I'm going for a program, so he will be aware of the program, and I know that the lecturer is an intellectual person, and since I've taken the mandate that I will uphold to the functions, I think and I know that he will accept and let me write the IE after, because I know couple of people who write an IE. An example is when we were in level 100, we had a chemistry IE, and the teacher was emphatically saying that if you don't write the IE, he won't allow you to write the IE again. But this, my friend, was going for an interview. So we went to the lecturer to tell him that the interview collided with the IE. So we pleaded that since the interview, it was an interview that is leaving outside the country. So he accepted the offer and we wrote the IE.
I understand whatever you are saying. Okay,
thank you.
But this is the scenario that I'm citing.
Okay, please.
This is a hardcore lecturer who says, I don't care about your responsibility as a local news treasurer. You just have to write this IE this day. And it's collided with your role. You have to go for an emergency meeting. What will you do?
Please, I'll go. I'll go for the meeting. I will give him the reason, then I go for the meeting. So if he won't allow me to write the IA, I think that basically the IA is 30% of the
30% is
yeah, to the 100 score. IA, we have IAs to be 30% and the exams to be 70%. So if I miss specifically that IA.
So there's 30 and 17?
Yes, please.
Are you sure?
Yes, please. That's
30
what
and 17?
Yes, please.
You've been in UHAS for how long? 3 years?
Right? Sorry, please. The IA is 40 and the exam is 60. Right. Please, I'm sorry.
So you accept the fate to get a 0 in IA. So is your lecturer right to say you take your studies serious from the recommendation? Is he right?
Yes, I take my studies serious.
Okay, that's fine. That's all.
Okay. Okay. I want to ask, do you know how long it takes a bank do you know how long it takes for a bank check to expire? How long it takes a bank check to expire? Do you know how long?
If you are being issued?
Yeah, if you are being issued.
Okay. I know of 72 hours, but that's what I know. But please, I don't know that if it's the correct thing.
It goes more than that.
Okay. Please, then you can tell me so that I will know.
It can go up to about 6 months.
Okay.
So then 6 months is even covers for a whole semester. So if the SRC gives you an amount of money, you send your budget to them, they approve. And you're not using the money now. You have a check which lasts up to about 6 months to go and withdraw at any point in time. Why then do you go and withdraw and then keep the money in another account? Once money is in the account already, it is saved. So first you have the check and that's not expired. Why do you need another account for safekeeping?
Okay. I said the another account that I will create for externally generated funds.
Okay, one. You said there is local news account.
Yes, please.
Please, there's no local news account.
No, please. I said.
You've said it already, and they've asked you several times, and you said you need 2, and the 2 said accountability for 1 and the other one. So then local news does not have an account, and the constitution does not allow that.
Okay, please.
This issue has been brought to Parliament several times. Okay. Now, for feasibility of that policy, who is going to present this policy to Parliament of creating a bank account for the local news?
Please, the president, because...
The president?
Yes.
And if the president does not buy into that idea?
The idea?
That of creating the local news account.
Okay.
Because he thought that the constitution does not allow it. So then, he's not buying to that idea.
So, please, basically, the executives, we work as a team.
But he's working with the constitution.
Yes.
And he said it's not stated.
So, if I proposed an idea and the other executives are not accepting the idea, basically I'll give the reason why I want that account, and if they are not accepting that account, since we are working as a team and they give me the reason why I shouldn't create that account, and it's very convincing, I think I'll accept it.
You said
Since
that
we are working as a team.
But you said the account is for safekeeping
Yes,
and accountability.
please. Yes.
Do you know anytime you withdraw money from the bank, if you go for a financial statement, it's written that this person came for an amount of money.
Yes, please.
So then that is accountability on its own. What other accountability again do you want that the other bank is going to offer in addition to what the SRC bank account is having?
Okay, if that is pertaining the internally generated funds. So if we are having externally generated fund, maybe sponsorship from an organization, we don't, that bank account, that SRC we are having, it doesn't account for that externally generated.
Do you know that if money is sent to the SRC account, whoever sent the money, name is written.
Yes, please.
And if you want to carry an activity that you want an external fund, you have to bring to Parliament.
Yes,
and if Parliament approves it, and they tell you they're going to Cocoa Board,
yes,
and Cocoa Board gives you the money, and it comes to the SRC account, it's stated over there that Cocoa Board has transferred this amount of money to the UHAS SRC. And since Parliament has approved, Parliament is supposed to sign, or the executive, to sign the check for you, to carry out the activity. Do you know it can be done?
Yes, please.
And it's recorded that Cocoa Board has transferred the money. So what other bank account do you need now?
So that is through the president, we will send a proposal to the parliament, through the parliament to the SRC, that we want the externally generated funds to have their own account. If it is accepted,
But
then
why do you need external funds to have their own account? Why?
for the sake of transparency.
But if it goes to SRC account, everyone will see. Everyone will see. Transparency, everyone is going to see. And transparency, who is going to be transparent? Because the student body do not have access to the bank account. So if it goes to your bank, how do I know that the money has come to your account? But if you come to the SRC, you come and request for it, and everyone will know that your money has come. So how is that creating a bank account and separate for external ones to bring transparency? So that's what they are going to bring to Parliament. And this issue has been raised in Parliament for 3 or 4 years now. And they have not been able to prove beyond reasonable doubt that creating another account is going to bring transparency.
Okay.
And so now prove to us now how it's going to bring transparency. Since the SRC, you know SRC management, the dean of students, everyone, if there's transfer, they know.
Yes, please.
Then you're going to create an account where signatures are going to be for.
Signatories.
How is that going to bring transparency? So convince us that there's going to be transparency in getting external account.
Basically, we have impromptu and let's say, yes, impromptu programs that they are needed to be done.
Wait, I don't want you to move. I don't want us to waste. Constitution, it says that your activity for the semester is supposed to be done in Parliament and your expenses.
Yes.
And approved. So if you have a program, what program is going to be impromptu? What activity? Give me an example of activity that's going to be impromptu.
Okay. Now recently, the ongoing or the most used transaction in the world is crypto. Yes. And sometimes it's very hard to get people who are enlightened to mentor other people on the crypto. So there comes the case that we've gotten somebody on board. And the person is very hard to get. Now, the students, we want the students to know how this crypto functions. So this program is not stipulated inside the budget that we send to the parliament, but it's needed, and it's important that we do it for the sake of the students. So this is an impromptu, and it's not part of the budget that we sent to the parliament. So something
Let's
like
read it. It says that your activity and organizing a program where a person who is resourceful in crypto to come and give a talk to the students isn't an activity.
please, it's an activity.
So then isn't that activity, if you are planning of organizing a person, a resource, a talk,
Okay.
whether the person is hard to get, but that's your plan,
Yes.
then you bring to parliament. You're not supposed to bring to parliament and tell that the person is not yet, the date is not yet set. You bring money for flyers, which
Yes.
is not yet even done. And you don't know when they're going to do the flyers. But you bring the budget, tell us that you do flyers, which no one will ask you when. If it's not done, that money is supposed to be retained.
Yes,
So why
please.
is that emergency? So can't you so that means that your plans are not going to be something is laid down. They're going to pop up as to when it comes.
No,
so then how
please.
then do you assess your work? No.
So
So then come again and tell us how
They are-
crypto.
yes,
The seminar
please.
is crypto
So
as an example of emergency.
they are stipulated activities that we will do, and it has been submitted to the parliament. Since people of that sort are very hard to get, basically we will let the parliament know that this person is hard to get, but it's part of our activities that we want to do. So we will let the parliament know when the person is available to mentor the students. So we'll be in touch with the person. So basically, maybe the time the person will be available will be impromptu for us because we've not prepared for that. Maybe the person will just call that, I'm free on this weekend, so I want us to do the
So
program.
let's hold on there. If the person is free and the student body are not around, then it's because the person is free. Who are you organizing the program for? For the student.
Yes,
So if the person is free on this weekend, which is an impromptu, and the school is also organizing a program, which the school will not allow you to have that program. So then, that impromptu, how does it affect the students? How does it benefit?
So, as we are being in touch with the person always, I think, or I believe that since it's an organization and the person also believes in an organization, we won't just wake up that tomorrow we are having a program. Since we need to let the students populace be aware of the program, we will be in touch with the person for the person to know that it's part of our schedules. So a week or two weeks prior to the program, if or the time that he will be available, maybe a week or 2 weeks, he should let us know so that we will.
Does it fit an impromptu situation? Because you already have it as part of your plans. You
Yeah.
sent it to Parliament for approval, and the funds have already been given. It's just that the funds is sitting in the SRC coffers, waiting for the program to be held, for the money to be withdrawn. Is that an impromptu?
Okay, thank you. So basically, if it has been
Is
approved,
that an impromptu?
no, please, then it's not an impromptu, please.
Okay, so I think before I let my panel continue, I want you to have this. So let me first read it so that you have it. So the whole Ho-LNUGS has been given 1,000 Ghana cedi from the SRC. So that was the budget you sent to the SRC.
Okay.
And they gave you 1,000. And this is the expenses that you made. So the office spent 200 Ghana cedis on stationery. So the stationery, the notebooks, you bought 3, which amounted to 130 Ghana cedi. You also bought envelopes, pack, 20 cedis. You bought a stapler, 50 cedis. And you used 40 cedis of the amount for transportation to passport office. Since everyone is in passport office.
Okay.
Birth set. Then you also use 60 cedis as transportation to the main campus to see the school university management team for a meeting. And 80 cedis was used as transportation to visit the freshers. And 400 cedis was used for maintenance. 200 of that 400 was used to change door locks. And the other 200 was used to repair air conditioner. So if this is at the end of a semester, prepare an income and expenditure account to be sent to the audit for auditing. So take it and tell us what it entails for an income and expenditure account, what you're going to do and how you're going to arrange this on the how you're going to draw the form or the
Okay.
data. So sit down.
Thank
Now,
you.
it's just 10 minutes. Let's talk about it. So first, what are you going to, which means are you going to present the income and expenditure account to the auditor?
Okay.
So is it a PowerPoint? How are you going to present it to the auditor?
So I'll stipulate them. I'll draw a budget for them.
No,
No, please. I'll draw a statement.
Income and expenditure account.
Income and expenditure accounting.
Through which means, is it a PowerPoint? Is it a Word document? How? Which medium are you going to use to prepare that document?
Okay, I'll use Excel.
Excel, okay.
Yes, please.
So tell me the component of an income and expenditure account.
So, based on this one, we have income. So I'll first do the income on
What's
the
the income?
So the income is 1,000 Ghana cedis.
Okay.
So that will be the first one, income 1,000 Ghana cedis. So the next one will be the expenses.
So is it income 1,000 Ghana cedi? Or have to qualify it? Since you're now talking about external, are you guys going to write income? Income as a topic. But when it comes to under the income, what are you going to write?
So it will be amount received from SRC.
Okay.
To be 1,000 Ghana cedis.
Okay.
Then we will go to the expenses.
Okay.
So on the expenses, the first will be the stationery. Yes. Then transportation.
So now stationery, what are you going to write for the expenses, amounts? What are you writing?
So we have the product, and the quantity and the amount and the total amount is for the stationaries and transportation. So the next one will be.
You're going to write stationery and under rate, you're going to write the individual, or what are you going to do?
So the stationery will be broad. So under the stationaries is where I'll write the notebooks, the envelope, and the stapler under the stationaries. So the same column that I wrote the stationaries, the same column is where I write the transportation. So transportation. So the transportation will be broad, which will comprise of the transportation to the post office and also the transportation to the meeting in the university management is used for the visitation of freshers. So that one will
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Have you ever seen an income and expenditure account before?
Yes, please.
And was it prepared in that format?
Okay, basically, it wasn't detailed like that. It was maybe the expenses, stationaries, the total amount for the stationaries.
Didn't you see any note in that middle? Stationery, amount. Didn't you see like there's a note, 1, 2. They always give notes in the middle. So when you finish with the account, you go to the back. They explain the notes.
Yes.
So it's a detailed one.
It's a detailed
But when I present an information, it's supposed to be summary.
Yes,
then
please.
you go down and for you to see the detail. Because if I present it this way, who is going to read?
Okay, so I did that because you said I should
So
go.
you're supposed to tell me that, oh, it's stationery. I'll write this amount. And I'll write a note. So that you was referring that this stationery has a note of maybe note 1.
So the note to be
So when you finish reading the summary and then, so okay, income, expenses. Is there any other part for income and expenditure accounts? After writing your expenses and having a total, is there anything you add up to the income and expenditure account?
Yes, there should be signature.
What about the balance or the deficit?
This is also part.
But
The balance.
so then,
and the
after the
deficit.
balance and deficit, you come down on the next page and write note.
Yes.
So note 1. What was note 1? Stationery.
Stationery. So
And it was
note
200. Then you come and explain and tell us
I'll give the detail.
the details.
Thank you.
Continue. Then we come back again.
Please. I should. Okay. Thank you.
First, Asari,
Yes, boss.
Yeah, you indicated your personal experience and positions held. Yeah. I want you to tell me which relationship does these positions have with you becoming the NUGS treasurer?
Please come again.
Asking, you indicated some personal experiences and positions. And I'm asking, out of these personal experiences and positions, which of these positions do you think is more relevant to you becoming the NUGS treasurer?
Okay, thank you. I have welfare, my experience, I have the welfare committee chairperson on it. So, welfare.
Mr. Sorry.
Yes, please.
I think you didn't cross-check what you gave us. We have here personal experience and positions. July 2018 to November 20. You wrote welfare committee chairman, St. Michael.
Please, it was a typo. I'm sorry. I didn't check it.
Continue.
So the welfare and also the general manager, it was, yes, please, the two of them.
So you are telling me that the general manager and the welfare committee chairman have something common as a treasurer? That's
Yet,
what you are trying to tell me.
okay, in relation, they have something in common. Like the monetary aspect.
The monetary aspect?
Yes, please.
Monetary, like, be specific.
So if for the general manager, that means you apart from the normal works that you check, you also oversees the work, the income and the expenditure of the organization that you are working in. You have to check them. Please, you have to check all those things, because when I was the manager, I was the one receiving money. That was, yes, receiving money, accounting on the money, paying everything when I was the manager. So in so doing, in relation to the treasurer, I have so many functions as a treasurer, and the monetary aspect, the records keeping, we also keep a source document. When I say the source of documents, can be receipts and other. So in keeping the source document as a manager and also keeping source documents for local news, I think even though they are not the same in context, but basically it's the same work.
So don't you think it's rather appropriate for you to indicate all that you have said instead of you writing general manager? Because I may think general manager, you just receive report and yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Please,
so
I will correct that.
My last question.
Okay.
You have not indicated any personal ability or skills in terms of probably computer literacy or the likes. So I want to ask, but you rather indicated interest, listening to music, reading of scientific literatures and the like. So I want to ask if you have any personal skills or that you need to, like, you want to share with us.
Yes, I have personal skills in computer, IT. Yes, please.
So why didn't you indicate them in your CV?
Please.
So do you consider it as a mistake?
Yes, please.
Consider as a mistake. So this is just let's say the first mistake I've noticed.
Okay.
So you becoming our treasurer. Can we trust you?
Please, being a treasurer is also like being a leader. And one thing I specifically know about a good leader is you must have the ability to learn, to relearn and unlearn. So now I have seen that I have not done that, and I need to put it in. To be a leader, that means I need to take that one, grasp it, and also use. So I will include that one to it.
So my last question, with your computer literacy, like I want to know which aspect, like be specific, either with Word document programming and the likes.
Okay. Word document and programming is not part, please. Apart from programming, think for the rest. I know something, not everything, but something about them.
So you want to tell me that you are also very good at Excel, let's say Microsoft Office. Are you good at Excel?
Yes. I know something about it, but not very good, but yes, please.
You know something about Excel?
I know something about Excel.
So you know the rows and the column, right?
Yes, please.
So can you tell us which part of the Excel is the row and which part is the column?
So the column is where the column is A, B, C, where the A, B.
Be specific. It's something like this. So
Yes, please.
Yes.
So coming down is the column and moving this way is the row.
So you want to tell me that the horizontal is the what?
Is the row.
And the vertical is the
column.
Do you know any formula in Excel that can help you whilst maybe drawing your budget or maybe your income expenses?
Yes, please. For instance, in relation to something like this, the addition formula is very important because you'll be adding. And let's say I'm adding from A1 to A3. So that means for me not to highlighting everything and going to auto sum to give me the total, I can just generate a formula at where I want the total to be. So in addition, I can generate a formula like equal to sum into bracket A1 colon A3, enter. Then automatically the sum up will make and it will be at there. That please. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Asari.
Yes, boss.
I have a few questions, some 1 or 2 questions for you. Why do you want to be the treasurer? Why? Tell me why.
Okay. First, I would say for the servitude of the people, and also I want to ensure that there is a positive cash inflow and also positive cash outflow, and also to make sure that there is a I will make sure that I will maintain the local NUGS account in such a way that it will focus on overspending and also underspending also, because it's important.
How do you ensure cash in, cash outflow? You just said it. So how do you ensure? Because your office, maybe you just receive money from the SRC or wherever, maybe once in a while. So how do you ensure that?
So positive cash inflow and positive outflow. Basically, what I was trying to say is, in consultation or with my executives, we will make sure that we will seek for sponsors that will help we to generate funds. So these funds, when they come, they will go to the local NUGS coffers within the SRC. So I think this is a positive cash inflow. And positive cash outflow is basically when money is being allocated to us, what the money are being intended for, they must be used for. So that's positive cash outflow.
Give me an example.
So let's say we submitted a budget to the SRC that we want to have crypto, let me use crypto program for the students, for them to know how crypto is going now. And we submitted some of the breakdowns, let's say the breakdown, we have item 13 for the students, and we budgeted for 5 students, let's say 5 students, and we had 3 students. So basically, we had 3 students, that is one. And also, we saw that during the program, if we get, let's say, we had computers for the program, it will be very important. So we are saying that then, since we are not having the total number of students that we expected, we have money, so we should use that money for what wasn't presented in the budget. I'll make sure that we wouldn't do that. Basically, we are misappropriating the fund. Since the money is there, doesn't mean that we should just use it for anything, since it's not stipulated in there. Yes.
How then do you accept failure as a treasurer?
I accept failure.
Yes. How do you accept it?
Please, failure in what context, if I may ask, sorry.
So, you are in office, okay?
Come again.
You are a treasurer,
Yes.
okay? In an office. And then there is this rumor that you have failed as a treasurer.
There is a rumor.
That is what is going around.
That
you have failed as a treasurer. How do you accept that?
Okay. I know that the local NUGS, we are being audited by the SRC. So that's what people are saying. What people are saying doesn't necessarily mean that that's what is happening. So during the audit, everything tally, everything goes as it is expected. Then that means I know that I'm credible, and also there is transparency, and I account for every person of everything that I'm doing, and there is a rumor like that. During the audit service, the auditors during the audit service, there will be transparency, and every little thing that goes into the allocated money will be shown, and we will know that basically what the money was being meant for, they were met, and there wasn't any misapplication and misappropriation as people were saying.
Okay, so this will be my last question.
Okay.
I wouldn't take the mic again. I'm taking you to current affairs.
Current affairs,
Yes.
okay.
Who was the first female vice chancellor in the Ghanaian university?
In the Ghanaian university?
Yes, please.
Okay. Please, basically, I don't know the first Ghanaian female chancellor. But I know that
Okay, go and
our
find
recent vice chancellor is a female. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Asari, like that.
Yes, boss.
Please, how are you doing?
Please, I'm doing well.
Everything is fine.
Yes,
Are
and
you
you?
enjoying the process?
Yes, please.
You're enjoying the process?
Very.
There is this assertion that before you answer, I want my answers to be very short and simple. No plenty explanation. Just yes or no. I agree, I don't agree.
Yes, I know. I know.
Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Do you have a personal incentive for going for this position?
Personal incentives as in?
You don't,
No, please.
you don't have any personal interest in going for this position?
I have personal interest, but basically my personal interest is for the servitude of the people.
Very good. So for service?
Yes, please.
Okay, so what service specifically?
Service to the students.
Service to the student.
Yes, please.
So what service, like services, so what service are you?
So the services I'm saying is basically...
Those in your policy document?
Yes, please.
So if you have another student who can fulfill such mandate, you will step down for the person to go?
No, please.
Oh, you said you don't have any personal interest, any selfish personal interest.
Yes, please.
So just because of the servitude.
Yes.
So if I have a student or I have another individual who has the same policy and wants to work in the same way to achieve the same results, would you step down for the person?
No, please.
Why?
Simply because I want to be the man doing it, and I believe that I am the best man, even though
So that means,
he is having the same thing.
That means you want your name to be associated with the work done.
Not basically my name to be associated with, but I want to ensure that there is a good work done, and I believe that
So
I am the one.
You are trying to say that you are the only person in this world
I'm
that
not-
can achieve.
Please,
such.
I'm not saying I'm the only person, but I believe I can.
No, let's put it this way. I'm creating an assumption.
Okay.
You have no selfish interest.
Yes, please.
You are here to serve the people, and you have given us what you want to do.
Yes, please.
So if I get other students, or if I get another person who would take up your policy and fulfill it to the latter end.
The person will take my policy.
Yes, and fulfill it to the latter end, like we'll do it to the latter end. Will you step down for the person?
No, please. It's my policy, and the policy, they were being stipulated based on my abilities and my capabilities, and not the person's capabilities and the person's
I'm
abilities.
creating an assumption that
Yeah.
the person can, you want the work done 100%.
Yes,
The person
by
too
me.
can. So by you.
Yes, please.
So that is a personal incentive. That means that you want your name associated with that particular thing.
Okay, I'll
It's
take.
not the end that justifies. You don't want the work done, but you want to do the work.
Okay.
And that is,
Some way I will say yes, and
that means that
other
you
way I will
want
say
the glory.
not specifically. I want the glory.
You want the glory through of us.
No,
So you want
not
the
because
work
of glory.
You
Yes,
want the work to be
to
done.
be done. Yes.
You don't care how, you don't, but you care that you are the one who is supposed to do it.
Not suppose, but having the ability. I believe I am having the qualities and the abilities to do it.
So no one else has that same ability. Is that what you are saying?
Personally, I assessed myself, not somebody.
No,
So
it's just yes or no. There's no right or wrong in
yes,
this thing.
yes,
You
please.
get it. So just be confident and be comfortable. Like be at
Yeah.
ease. Okay.
Yes, please.
We are just talking.
Yes, please.
You get it. You
Okay.
are saying that you have no personal incentive.
Yes.
Do you get it? Now I'm asking that if you have no personal incentive and you are just interested in serving the people, and we have somebody who is also going to serve the people just the way you are going to serve the people, doesn't it make sense that, okay, because you don't care, you just want to serve the people, if somebody is willing to do the work,
Okay.
the person should be given the
Since the prime motive is the work is for the work to be done, and the person is having, based on what you are saying, equal qualities and capabilities as I am, then I think I can let the person do it.
You can let the person.
Yes.
So-
If the person is having the qualities and the capabilities I am possessing.
Okay.
Yes.
So are you the only one going for this position?
No, please.
You have.
Yeah, I have a contender.
So can we agree on a consensus that we both, that you and I, will train the person who is going your other company so that he takes up the mandate? Then you sit back and help.
Okay. Per the person that you are saying, I've not assessed him
Oh no,
fully.
don't worry about the assessment.
Okay.
That one, we will take care of it. So I want you to resign so that that person takes up the position, and we look at a way of helping the person to
Helping the person, as in the person is not possessing the quality, but you are helping the person. Because I'm saying I'm having the quality, so. Okay, please.
So still on the interest, it is students now know that the local It's a place where people come and make money for themselves.
Can make money for themselves.
That's where they've seen that. That's where money is being made.
Wow.
Yes. So I want to tell me something. Your first flyer that came up, how many people were on that flyer?
Please, how
many people were on that flyer?
So the first flyer was declaration of intent.
But as a first flyer that you were on it hopeful.
Yes.
How many people were on that first flyer?
The hopeful. I was the only person on it.
You're sure?
Yes.
So were you not having any flyer circulating where you were going for treasurer and another person was going for the president?
Yeah, that was the declaration of the intent. Yes.
And I don't see it anywhere in the constitution where local NUGS, a president, should sign with someone going as a treasurer and come up with a flyer. That means that anyone who votes for the president should vote for you. And I'm saying that the local NUGS is a place where people come and make their money. So it means that the treasurer and the president are now coming with their intention, their motive. Because we already planned. The only person left now is the secretary.
No, please.
And go on board and you make money. So now convince us they are not coming in to come and make money.
Okay. So concerning the first flyer, it was just the declaration of the intent.
And you were two.
And we were two. So basically, the person doing our flyers is the same person. So to cut down cost, we decided that since it was just a declaration of intent that we want to aspire for this position, we decided that we will do it. And he's also the person that I've been working with. He's my friend. So since he's my friend and we have the opportunity or the contender gets to come to the office, I can work as equally as the person I did the flyer with.
So are you sure you're going to work if the person that's not going to support your personal gain, to amass wealth for yourself, the person is not going to support you, you're not going to work? But I'm telling you, you're coming there to come for your personal gains.
Then
that's why you're bringing your friend, and that's why you issue a communique.
No, basically we have functions of NUGS, and if you want to work under NUGS, that means you must have the capability we are working towards. And if we are heading towards a common goal, that means we can form a team irrespective of where you are coming from.
That's why you form a team with your friend now, because both of you have a common goal. And that's why you form a team. So that when you come there, you are 2 against 1. So then it's easy for you to push your agenda.
No, please.
But
basically,
if you have the person...
that was not our intent.
That's not your intent.
So that was the more reason why in the follow-up flyers, everybody is doing the flyer.
The internet does not forget. You've already issued one. So everyone knows that you're supporting him.
The first one, doing a flyer with somebody doesn't necessarily mean you are following anybody. You are following the person because you need to support and respect everybody. So doing the flyer with the person doesn't necessarily mean you are following. And I can equally do the same flyer with the person he's contender to, because we are all...
So why didn't you also do another flyer with the contender to send it out that you are not supporting him, but you are supporting the service of local NUGS?
Okay.
We can. Now, have you been involved in the local NUGS activity? Any local NUGS activity? For the ones you've listed, because what you've listed is not new. Birth cert registration, passport. Have you involved in any of them? The dinner?
Yes, please.
Which of them?
During the passport and the birth cert, I involved myself because...
What about the dinner?
The dinner, I came around. One thing
you came around. No, you came around.
Yes.
Did you see any award being given?
Yes, I saw the award. And
then did you see the award? People were complaining.
Yes, please.
Thank you. What was their complaint? That's what I wanted to get to.
Yes, they were saying the plaque was just plastic.
Plastic.
Yes.
And what did the local NUGS themselves give? The honor award they gave them. So what was it?
Please, I don't get what it is.
No. Why the students received plastic?
Yes.
You know the local NUGS executive received an award for themselves.
Please, I didn't see that.
You didn't say, okay, yes. They received glass.
Okay.
And those who paid. received plastic.
Wow.
And I'm saying that people have seen the local news as an avenue to amass wealth for themselves. So, the dinner, I want you to, it's only the award that people are complaining.
No, those.
What are you going to do different? Oh no, so is it going to follow them? I think he made us
No.
he's going to follow them.
Please, basically, I don't know what came upon that they did that, but during our office, we will make sure that me and my executive, the the executives, we will make sure that it's for the people. So what we are doing will be basically solely for what the people want. And during the plastic plugs for the people, I saw that it's not of the interest of the people. So the voting, because those awards, we have funds, basically that's your voting and everything counts for you to get a good award. So if the awards, if the voting is very appealing and you deserve to have that award, you must get it. Because we use those funds or those money to do the awards. So if we are voting and you just had 10 cedis vote and you expect a glass plaque, I don't think you yourself, because when we give, one thing is, when you want to award them.
You're going to give the award.
Yes.
Based on the amount. So those who paid more will
yes,
get
based
glass.
on the amount. So we will let the populace know that you need to get to this voting or this peak for you to get the plaque. If you get to this peak, you will get this. For them to be aware that, oh, if I get, let's say, 300 votes, I'm getting a plaque, and I get around 50 votes, and the person is aware that if you get 300 votes, you are supposed to get plaque, and the person had 50 votes. I don't think the person will complain that I didn't get the glass plaque.
Have you seen them issue any communique to explain why they gave them plaque and they took glass?
Please, I haven't seen any
communique.
So
now I want you to grade them again. Do you still stay by your 5?
So the grading is based on the...
No, so now everything, experts, the dinner, their certificate, their passport, everything. Because their basic components, they didn't do it. Which I said, the education, they never issue any communique, anything about whatever they are doing. So put all these 5, which you are saying that they are basic rights, and grade them. And you know some of the awards, people have not received it. Because some, they say they opened for others to vote.
Again. Please, I don't know of that.
Okay, so you grade them.
Okay.
Credibility.
Let's see, I'll give them 4.
4?
Yes, based on that. Okay. Yes, boss.
So your policy document, on mission statement, point number 3, you stated your collaboration with the student loan trust fund. Okay. So let me ask you, where is the zonal office located?
The
whole zonal office, where is it located?
Okay, it's around oh please, I'm coming. Where the municipal office is. Please, the name has eluded me, but the name of the place around where the council and...
That's where the zonal office is located. So if you have any issue with your student's application, and then you want to talk to an officer, you go to that place. Is that where you are saying you move
okay,
to municipal?
Depending on the issue, if the issue can be...
Okay, you don't...
I can call the person and...
Let me cut short. I don't think that's where the office is located.
Okay, please.
I think it's located in Poly.
Poly. I've seen some at Poly.
Poly, right?
Yeah, I've seen some there.
And then you know the distress that comes with students, okay, how that, as in when the time you need it, the more, there is no disbursement of the fund. Okay, so as a treasurer, and then you made mention of you helping out, it's well said.
Assistant.
Yeah, you assist. How are you going to do that? Are you going to mobilize fund for the student who is distressed, or what are you going to do? And then the portal is he or she can already start a course. I mean, what do you do?
So we, apart from we will go to the executives or the managers and those working there for them to be aware that this is what is happening on the ground. Then the students are really in need of the fund, so they should help in conjunction with the executive that will be on board.
Okay. Have you applied for one before?
No, please.
You've not applied for one before?
Yes, please.
You've not even seen how their portal look like? Nothing of that sort?
No, please.
So how are you going to offer the assistance?
So,
or the fact that maybe you see student loan trust fund written on a document, it means it's coming from them.
okay. Sorry. We have way of assessing authenticity, the authenticity of every information. So the document should come right from the place, not that somebody submitting the form to me that means that it's coming from them. So we need to get the forms from their branch. That's where we are going to get the form. Not basically anybody bringing the form to me means that it's coming from them. And we have certain things on it that shows that it's coming from them. Yes, please. Okay. Their names and everything, the branch and the number and everything.
They are still using the form system, if I may ask. Are they still using the form system? Are they still using the form system?
Please, the last time that I checked, that somebody was applying it, it was through online. That's what I saw. But I didn't inquire much about it. But I saw that it was being applied online.
Right.
That's what I saw.
Okay, this is my last question to you on who is the current Chief Justice of the SRC?
The current Chief Justice.
What's his name?
Okay. His Lordship, Wizzelman. Yes. His Lordship Wizzelman.
Okay, so
Which part of the SRC Constitution does it talk about local news?
1.
Article
91.
Chapter
Chapter 11.
Okay, so I'll follow up on the question.
Okay,
so,
please.
source of authority.
My source of authority.
Yes.
Okay. I'll say from the SRC.
From the SRC.
Yes, the SRC.
So when you are
When you
discharging
are
your duty-
sworn in,
when you are discharging your duty, you go in the name of the SRC.
no, you go in the name of local NUGS.
So what then is the source of authority?
Okay, when you are being sworn in, you have been given the mandate. So,
Specific. What is your source of authority as a local news treasurer?
so when you are being sworn in,
When you are being sworn in, that is your source of authority.
yes, please.
So when you are when you are being questioned that you don't have the right to do this, you will say that because you've been sworn in, so you have the right to do whatever it is.
Please, basically, we have functions. So,
Like, please, do you understand the question?
please come again because.
What is the source of authority? What is your source of authority as the local news treasurer? Of course, you'll be doing things, you like the functions you said. So when you are discharging those duties and you are being questioned, what will be your defense?
My defense.
Yes.
So, if you are being sworn in, we have
Okay, don't worry, it's fine. So, that is it. Now, can you mention 2 projects by the National Secretariat, the NUGS, 2 NUGS projects that are currently being enrolled?
Okay, we have the Sussex Scholarship.
Okay.
It's carried out by them. And also, um, uh, the scholarship that
We've talked about the scholarship. Let's move on. What other projects?
the students who are being given the mandate to go to abroad to study.
It's already been done.
Okay,
What?
so under scholarship.
Yes. Okay.
Basically, that's what I know.
I think you have the opportunity to address the student populace. You have something to tell the students. I think you turn to the camera and
Okay. So, first and foremost, I'll thank the Almighty God for giving us the mandate and also for His unfailing love. And also, one thing that I have for the entire students is the servitude of the people. If you are giving the mandate of people to lead you to the senior management, they should be the people who possesses the qualities and the capabilities to do so. So I believe that I, Asari Elijah, am having the qualities and the capabilities that if I'm given the power as the local NUGS treasurer, all the functions and the responsibilities, the rules that are expected of every local NUGS treasurer will be met, and we will uphold the local NUGS treasurer of Ho in a high esteem. Thank you.
You're welcome. Can you tell us a bit about yourself? Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. Okay. Esther, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So, Madam Esther, please, can you tell us why you are here this afternoon?
To be vetted as the local NUGS aspirant secretary.
Why must we vet you?
It's a prerequisite for the position that I want.
So why can't we just choose you as the secretary?
Yes.
And then we want to vet you. Why do we want to vet you?
Because you need to evaluate and validate the competencies that I preached on my form. So I think it's important that you vet me.
Okay, all right. So can you give us some 2 or 3 concrete examples, okay, from your past as to how you help make difference in the portfolio that you are filing for?
Okay. Which of them should I start from? Any of them?
Any of them.
All right. So I started as the public relations officer for PASAC, that's Physician Assistant Students Association. And we are having challenges with seeking for sponsorship. So what I did was I negotiated with some of the companies we wrote to, specifically bank companies, and I was able to get some of them on board for them to register our students for account. And also they sponsored us for some of our activities, which I think went a long way to reduce some costs that were incurred some time ago. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. So can you please describe a time when you worked with other colleagues, okay, towards a challenge that you faced? You earlier stated something like that. So
Yes.
Can you just tell me when you worked with other colleagues to challenge?
Okay.
What challenge?
Yes. So there was a challenge when I became the vice president about the debt that was incurred during the past administration. As a team, what we did was we came together to bring out ideas as to programs that we can do internally to generate funds for the association to solve that problem. And we did that, and we got some funds that reduced the cost drastically. So I think that was a basic problem that we were able to address as a team.
Okay, probably this might be my last question for now. In your policy document, the second point, you're talking about academic writing. And then you said the aim is to help support students who find it difficult in these fields to become equally competent. How are you going to do that as a general secretary?
Yes, so apparently there are some student organizations that take money for that, where if you're a student and you're having problems with writing proposals, doing your project work, they take it upon themselves to help you to do that, and they charge you at a cost. But I've also realized that some senior colleagues, I mean, those in the final years or those who have done their project work have an upper hand and experience. So what I want to do is that we can do a pairing whereby the senior colleagues will pair with the junior ones, as in immediate. If you are in 400, you pair with somebody who is in level 300, then you'll be coaching the person. So periodically what happens is that the understanding will be there for you, then you'll be able to become competent to draft your own proposals or do your own project work without any difficulty. So that's what I intend.
I believe you're in PASAD, right?
Yes.
So you can just come to my department and start pairing people.
No, so
what are you going to do? How are you going to pair those people?
I think it's quite easy because you have to first, before you do anything, you have to first engage on let me say, mini groups. So we have presidents of various associations. And I think it's a good policy when we all come together to do that. So apparently in PASAG, what we did was we collated the past slides and questions. Then we gave it to the junior ones. So we have a meeting with local presidents of various schools. Then we sit together and this is what we want to do. Then we all come out with a feasible way that we can achieve that. So I think that is how we can sort that out. Not necessarily someone from School of Medicine having to coach someone who is in School of Pharmacy. The strategy will vary. So I think we can do that.
It's going to be on departmental level.
Yes. Like institutional basis, maybe School of Pharmacy, School of Medicine, School of Allied Sciences, something like that.
What would have been the easiest decision to make? As you are here right now, what would be the easiest decision to make right now?
Easiest
As
decision?
a general secretary, let's say you are in an office, okay? What would be the easiest decision for you to make? As a general secretary. That's my last question for you.
Decision on what?
What would be the easiest decision to make as a general secretary?
Okay, so the question is relative though, but I think that it will be determined on the circumstance or the situation that will determine the decision that you have to make. So until then, it will still be hanging.
Okay, Esther. Okay, before that, how do you do? Okay, so you have nice policies here, and I think I would commend you for that. But my first question is, in the discharge of those, what would be your source of authority? Yes, because I think you will be going around partnering with others, and so to prevent them from seeing you as a joke, what?
Then to the SRC presidency.
I've been timed, so I want us to do it really fast.
Local NUGS president. Then
so you go there in the name of your local NUGS president?
Yes.
You go there in the name of your local NUGS president?
I'll go where?
I'm asking because earlier you said that you will partner with other school presidents and stuff. So engaging them, what would be your major source of authority?
The local NUGS president.
Okay. So you have little disregard for the constitution?
I have?
Little disregard for the constitution?
No.
Okay, so the constitution is your source of authority?
Yes.
Okay, I'm getting it.
Yes.
Okay, so if we all agree that the constitution is your source of authority, where in the constitution does it give you the mandate to function as the local NUGS secretary?
Okay, so when it comes to chapter 19, it talks about the NUGS, but it did not give specific duties
chapter
of 19.
Okay.
Yeah, it talks all about the NUGS, but it doesn't give specific duties to the local NUGS secretary.
Okay.
But then we have the general role of the secretary, that is the federal.
No, we are here for local NUGS secretary. So the mandate of the federal secretary or provincial secretary is inconsequential here. We are just looking at the local NUGS secretary. I hope you are getting it.
Yeah.
So if I'm getting you, we said it's enshrined in chapter 19.
No, I said everything about the NUGS in UHAS is enshrined in chapter 19.
Okay,
yeah.
It's fine. I just wanted you to tell me where in the constitution the local NUGS secretary is empowered.
Now,
okay.
The portfolio is there, but the duties as in 1, 2, 3 is not stated there clearly. Yeah.
So the duties are not stated?
No,
there.
no.
So where are they stated?
That is why I said that I presume the general duties of a secretary is applied to the local NUG secretary as it stands now in this constitution right now.
Okay, so if I chip in, the role of the general NUG secretary or the NUG secretary is to the secretariat. I hope you are getting it. So there, they've given the core mandate of the local NUGs, which comprises of the president, the secretary, and the treasurer. So everything is over there. I hope you are getting it. Very good. So now, moving on, I would want you to mention just 2 projects by the National Secretariat.
Okay, the scholarship scheme, and then they also want to SIM registration.
SIM registration.
Yes, they want the NUGS, the national level wants to provide SIM cards for students at a cost with I think 6 gig
6 gig
data. Yeah.
Are you really sure of what you're saying?
Yes, that is the news currently, and.
Are you sure of what you're saying?
Yes,
no?
Yes, I'm sure
You're
about
really sure.
Yes.
And it's a data SIM.
As in, yes, a SIM card like the ones we are using on campus. But it's a proposal that has been drafted by the president.
So they haven't
not yet. Yeah, not yet implemented.
Really sure
yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure about it.
Madam Esther, right? Good. Let's start with your CV. As a secretary, do you see your CV to be in order? Like, as in your CV, do you see it to be presentable?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Because the EC did not give a standard guideline to drafting the CV. And as a stance, this is the CV I've been using for most of the formal engagements I've had so far. Unless there's another standard one that I should prepare for the EC.
So if I'm able to figure out something you have missed in your CV, will you accept the fact that it's a mistake?
Sure, and correct it.
And correct it when?
When the time comes.
Which time?
I mean, this is not the end of this is not the end of my leadership career, so subsequent times there will be the correction.
Okay. Do you think having an idea or having a skills in Microsoft Office is a requisite for you to become a secretary?
Yes. Yes.
And did you indicate that in your CV?
No.
But you have that particular skill or the ability to type as in use the Microsoft Office?
Yes, please.
Can you be specific?
I can draft a word. I can use the Word document to draft letters, to write reports.
Being specific, as in we have various, let's say, tools in the Microsoft Office, being Excel, PowerPoint, Publisher, and the like. So I want you to be specific on the one you are good at, so that we'll talk about it.
The tools, as in inserting documents.
As in, we have Microsoft Office as the name. We have Word. We have PowerPoint. We have Excel. We have Publisher. We have Access and the likes. Okay. So I want you to mention the one that you are very good at, that you think it is relevant to this
Word.
portfolio.
Word. Microsoft Word.
Only Word.
Not only, but that is what I've been able to, I can use for now. Yeah, let me say it that way.
Okay. So with your CV, do you think it is appropriate for you to bold some of the things over here? In terms of, let's say, personal info, name, do you think it is appropriate for you to bold them?
No.
You don't think it's appropriate?
Yeah.
My last one is on your first policy. You made mention of publishing of articles students write, right? Can you give me the process in publishing such articles?
Yes. So, first of all, you have to present it at your, before that, I want to say that the kind of articles and publications I'm talking about are purely research-based. So before then, I think you present it at your school level, then maybe to the dean, then it can move from there.
So is there any laid down procedures in this school that comes with such publishing of articles from students? Let's say, when you go to academic affairs, you have certain things that, let's say, every student or any student who have done a research, they will scrutinize it, check the credibility for you to be published.
I don't know of that at the moment, but what I know is that in exceptional cases, I have seen a couple of articles or published work by some students that have been released. There was just recently one lady who completed from SPH whose work was published for funding. Yes, in that cases, but I don't know genuinely as maybe students have been able to identify problems and publish articles on it. That I don't know about it.
So the process you just gave me, is it from your own knowledge or from what you have seen someone doing?
It is from my knowledge. This is what I want to do, and that is how I want to start it.
So now you'll be sending it to the dean, or?
I said from the school level.
School level.
Yes, then maybe you can proceed to the dean.
So what if the dean or at the school level, they decide not to accept it, or they decide not to mind you at all? Or all the people you are supposed to see before you publish such an article, they decide not to mind you, what will you do?
No, it's an initiative. So before we get to that level, we make sure that we follow the necessary procedures and stakeholders before we get to that level. So it wouldn't be like we have students who have genuinely written articles and they want to publish it and we think it's important, so we want to send it to the dean just because it's relevant. Before you can do such a thing, you have to respect all the protocols. Then you get the credibility for what you want to do. So I think that's how we started.
After doing all these things, and still, this person says, nah, you will not have any hand in what you want to publish. What will you do?
As a dean of students, the interest of the student is very important, and I don't think you'd deny that privilege that students have, the opportunities students are supposed to have in terms of building their academic career.
Okay. Let me ask you just simple question that we move on. Can you give me two, let's say, sites that we can publish such articles?
ResearchGate, then PubMed.
Okay, so you mentioned that the local NUGS is found in chapter 19.
11. Sorry, please let me confirm. 11, yeah.
You mentioned 19.
And then Flight of Ideas, chapter 11, sorry.
What is the core mandate of the Secretariat?
Yes, so they oversee the external affairs of the SRC, Parliament, and also and undertake any other activity assigned to them from the SRC.
Is there any other constitution that you are supposed to know as a secretariat?
Yes.
Which constitution is that?
The national one. The national NUGS constitution.
And what is the function for the local NUGS secretariat in the national constitution?
In the national constitution?
Yeah. What is the function of the local NUGS secretariat?
Please, I don't know.
Okay, so one is there should be a local NUGS on campuses of all competent institutions, which shall be called the local NUGS secretariat and deemed part of the SR. So that's the first part. and your composition is the next. And your duty is to serve as a liaison between the SRC and the National Secretariat, which you made mention that in your policy, that the point number 4. Also, the right stakeholders will address every communication. That's important. And this will help address most issues neglected. What issues have been neglected?
Yes. Students have genuine concerns or problems. Example, transportation issues, right? That is currently persistent on campus. So a lot of students make noise about it on social media, everywhere. Sometimes they complain to lecturers and all that. But realize that before you can genuinely address your problem, perhaps you have to address it formally to the dean of students, then maybe...
You said the core mandate is the external affairs. But what you are talking about...
And activities that the SRC provides for us, as in any assigned duties.
So is this an assigned duty? Because I think this is a duty that the SRC is already taking care of.
No, the local NUGS is supposed to also help in addressing concerns or problems of students as well. So it's a collaborative effort, something, not as in a sole mandate of the SRC or a sole mandate of the NUGS.
So what are you going to do? Because the SRC is going to go through the dean and that processes. So what are you going to do as a secretariat? Because you are going to do the same thing, then there's nothing done. So what are you going to do as a secretariat?
So I think as part of the parliament, our president forms part of the parliament. So before, and the president does not take an autonomous responsibility for everything that he does. He consults his executives. So that is where we come in, as I come in as a secretary. Then I can make my contributions as well. Then you can take it to...
What contribution are you going to make? You said there's a transportation issue. Transport. You mentioned one. So let's stick to that.
Okay.
The SRC is going to use the same channel. And that's what they use and they brought in Ayalolo. And it's still not enough. What are you going to do? They've seen it. By secretariat, which are involved in external affairs. What is your mandate or your role in solving this issue?
Yes. So as the local NUGS, we also have a voice at the national level. Sometimes on national congresses, we also have the privilege to present what really persists in our school, matters that persist. And I think if it doesn't work at the local level, that is institutional level, we can forward it to the national level for them to also take it up from there.
So when you're going to the national level, what are you sending to them?
So what we are sending is the current, we are presenting the current state of the university to them.
So about the transportation, you're going to be specific. You are going to see them. Other universities, other institutions are also coming in with their problems. You're supposed to go and sell your problem to them so that they can help you. How are you going to sell it to them?
A well-drafted document presenting the state of, the state of affairs of UHAS to be presented by our president. But as a secretary, I think I have a role to play in drafting such a document, or even if it's a proposal to the national level. Please, you get me?
You know, at the national level, you have a right to vote. You have a power at the national level.
Yes.
So is it that your president is the one supposed to represent you? Because if you're in parliament here, it's only your president. And you're going there to your president.
I've not been at NUGS Congress, National Congress before. But, so I can't predetermine what is going to happen there. But I think this is my contribution to the quota of my responsibility, let me say it that way. So when we get there, we'll see how it goes as well. I've not been there before.
So the next question is about feasibility. So two of your policy. One is pairing of students. Students are being stressed. So pairing of students, is it those who have left the school? Because I know every point in time, a student is busy. And even when the person graduates, the person is busy. So pairing, how feasible is your parent going to be? Because if I'm done with the school, there's no incentive. Why should I help someone who's coming? I'm done, I'm going, I have my national service, I have my other things to do, I have my traveling to...
It's very feasible. When you go to a comparative is when you go to the wards, right? Senior ones are paired with junior ones, and they move along to study. So I don't think it's quite different from the proposal and research, and it's a course that we do. The more you teach someone, the more you also learn. So
I'm busy now, involved with my research work, or I'm now going to do my national service.
So
and you're talking about the junior and the senior at the ward. The senior has its mandate, which is now treatment.
No, not senior as in a staff. We have, if you go to the ward, say PA or medicine level 500, 600, they are pairing with the junior ones that are coming, who just went to the wards. I think it's no different from this kind of work.
So how effective is that pairing? Because we do it. And how effective is that pairing? Have you ever assessed how effective that pairing is?
For example, it's going to be something like a mutualistic something, because a lot of final year students get stranded when it comes to data collection and data entry. So you teach me, right, and I also teach you that. I think that is quite a feasible strategy to get the final years to pair with the junior ones.
Thank you. What problems have you identified with the current local NUGS secretary?
Okay. I did not attend the dinner, but I learned there were financial challenges when it comes to disbursement of funds to the NUGS for the award ceremony. So a lot of people did not get food at the place, and that was a problem for the NUGS dinner. So that's the problem I think I identified.
I'm asking the secretary. Who is the current secretary?
Honorable Victoria Akosia Apport. Yeah.
Okay, so what are some of the things you've identified that she has failed in the administration to do?
I've not seen her. If not for this portfolio, I must sincerely say that I've not really seen her as a NUGS secretary. But I think the problem is because the SRC, to some extent, the proportion is quite larger than the NUGS when it comes to the roles. So that's how it's going to be. When it comes to local, internal, SRC looks bigger than NUGS, but it's vice versa outside. So technically, you're not going to see more of the NUGS in school.
What do you mean by it's vice versa outside and NUGS is bigger than it?
At the national level, you expect more of the NUGS president, the local NUGS president, to do all the engagement. But when you come to the school level, you expect the SRC president to do all the engagement. So that is what I mean by that.
But you know they have different roles to play.
As in?
The NUGS and the SRC have different roles to play, you know that?
Yes, they have.
So they can't all be the same. Okay, so what are you going to do to ensure that they reach the same level? Local NUGS and SRC.
Okay, so if everyone in the team performs his or her responsibilities as expected, I think we are going to get that leverage.
Okay. Last question for you.
Sure.
So, if over the years we've realized that there have been some conflict between a president and sometimes one of the executives. So if you come into office and your president is trying to push a policy which you are not in agreement with, how are you going to handle it?
Majority carries the vote.
Pardon?
I said majority carries the vote. The president do not have the sole autonomous power to finalize decisions. So if his intentions or his policy is not something realistic for the team, we highly disregard that.
So even if it's a matter of, should I say, wrongdoing, because they are the majority, you support them. Yes, and the decision can be a wrong decision.
To the Parliament for discussion.
Hello, Madam Esther.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Fine.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Okay, that's fine. And then I would like to commend you, with the initiative of article publication. It's a nice idea, and then I wish you push forward when you are voted into power. Okay. But then when this is a follow-up question on my friend's, he said list 2 sites that you can do the publication, and he said research gates and empowerment. All right. So what I want to know is when you surface to the organogram or you want to go to the dean, do you need his approval for the publication, or you need him to do the publication himself? In his name.
No.
Because I know PubMed and then research gates, these are paid sites, and then there are sites that you need a certain requirement to publish there, right?
Okay.
So how are you? Do you need the lecturer's approval or his approval to?
No.
Or
So
explain to me that.
what I want us to, what I intend is that it is going to be an institutional based something. So yes, the students own the writing, the publication, but at the end of the day, the student cannot come out to publicize that. And I believe the best actor in this is the university, the school. So the school is giving you the opportunity to, even though you own your work, but they would help you get that publication done. So not necessarily in the name of a lecturer or a dean, but the institution you do that institutionally based. So a student from the University of Health and Allied Sciences or something.
That's fine. If that is the case, I will recommend a free site. It's a free site that you can write post there. All right. That's fine. And let's move forward to how well you know the current SRC executive. So who is the Chief Justice? The name of the Chief Justice.
Please forgive me of the title. The title. Mr. Whitman Ezel Johnson.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. So out the components of the betting panel.
Component.
List out the components of the betting panel.
By names?
Meaning?
By names?
No, by name. List them out. What comprises the betting panel that you are sitting before them?
The EC.
Okay.
The EC.
Okay.
And the legal advisor.
Okay.
And qualified members from the student populace who applied to be part of the panel. Those are the ones I know.
For the benefits of the doubt, I think a representative from the SRC too is included. All right. That's no further.
Okay, so Ms. Chura, the office of the General Secretary, it's one that is very dear to me because it's an office that once upon a time, not UHAS per se, but I mean General Secretary in general, I once held. So my questions would be directed mainly to the roles and responsibilities of a General Secretary. First follow-up, I think a colleague did ask if you feel like this CV you presented, if it was up to standard. He said yes. Contact, do you have a copy with you?
No.
Great. So as a General Secretary, you know a lot of your documents, you need to proofread, make sure wherever it's going to, it's like, I mean, it's top notch because you are literally representing the university, I mean, the institution in writings. But then in contact, one of your contacts, it just has 9 figures, 055471147, that's all. There's no last number, which again, I think it's an error on your part. Other small things, so BSc physician assistantship, B capital, small s, small c. Good. So have you seen your contact? Look at the second number. You realize that, right? Then BSc physician assistantship, you realize, right? And the name of the institution, University of Health and Allied Sciences, not science. Are we good? But then my first question, between these alignments, left alignment, center alignment, right alignment, justify. In writing a report, which of the following alignments would you apply to that document?
Center.
You use center alignment for the whole document.
For mostly I use the center for the title.
Okay, so how about the main write-up within the report?
Then you use the left one.
Use left alignments. Okay. Next up, when writing a document, it's important to use the same font type throughout, or you can mix the fonts. Like, I mean, what's like the font types? How would you go about them as a General Secretary in terms of writing something?
Times New Roman 12.
You use Times New Roman throughout. Apart from Times New Roman, are there other font types that can be used for official purposes?
Yeah, you can use Calibri.
Okay.
Yes. Those are the two that.
Okay, sure. So in using the font type, should it be uniform or you can just mix them? So example, Times New Roman Calibri, we know they are for official purpose. Can I use the two of them at the same time or?
No.
Okay, but in your CV, there's a point where you did that. So I just wanted to verify. Next up, what's the difference between minutes and then minute?
Repeat.
Minutes and then minute.
I can testify. I can distinguish.
Okay, so
clarity.
Clarity.
Yes.
Okay. We have minutes, as in what you write during a meeting as a General Secretary, and then minutes in the sense that's like 1 minute, 2 minutes. We have three, I mean same spelling, 3 different pronunciations. We have minutes, minute, minute. Are we good? Sure. Next up, I want you to take me through the component of a report. So in your statements, in all the things you were saying, like you put it in formal writing to which institution. In writing a formal report, let's say to National UHAS, say to the Dean of Students, to Registrar, I want you to just list the components of a report in that order. Don't mix them in that order. Since you are vying to be a General Secretary.
Generally, you have the letterhead already. So the title of the report, which includes the date, the time, and the venue for whatever report you're writing on. The body of the report by introduction first, before the body of the report. Then you come to the conclusion part of the report. That's all.
What conclusion part of the report?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of recommendation?
Yeah, you can add recommendations and challenges.
So you can or you should add, or you know what? Okay. in instances where you cannot add, like give me instances, and in instances where you add them, like I mean, give me those instances.
Yes. So maybe as a local NUG secretary, I've handed over, but then I took on the initiative of helping students to publish their articles through the university, but it couldn't really succeed because maybe due to delay and timing of submission of letters. So I will recommend to the next administration that if they want to draft a document to the senior management for approval, they should do it timely. So that's a recommendation I can give to the next secretary who would come. And the last one, the second one, please. The second.
In instances where you can't add a recommendation.
In instances where you can't add a recommendation.
You're just giving me an instance where you can add recommendations, and I'm asking, how about the opposite? Sure. Don't worry. Let's move on. I think I have just about less than 1 minute more. In writing a memo, you know what a memo is, right?
Yes.
You should know. In writing a memo, we start from, depending on who it's addressed to or who is writing it, we have the from and then to. I want you to give me, just like in 30 seconds each, in what instances do we start, like in writing a memo, in what instances would we start with the from first? And then in what instances would we start with the to first? Do you get it?
Yes, I get it, but I don't
Great.
know the answer.
Okay, sure. That's fine.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
Thank you. So, Madam Esther, let's start off with the chapter 19 said, I think we've been prompted to that. But in the Constitution, when you were asked the work of the local NUGS secretary, you inferred to the federal secretary. So I'm asking the question in the line of your response. So it states that the federal secretary is supposed to address the student's body at least once every month on issues relating to the student affairs and the affairs of the SRC. Have you ever seen the current federal secretary do something like that?
No.
So would you say he has failed in his work?
No, because the PRO is doing more of that.
So I was hoping you would say that. Then I'll ask you then, what distinguishes the work of the PRO and because the Constitution said he would address.
Okay.
Said the federal secretary will address the student's body. So what then is the work of the PRO and what then is the work of the federal secretary?
Yeah, so the work of the PRO goes beyond just informing students about the current trends. When it comes to seeking for sponsorship, doing negotiations in the name of the institution, the PRO is the best person to do that.
So that's why I just wanted you to say engagement.
Yeah.
All right. Then also I wanted to ask, so I'm currently the editorial chair, right? And this same Constitution, it says that the editorial chair, let me read it for you so that we'll be if you have the Constitution, do you know where the function of the editorial chair is?
No, please.
So that's 73.
Okay.
All right. So it says that the chairperson of the editorial committee shall be the press secretary of the SRC and shall oversee to all the public relation issues of the SRC, including preparations, take notes, or arrangements for press conferences, and the release of relevant information required by the general student body as the executive committee may direct. So in the same line of the question I asked, who drafts the address to the student's body? Is it the federal secretary or the editorial chair?
In this regard, I think the editorial chair will do that.
So then what is the work of the federal secretary
The federal
in addressing the student's body?
In addressing the student body, we go for parliamentary meetings, right? Or even any other engagement the president would have.
Did you say parliamentary meetings?
No, that's what I said. Any other,
No,
disregard
but you
that.
mentioned parliamentary meetings.
Disregard that one, yeah. Yeah, disregard that one, let me say. If the president has an official engagement, right, the immediate person to take notes or to take minutes to be presented to the student populace is the federal secretary.
So how would you distinguish the work of the editorial chair and the work of the federal
It's kind of
secretary?
intersecting, but then there will be some thin line at some point in time.
Is the thing I'm looking for?
Depending on the kind of meeting or circumstance.
Can you give an example
An example.
of the kind of meeting that would go for the editorial chair and then the kind of meeting that would go for the...
No, please.
You can't?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ask you a question. You know the people going for the aspirants for the local NUGS position. You know them, right?
Yes.
How many are you in total?
5.
5. Can you pick the odd one out? The odd ones out. Can you pick?
Odd.
Yes.
Your definition of odd.
So I want you to see the definition. I want you to know if you have the. That's part of the test. So it's a test. I want you to pick the odd ones out. Okay. So the president. What programs are they offering?
One is a physiotherapy student, one is a PA student.
The treasurer.
Medicine, PA.
And your program.
PA.
So I can put it that you are coming together. So then if that is want to come in the form of PA in the same class too, right? So you are coming to an agenda. Because there's no... Oh.
There's no agenda. Let's talk.
Because local NUGS now is a place that the student body know that's where people come in and mass work. So isn't it the nice thing that you have all course program from one school, one class, PA, all of them, and they've selected a position such a way that no one is going to contradict the other.
Did you ask them why they went for their positions?
I'm asking you.
No, I mean...
Whether I ask them or not, whether I ask them the same question.
There's no agenda. That is personal preference to what I want. And that is why I bought specifically for NUGS secretary.
So you don't have any engagement with them?
There's no engagement, nothing. It's just that coincidentally, we are all going for the same position.
Are you sure you can stand up to them if they make a decision together?
I can.
Stand up. We were asked earlier that if the president and the treasurer makes a decision.
There's not going to be any cohesion because this constitution is there to guide us, and then there's not going to be any...
But the constitution is only one page. And that one page, your
No.
facts have not been stipulated,
No.
which you said. So
But
now what is guiding you now?
It's possible that all SRC executives can be from School of Medicine or School of Pharmacy or any other school. It's because they give the opportunity for everyone. So it's a game. You just pick it and you win.
So you decided that let me go for this, or you go for this and go for that. So
We
you
don't
make the
think alike.
secretariat.
No. It's personal preference, and coincidentally it happened like that.
Okay, so Esther, with our earlier conversation, I asked you 2 questions. The first one was on the constitution, and the other was on the project. So this is just a follow-up on that. With the constitution, just now you said that you will be guided by the constitution, right? So according to the constitution, what is the core mandate? You form part of the secretariat, the local NUGS secretariat. So what is the core mandate of the local NUGS secretariat?
Okay, so relaying...
you can come forward.
I can.
Oh, you have it there.
The core mandate.
Do you have it there? Or
Right.
because of time, I want us to be very...
I think I should read from
yeah, okay, so I've opened it. Yeah, so I want us to...
Wait. Is that a paper that you have? Take the book up.
Yes.
And what is written on the paper?
something I learned to prepare for this.
So you learned.
Yes.
This was you already are using. You learned.
Yes.
And you know in Ghana we write exams based to test what you've learned. And I've not seen
No,
any.
wait. It's allowed to reference because I can't have all the constitution in my head. So this is a reference.
So the reference here has all the constitution on it.
No, please.
No, but you said you don't have to all the constitution. That's the statement you made. So be careful of the choice of words you are using.
Okay, get it.
You said you are allowed to have access. You can't learn all the constitution. So I'm asking, is it all the constitution on the paper?
No, this is a reference to remind me of what I have to.
So that means if I open any part of the constitution and I ask, you can get an answer for me. Because you said this is a reference. That means you've written maybe key point. Chapter 1 is that. Chapter 2.
Well, I may be able to answer some, but not all.
So what is the essence of the paper?
It's a reference, like I said.
What does it contain?
It contains some salient point about, like, general idea. Yeah. Yes, please. Any document, like.
Sure. When I was questioning you, I did ask you, do you have a copy of your CV? Those ones are documents that are allowed. So, as you have a copy of your CV, a copy of your whatever, even a copy of the Constitution, fine. But then with that specifically, like it has become
What about this?
Yes.
So, please, clarity. The clarity is because apologies if this is interrupting the process, but I didn't also perceive that it is going to interrupt, and I didn't know that we are not supposed to add any other foreign documents apart from the requirement indicated. So, apologies to that. But the intention is not to use that to allure you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You've been to several vettings before. I mean, looking at your positions held and all that. When you were going, you were with these sheets. Were you with these sheets?
Maybe a diary, most of the times a diary or something. So I brought my diary with a couple of sheets inside.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so the core mandates. But I don't want you to be referring to the ones that I put.
You.
The papers. So just put that aside.
I have.
Yeah, so let's the core mandate. The core mandate.
Yes, the core mandate.
Yes, please. I want you to read it aloud.
The core mandate for the local news shall be to oversee the external affairs of the SRC.
Okay, so that is what I want you to know. So the policies that you have here, does that satisfy the core mandate? Please, can I have my question?
I think it goes in line with it.
The first one, you want to promote health and research in the university by facilitating the publishing of articles. Is it part of the
Please, can you...
external affairs? No, with your first policy, publishing of articles, right, in the university.
No, can you read the whole statement?
As a university dedicated to health and research, I want to promote that by liaising with important stakeholders to create a channel that would facilitate publishing of articles and journals students write. So my question is, how does that sync with the core mandate?
Of the external affairs.
Yes.
Yes, because for a university like us, okay, what I have realized...
What I want you to know is that there is a body responsible for what you want to do.
Okay.
So if you want to publish articles that students write, then it's necessary you go for that portfolio, not that for the local NUGS secretary. You don't agree with me?
I don't understand.
I'm saying that your policy on that, okay, that is not a function of the local NUGS secretary. That is out of context. If you want to do that, there is a body responsible for that in the SRC.
Which
does
body?
That. I hope you are getting it. So later you can engage us on the body and we would let you know. Secondly, you are also talking about writing of academic writing, and you made mention that you would link students with yes, you'll be linking final year with first years and that. Do you have a system where lecturers are given as mentor to student mentee?
Yes, that's the idea.
Are you aware of that system?
Yes, I'm aware.
So how is that different from what you are proposing?
Yeah, so what I've realized is that it's more or less like it's on paper.
It's on paper?
Yes.
So it's not working?
Okay, from School of Medicine level.
But that is what, that is there. So instead of concentrating the resources on other things, why won't we concentrate on the core mandate? Now, you said the Constitution doesn't enshrine or doesn't give any specific duties for the local NUGS secretary. But I beg to differ. You see, with the, I think, chapter 4, chapter 11, okay, if you look at the, okay, I would want you to read it aloud again. I'm disturbing you.
No, don't worry. It's fine.
I hope you are getting it.
Yeah.
Yes. So I've taken them. So the first one, the C.
Be responsible for dissemination of information to and from national NUGS.
Very good. So that is what you are supposed to do.
I respectfully don't. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but
so if you don't disagree, let's move to the next one. The next one is
no.
You just said you don't disagree.
Okay. So objection to that.
Don't worry, I'm fine. So let's move to the next one. The next one is the next category.
Yeah.
So the next one. Kindly read for us.
5. Clause 5, right?
Yes, please.
All activities of the local NUGS secretariat shall be subject to approval by the General Assembly of individual campuses.
Okay, so as the NUGS secretary, you'll be drafting certain activities in conjunction with the treasurer. So that is another way that you are supposed to work on. I hope you are getting it. Do you agree or you don't agree? Yes or no?
No.
You don't agree that is your work?
No, I don't agree that. I agree that these are my constitutional duties.
No. Do you agree that those are your constitutional duties or not?
Yes, I agree to that.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move to the next one. Please kindly.
Okay. The C. C is as well. Be responsible for dissemination of information to and from.
No, the third one.
The
third one that I take.
After each meeting of the NUGS Central Committee or Congress, the local NUGS secretary shall submit a written report to the SRC Parliament through the SRC Executive Committee to their various General Assemblies.
Okay. So that is also your constitutional mandate. Do you agree or don't agree?
I do.
So you came here saying that the Constitution doesn't state emphatically what you are supposed to do. True or false?
True.
So are you deceiving?
No.
Please, true or false?
True.
So you said that, right?
Yes, I did.
You said that?
Yes.
But are you trying to say that you didn't know at first and now you are getting to know all? Because I think it has been outlined there. And you just read it out. And I asked you, do you agree or not?
No, it's not an oversight. What I'm trying to say is that, you see, when you pick...
Miss Esther, because of time, so I
Yes,
want
so please...
yes or
No, it's not about just yes or no. The thing
That
is,
what I want, yes or no.
it feels like you tying me to a tight corner, but that is not. I'm trying to say that, right? When you take the Constitution, when you take federal SRC,
You see,
we have federal SRC.
You see, the federal SRC has a portfolio on its own. You see, you are part of the local NUGS secretariat, as part of the central committee. You see, so you are a representation of a larger body. That is why you are looking at the external. That's why your core mandate is the external affairs. Do you get it? So when you limit it to the, I first recommended you for your policies. They are very great. They are nice. Do you get it? But it feels that you're using the NUGS resources for something that you are not supposed to engage yourself in as much as it is good and it's acceptable and we all love it. That is using the NUGS resources for something else,
Okay.
of which someone is supposed to do. Do you get it?
All right.
So you also made mention that if your president is conniving or something, you report to the SRC or something. It should be to the central committee, but you can serve the SRC also a letter. I hope you are getting it. So I would want you to take your time, go through. We're looking at your portfolio and your background. You make an excellent person for any portfolio that you want to do. Do you get it? So look at it very well and look at the policies, look at the core mandates or the things that is expected from the local secretary. Do you get it? It's just an advice you can take. Then you tailor your policies to suit that. Because what we've got here, it's good. You get, but that is not what is tied to the portfolio you are going. Or if you present it as other functions that you are going to do in conjunction with other relevant bodies, it's acceptable. But if you bring this as your main policies, because like my honorable said, the local NUGS now is seen as an avenue for making money. So if you come with this, then there's already a canker that needs to be solved. Do you get it? Over the past years, the participation is depreciating. People are not coming for this position that much. Do you get it? So if you come in with these policies, I would want you to take a critical look at it and tailor them to suit the core mandate that has been given. Do you get it? So that we can achieve whatever feat we want to achieve.
Thank you.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we have...
Do you have any concern for us? Anything you want to tell us?
Please, with what you are doing or you did about bringing the sheet of paper, please advise yourself on that. Honestly, okay?
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and giving me the opportunity to learn from you. Okay, so what I want to say to the student populace is we are not perfect and we learn from experience and people. So once we start and we are willing to serve the people, we hope that we make things better, but not as to the perfect world that it's impossible for us to achieve. Thank you.
Mr. Apalo, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Kindly introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm Apalo Emmanuel, a PA level 300 student.
Please.
Why are you here? Can you tell us why you're here?
I'm here to be rated for a portfolio I picked.
Okay. And what portfolio is that?
Hopefully, UHAS president.
UHAS president, okay. So, the moment I got your documents, I went straight to your policies, and I saw something interesting. Refining UHAS dinner and hours nights. I want you to expound further on this.
All right, so refining UHAS dinner and hours nights. We've had a couple of UHAS and hours nights here in the school, which was done by the UHAS. And they are trying their best, doing their best. And refining means making it more excellent, making it more relocative, and making it more interesting for people to also partake. So I wouldn't like to complicate matters. There have been a couple of ones which was organized, and per speculations, you can't deal with speculations much, but I think students wanted to see more. And I think that if I'm being voted into power and my policy should be used, they will see what they want to see.
You just told me what you've written, but you've not told me the policy.
Come again?
You've not explained the refining. Anyway, let's hold on to that. Maybe we'll come back.
Okay.
I've seen acquiring a functioning constitution.
Sure.
And an independent office.
Sure.
Are you saying you are not working, the current UHAS is currently working without a functioning constitution?
Okay. I wouldn't say they are not working without a functioning constitution, but they are not having a specific constitution that defines all the works of the other executives.
Are you sure?
Yes, please. At the moment, they have only one article in the SRC constitution, which is Article 91, which defines just a portion, not all the executives, especially the treasurer.
So why not even, let's say I agree with you, so why not even move for a constitutional review and then specify the works that you want to add, rather than asking for a new one and an independent office? You want to become like the Electoral Commission.
Okay, so I think I stated it in the policies straight away that some of the universities, such as UCC, has an independent UHAS body that has all the people or all the executives taking control over their works. And I believe in checks and balances.
Independence, where independence you mean?
Come again.
Where independent you mean? Like, what do you mean by
where independent?
Yes.
Okay, at the moment, they are still under the SRC, which do not give them the possible mandate to also fast forward their things. That means they are to work through the executive committee. And most of the times, it delays their things if they are to go to their budget and others for them to be also be released to them at the possible time. It delays. So if they are having their own constitution and if they are functioning as their main body, I think they can also regulate themselves. They are also intellectuals. Thank you.
So, if I get you right, you are trying to say that they're using the parliamentary channel to pass budgets or discuss or deliberate over budgets. You think it is a delays?
Okay.
in
Sometimes,
prioritization?
not all the time. Sometimes.
So you want an independent body?
Okay, that's why I said I believe in checks and balances. And you being a leader, you have to also dedicate powers. It can't always be you. So sometimes, if there are other portfolios to also help hand in hand, and you being a team, I think you can work faster and make things progress faster, because there isn't much time to also do things.
Anyway, I'll come back to answer your question, but
All right.
I hope you are aware that currently reality checks out that UHAS is currently tagged as a money-making venture. And now
Money-making venture.
Oh yes.
I don't understand that word. Money-making venture. Please come clear with it.
Money-making venture.
Okay.
Like students have, like the way in your delivery, you even spoke about speculation. So I'm also speaking about speculations with you. Are we on the same level? That there are speculations that the UHAS is a money-making venture. And you now asking to be an independent office with your primary reason being budgets.
Please, I didn't say only budget.
No, I didn't say only. I said your primary. That was the first thing you stated. That's why I said primary.
Okay, it being the first thing me saying doesn't mean it's the primary. Please, kindly don't get me wrong.
But
I didn't say primarily. Please.
Okay. Anyway, you let my other panels hand.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Palu?
Yes, please.
Okay, so my first question. So my first question, the current provision, like the current provision that local NUGS has under the SRC Constitution of the University of Health and Allied Sciences, does it in any way mitigate, hinder, or set an obstacle for the local NUGS to achieve their core mandate, yes or no? Should I come again?
Please, with a yes or no, is there going to be a further question or?
Yes, there's going to be, regardless of whatever answer you choose.
All right, so I prefer you bring in the second question, then I answer both of them.
No, I have multiple second questions. Each is dependent on which answer you choose. So, for example, if you say yes, a second question follows. If you say no, another second question, it's not the same thing. That's why I need an answer to move on.
All right, so kindly come again with your question. Thank
I'm
you.
saying that currently, the mandate that has been given, the mandate or the power that the current SRC Constitution has given the local NUGS, is it in any way limiting their ability to undertake the core mandate of the local NUGS of UHAS?
Yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, so next question, second question. What is the core mandate of local
The
NUGS?
core mandate of local NUGS is to look at the external sources for external affairs of the school, of the SRC.
Okay, so currently, right, the Constitution has made provisions for that. In fact, if you even refer to the Constitution, right, if you want to do that, that's fine. The Constitution actually stipulates that as your core mandate within the SRC Constitution.
Yes,
so if you should say yes, I want to understand.
Sure.
So if you are saying yes, right, can you give me like instances, I mean clear line, how the Constitution itself is limiting local NUGS from operating in the external affairs that you just said? I just want to understand it.
Okay, so not long ago, NUGS had their meeting in Kumasi, and I got the opportunity to reach one of the executives who went, which is the treasurer. And per the conversations we had, that means they couldn't get all that they were or they wanted to. So that means they were hindered, though they were taking the external affairs of the SRC, but things for them to run smoothly, to get to places faster and others, they were not getting it as fast as they wanted.
Things like, I just want to understand, things like, I
Things
don't want us
like-
to speak in vacuum, I want us to
Okay,
understand.
things like transportation and others, they weren't getting it as fast as they wanted from the executive I spoke with.
Okay. Why was that so? Was it because SRC wasn't forthcoming? Was it because SRC was being, like, they were limiting NUGS unconstitutionally? Why was that the case?
All right, from him, he was saying that monetary was a kind of a problem.
Okay, so now moving back to the question that my colleague asked. If it happens, if you happen to be there, we elect you as the next, I mean, you pass vetting and then we elect you as the next local NUGS president. And let's assume that for some reason you're able to establish an independent NUGS, like just as you are saying in the first place. So in SRC constitution, right, 15% of their whatever funds they get is allocated to NUGS. If the issue again is with finances, SRC will still allocate that same 15% to you. So again, all that issue that you were facing, including you claiming that, I'm not attacking you, please,
no
including
problem.
you claiming that the SRC, currently the SRC constitution is limiting your ability to exhibit that mandate, would still exist. So then again,
Okay,
it comes back to the policy.
Please, let me come back with that one.
Sure.
Okay, so here lies the case. They lure or they go through the executives committee before they get their money. That is the 15%. And I don't actually know. And I wouldn't say I don't actually know. The NUGS is not having an account at the moment that they also save their money or they use their monies for. Maybe they can be having checks that they can go and withdraw money at any time. But recently, when money was given or disbursed to the NUGS, I think they gave it to the president. They gave it to the, and that one too, it could be risky. So me saying that monetary affairs, I'm not saying that because money is something we should separate it just as a whole, but we can get an account for NUGS. And the same way they get money, they put it into the SRC account monthly, which is the people who are done with their school fees payment, full payment, they put it in. We can equally, that 15%, have some chance, or we can calculate it and also take it to the NUGS account separately so that that time for it to pass through the executives and all those stuff will be also limited.
Sure. I wouldn't engage that now. I'm
All right.
my ability to do that. Let me just go ahead to my second question. As local NUGS president hopeful, what is that one specific thing that you think that UHAS, like students in UHAS themselves, are facing that has been neglected and is within your power as local NUGS president, if you should get the chance to? Like, I mean, it's within your power to solve. What is that one specific thing that can affect it?
Something UHAS students are facing at the moment, which is limiting them. Okay, I would say they getting funds to pay their school fees. So I would like to assist them if I will get the chance, then solicit it for funds or organize something for them to also have that funds, raise capital for them to also pay their school fees, if it can be done. Yes, please. I'm doing very well. What about you?
So, are you familiar with the student loans?
Okay. I'm not really familiar with, but I just know the amount you can take per year, which is 3,000. And at the moment, I know that the National NUGS has submitted to the finance minister to increase it from 3,000 per year.
Okay, let me come in then. Are you familiar with the whole zonal office? Do you know where it is?
No, please.
Wow. So if a student approaches you that he or she is facing a challenge and then he needs you to help him, if you don't know where to go, how come you are
so please,
stating it that
we
the
have
notes
the
will be well
channel of
served?
communications, and at the moment, I'm not a president yet.
Okay.
I'm now aspiring to be. So I believe I can channel it through the rightful process.
Okay.
The treasurer is there, the secretary is there, and the president is also there. I can just forward it to them for them to assist the person. Rather than me taking that mandate, it's not my job as a student right now if I'm not having that mandate to do that.
Okay, but you know one of the characteristics of a leader is
Yes,
proactiveness, right?
Yes, please.
So if you are vying for that office, you should be proactive.
Yes, please.
Would you side with me on that?
I side with you.
All right.
Okay, so I've been in touch with some of the executives, and they assured me that they will get me to know most of the places or most of the things they've been doing and where they've been going to. By this time, some of them went for their school intra-seminars, and they are now back. So it's like we are not really meeting. Right now, I'm also having block system, which is also making things quite something for us.
Do you know the local news president, the current one?
Yes, please.
What do you make of his personality?
His personality?
His attitude, was he rude? Have you spoken to him before? What do you make of him? How he carries himself about?
How he carries himself about. That is his personality, and I think he believes in his personality, and I think he's unique.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is all you can make about him?
Yeah, he's unique. He's been a brother a long time ago, so I can't really say that. And I've not seen anything bad about him at the moment.
Okay, so I think you said refining, you used the word refining looks deny an award.
Yes, please.
Okay, so why didn't you suggest it to Fadel?
Why didn't I suggest it to him?
Yeah,
oh.
if you have some concerns on contributions you want to do, why didn't you say it to him, but rather you want to do it? Is
Okay.
it for glory, self-interest?
Not for glory, please.
Okay.
Fadel is a brother I've been in touch with, and due to his schedules, I believe so, and I spoke with him one-on-one. He wasn't having time. I've been in his DM severally. I called him severally, and due to his schedules, going to the ward and others, I wasn't getting in touch with him, and he can testify if you should call him right now.
Okay. Then my last question, something that has to do with the SRC. Who is the current Chief Justice?
Current Chief Justice, His Lordship Johnson Whitson.
No further questions asked.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I hope you are doing well.
I'm doing very well. What about you?
I'm also fine. Okay. So, before you bought forms, the EC brought out a list of forms and their prices. Do you think the price made the EC corrupt?
Come again.
You heard? Okay, so I'll come again. Before you bought forms, EC brought out a price of forms earlier on, which were about some amount, and reduced it further. Do you think it makes the EC corrupt? And what's your view on it?
Do I think it makes the EC corrupt?
Yes, and what's your view on it?
And what is my
View on it.
view? Okay. Corruption, in my definition, doesn't mean you increasing something. So the best interest of the school were looked by the EC, which the school knew that they can help us. So they place everything in their hands. So if they go and sit down, they being a student like us, and they think that this money they are bringing to us, we can afford and it will help, why not?
So if next year you come into office and the EC say the form 5,000, you will not have any qualms about it.
Okay, so I know that EC, you draw a budget and you do all those stuff. You send to the parliament to approve. And the parliament is the speaking body for the school. So they will sieve it and shake it and see if what you are bringing to the students, they can afford or something. So it shouldn't be as if it's personal decision, no.
Do you know there's nowhere in the constitution where EC has to submit budget form price to the parliament?
Okay, as I said budget. I didn't say form price per se. I didn't exclude it.
So we are talking about form prices, nomination forms prices. So what about that one?
What about that one? Selling it 5,000, please. That one is too obvious. I don't think some of us are.
What is too obvious? What is too obvious?
Okay, it being obvious is our school fees is even some lower than 5,000. So how can I come and buy? I'm not saying it's corrupt. I didn't say it's corrupt. Please, as I said, my definition for corruption doesn't mean you are increasing something. General definition of corruption means you are increasing something. Okay, so please, can you kindly help me with your definition as general? I beg you.
So if I put it to you that you did something about which before sitting here about those form prices, how would you take it?
I did something.
Yes, concerning the form.
Like
form prices.
Form price.
Yeah,
I did something like.
You made some comments about them.
I made some comments.
Yes.
Okay. For me, I don't think I made any comment about it openly or closely.
Okay. So continuing as local NUGS president aspirant. As local NUGS president aspirant, do you think that the current NUGS have been able to serve their mandate to the letter?
Oh, they've done their best.
They've done their best?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm currently on a page with some selected people who are supposed to receive some awards. And every day they are asking a lot of questions. And the president came to change the group settings to only admins only. So that he will silence all of us.
Please, I don't get you. Like, the way you are talking, I'm not getting.
Okay. I asked you whether the current EC executives, they'll be able to serve their mandates.
The current EC executives?
NUGS says, look, they'll be able to serve their mandate to the letter. I said, they've done well. And I'm giving you a scenario that currently, we're on a page where there have been nominees for certain awards, and the dinner has already passed. They've shared their awards, but currently, what is happening? People are asking questions and what details of went into the voting, awards, and everything. Now, the current president has changed the group settings on WhatsApp to only admins only. Okay. Yes, I think he did that about some days ago. Yeah. So what do you make of that?
All right. First and foremost, I'm not on that page, and you are saying it. And I believe in transparency. If someone should be called up or if someone should be nominated, that you are going in for an award, and there has been a vote cast, per the awards I've witnessed, there is always a projection about those who won the awards and the votes they got. So I don't think that this year something of that sort happened. That's why they are always in that place asking for that. So if it's being provided, I think they will stop asking. When people are asking for water and you give them the water, I don't think they ask for anything again. Thank you.
I think my last question for you. What will you do differently if you come into office?
Okay. I want to do pay the award or anything.
What will you do differently? Anything at all you want to talk about?
Anything different, okay. I intend bringing what are brothers for.
What are brothers for?
Yeah, what are brothers for?
Okay.
Yeah, what are friends for? Yeah.
Okay, yes, what is it?
Okay, so what are friends for is a trust fund like I want to establish to help people, students of UHAS. As I said, their challenges, most of them, is becoming their school fees, and they establishing themselves as entrepreneurs. I've been able to be in touch, and me myself, I was a fried rice vendor, and raising a capital wasn't easy for me. Getting a house to rent and all those stuffs wasn't something on the floor, if I should use that word. So creating that trust fund would help people. We solicit for funds. Then we can organize an entrepreneur skillship. Then the person who presents something great before the judges, we can give that amount to the person to raise a capital for the person. And the rest, we can disburse among students, or we can find houses. As right now, things are going out to most of the agents. We can partner with the Rent Control Office to get the landlords on board. We find out where there will be vacancies and others, so that we communicate it to the students, those who want to go in for those stuffs, and it will be at the cheaper prices. Thank you.
Yeah. Before you leave, there have been a lot of strikes this year, about uncountable strikes, and it has affected students in particular. We've had ITA going on several strikes.
Sure.
So as a local NUGS, how will you be able to liaise with the national NUGS so that we are able to get our lecturers back in class should there be a strike?
Okay, so recently there was a strike, and I believe around January, the NUGS supported the UTAG for them to be on strike, for the president to have their needs done for them. So I think me being a member here, I can't bypass my president, the national one, and go and say something different. So we will be in a meeting. They call for your suggestions and others. So if they ask, we just give our suggestion, then we support what they will say. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to know, did you and the other aspirants meet before you came here?
Which aspirants, please?
Your other contestants you are going against.
Okay, we were outside there, but not that we met us.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, so you said the core mandate of the local NUGS in our constitution is to steer external affairs.
Yes.
Is there any other rules and regulation that moderate the activities of local NUGS? Is there any other set of rules that, because we want to bring a new constitution, that means you're saying that there is no other rules governing the works of the local NUGS. Is there any other thing governing the local NUGS?
Okay, the local NUGS is still under the SRC, so that means the SRC constitution still governs it.
Still governs them?
Yes, please.
But you said you want independence. That means you want to stick away from the... No, that's what we use the word independence.
Yes, as I explained, wait.
But
other
I'm saying, are there any other rules, other tertiary? Good.
Yes.
I'm asking first, before I come to that tertiary, I'm asking first, are there any other rules that govern the local NUGS activity?
Aside the Article 91.
Article 91.
Okay, please, I've not had a chance on that. Yeah.
Do you know you have NUGS constitution?
In UHAS?
NUGS constitution. I didn't say local NUGS constitution.
Okay.
NUGS constitution.
Yes, please.
You know?
Yes, please.
And you know the that NUGS constitution says that you are responsible. Let me first read it. So duties of the local NUGS secretariat be accountable to their respective SRC and NUGS.
Yes,
be accountable to them.
Yes,
I want to read on the toy that everything should be laid between the SRC and the national NUGS.
Yes.
So you're going to make a new constitution. What are you going to write in the constitution?
I'm not saying we are making a new per se, but I said we are getting a different one separate from this one. But
you have the new constitution, which has outlined and your purpose
all right,
of the new constitution here.
Okay, so let me come clear on that one. At the end of every year or tenure of office, there has the audit committee to audit them. So I believe when they liaise through that part, when they have their separate body, it doesn't mean that constitution shouldn't be used to also have the audit committee to audit them.
So that means they will have their own audit?
No, please.
But what is the essence of the new the constitution now?
The essence of it is...
You have a NUGS constitution. So the other universities, do they have a constitution?
Yes, please.
Of their own, which is aside the local NUGS constitution?
Please.
Which I searched and I didn't see any UCC constitution.
Currently I'm having the UCC one.
A bylaw or a constitution?
It was a constitution.
NUGS constitution.
That is what I got. From the person who sent me, it was UCC.
Yeah, so let's check online. This one, yeah. You have an access to it. Is it a hard copy or soft copy?
It was a soft copy, but my phone is not here.
Oh, it is soft copy. Online, you get one online. Okay. So don't worry. Yes. NUGS constitution.
The title that the person sent to me, it was local NUGS UCC. That is what I said. Please, don't get me wrong.
You will find out, don't worry. So you're making mention that they went to Congress in Kumasi and you talked to one of the executives about it. And the person said the funds were not coming. You ask yourself, do you know when they presented that to Parliament?
Please, for that one, I do not really know.
Because you did not really ask, because when he said the sweet words to you that their independence are not coming, so you try to bring it up. Because they brought it, if the meeting is supposed to be next week, they brought it on Saturday.
Oh, okay.
So today, and the meeting is next week, which is Monday, and you are expecting the Parliament to just take money from the sky. And you know, okay, do you know the process that goes in sign and check? The SRC, you know the process, so can you tell me the processes?
Oh, I know that there is a process it has to go through.
So what are the processes? Because I'm talking about finance, and they say the SRC is not forthcoming. So if you know the processes involved,
I don't know the process vividly, like it should pass through this place and go here. Yeah. And I knew that beginning of the semester, you draw your budget and you send it to through the executives. But I didn't know that this one, they didn't send it earlier. So
you should have asked the question. But they said the floor is forthcoming. You should have, you're aspiring, you are aspiring for that position. So you have to dissect the thing.
I accept that.
You accept that?
Yes.
So that means the statement you made is factually not correct. Because you don't have all the facts. And you can't use half of a thing does not represent the whole. You know that. No, you know that. Part of a thing cannot represent the whole.
Okay, that is the English. So.
That is the English. Yeah. Okay. So your policy, none of a policy here. You said you take money from people. You know the economy. See how hard the economy is now. And you want students to contribute, to fund someone's idea. Even the president, look at how many times has he done it so far?
Okay, so
wait. So how feasible in generating the fund? In that's what our friends for trust fund.
So as I said, there will be opening of exhibition, and students who want to exhibit their items, I think you have to register yourself, and through that registration, there are some funds which we can get, so and that is the funds.
The mandate of local NUGS, because if you read the constitution of not the UCC, which you can't find.
Okay, so
the constitution of the NUGS itself. Do you know the?
Okay, so you are saying the core mandate.
The core mandate.
Please, I'm not sentencing on the core mandate only. There are other mandates that
your policy here. The scholarship. How many times you are switching scores sec, which is the scholarship secretariat? Since the last time they mentioned 2 years or 3 years ago that they gave and didn't even finish. Have you seen them giving scholarship out again?
Okay, I've been in touch with their office, and they told me that right now the economy, as you are saying,
I've quoted it here.
Please, can you let me land? I beg you. As I called them, they told me that they are now making it school by school. So in UHAS, it's not at 10 yet, but it's still in pipeline. So far as your name is on the scholarship, you are going to get it.
The school has already...
that is what I got from their office. Yes, please, that is.
And if you don't pay, you
I'm
can't register.
not saying that is the. I said that is what I got from their office when I called. Please.
Something about feasibility.
The feasibility. That's what I'm saying. They assured that the money will still come. It's in the pipeline, and I'm not saying that they are going to get full scholarship. In scholarship, we have percentages. We are just assisting. We are just supporting. So if we are having parents that can also assist us and support us, and we don't get all the 100% for you, I think a quarter of it can do.
It's about the disbursement of the money. Because the school management will not understand. You have to finish paying your fees before you can write your second semester.
So please, I believe that the school sec, they also have in touch with the school management. They also be in touch with the management because it's a national something they do. So if it's not coming, we call them, and the school management also be in touch with them, and they know the way forward, please.
So then, how is that policy? What's your role in that? Because if the school sec in communication, what is your role then?
So our role here is, recently, most of the students were not getting the scholarship, UHAS students, but we got to know that other students, UCC, Legon, and KNUST, they were getting it. So we went to the office. We went to the office to inquire about why students of UHAS are not getting it. And they made the things which the students are not doing right for us not to get that scholarship. So when we came back, we told them that this and what is transpiring. That's why they are saying that you are not getting it. Some of them, they don't submit their transcript along. Some of them, the way they fill the forms, some of them to the amplitude test, they don't really do well to qualify. So
Pardon?
we went there to...
Hello, what did you say? Aptitude or amplitude?
Amplitude.
Okay.
Aptitude test, sorry. Yes. Yes. So that was what we did to also come back to the students, for them to also apply for them to get a scholarship.
Please, can you give us all of active phone numbers?
My active phone numbers?
Yes.
All
The ones you have.
I have 2, but one is not actually in my mind.
Yes,
The
so
one
give me the
0249
Okay.
34 73 82.
Then the other one, please.
The other one is not in my mind, please.
You don't have a Vodafone number?
I have a Vodafone. Who is the school's Vodafone?
Is the school's Vodafone?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. So you said your students will receive free IDs. What is the idea about?
Okay. So this is about the NHIS. NHIS ID cards.
Free.
Okay, so it being free, we go for sponsorship. We be in talks with them. Recently, TESCON also had same. So I don't think UHAS, we can't have that.
No, TESCON is a political.
Yes, please.
And they can get a minister to pay for it. So don't put the two together.
All right, it can be a political, but they have something.
Is, not it can
okay,
be.
it is a political affiliation, but they are also getting something in return. So I believe hand goes, hand comes. So they can equally help the school to also get something from the school. So when we go, we just be in talks with them. Then.
And he said, as well as the most cheap versions of the best set. So are you saying that the best set that now the local is expensive? Because I know the prices are from the office. So you're saying the most cheap version. That means you're finding that the price that you're paying here is not the actual price they're paying at the office.
Please, I didn't say so.
Oh, but
I said most cheap form doesn't mean I'm saying that someone is taking money in a wrongful way.
No, the prices that are given for a BEP set, it's from the secretariat. If the secretariat is taking 200, it is 200. You can't give any cheap version of it.
You can give a cheap version of it if you are having the sponsors. That's why I'm saying that everything you go in for sponsors. So if your sponsors are willing to also support you so that the students will get in a cheaper version, I think you have the go ahead.
But in your policy statement, you've not mentioned anything about sponsorship.
It is there.
There's no nothing. Scholarship opportunities.
Soliciting for funds.
Where? Soliciting for funds. What are friends for? Obtaining ID. No,
my copy is not here. I think I
because
gave
you
them
have 8 policies, and none of them is saying going for sponsorship.
Oh, okay.
But everything I'm saying is sponsorship. And now you know how. Wait, do you know Vodafone has promised the school, has signed documents that will give us a bus stand at PEM site?
For now, I don't know.
You don't know. It's been 2 years, like 2 administration. Apollo's time, then Hagan, stroke, Rudolph. They have not even dug a hole. And they're saying I'm going to respond on sponsorship, which the economy is also then. So
please, since you are basing all your things on the economy, we have some people that the economy do not affect them much.
So
me saying sponsorship that doesn't mean Ghana only. We can even extend that far. And you please, it may shock you that right now the world is whom you know, not who knows you again.
Okay.
So right now, if you should have external body outside there, if you should have,
I'm bad by time. Can you give examples of the people that are thinking of getting sponsorship from?
Getting sponsorship from outside.
No, you said you have places that people can give you. So mention whether outside or inside.
Oh yeah, it can be outside. We have UK that you can. There is
UK.
Yeah, UK. They give yes. Yes, and we have NGOs too.
Yeah, Master Emmanuel. Mano Apalu.
Yes.
Yeah, in your policy, you made mention of scholarship opportunities.
Yes,
and
please.
you indicated MasterCard. MasterCard.
Okay. The MasterCard, I think at the moment is working at UST. At the moment it's working at UST for that one I know, but the other university I don't really know. So we talking with them. I believe in talking with them. So if it works out, we can also equally have it. We are exposing students to it. That doesn't mean that we are concreting that this is done. No, please. I'm not saying that it's done. It can be done. It's possible.
Okay, let's move on. Do you do business, like, do you engage in any business, like selling or?
Okay, not at the moment.
Not at the moment, but you were once?
Yeah, I've done business.
Like?
Okay, as I said, I was a fried rice vendor, I was a sobolo vendor, I've been in the casino and others.
So why did you stop?
Why did I stop? I was a student and I was doing it simultaneously. And due to studies and others, you have to just give a stop to it.
Okay, so now that you couldn't manage your business with your academics.
Not, I couldn't manage my business with my academics, please. That's why I came in saying funds. So the reason for me making the business being abrupt stop was, in every business, you have to get partners. You have to get people to also assist. And if you are not getting the people assisting, you can't only do the work. And that time too, it had gotten to examination time. And I was the only one doing the fried rice. So I can't leave my exams and go and do the fried rice. That means I'm leaving my goal and shifting towards somewhere else. So if I can put it at maybe a hold and come back to it later, I think, sorry to say, it will be something appropriate.
So meaning you weren't able to continue with such a business, right?
Okay, not that I wasn't able. Things are still in plan.
Please,
but at the moment.
We are bound with time, so please give me yes or no answer so that we can move faster, okay?
Okay, so right now, I didn't continue.
Good.
Yes.
So
Yes.
now your policies, it seems most of them require you to seek for funds. Will you agree with me that if you have not gotten these funds, you can step down?
No, because the SRC still has internal funds.
The SRC have it. That can provide students with scholarships and the likes.
The scholarship,
in the name of the
it's not only SRC giving the scholarship. That's why I made mention of SchoolSec, the GNPC, and the others. And those ones are governmental ones. You have the Cocoa Board and others. Those ones, they are the governmental ones.
So among the other portfolios in the local news, like, do you know any of them? Do you have any personal relationship with any of them?
Okay, UHAS is a system of you know me, I know you. So actually, we know each and everyone.
So do you share the same room with any of them?
Role as in?
Like the same room?
Room?
Yes.
No, please.
So you don't have any personal, like, friendship? No?
Everyone is a friend.
No, as in personal friendship, as in you can move with a person, do certain things together.
Oh, okay. I'm in a class with one of them, so I move about with him and others. But it doesn't mean I share the same room or something with.
So you're in a class with only one?
Okay, I think I saw a lady too, and I think she's also going for local news secretary.
Okay. But there was a flyer where both of you were declaring your intent on it. Yeah. So I can conclude and say, like, both of you have, like, both of you are coming with, let's say, a particular agenda, or like with a particular agenda that, oh, okay, let me go for the president, take the treasurer, so that whenever there is anything concerning money, both of us can join hands and probably pass through the corners. And
all right, thank you very much. I believe in positivity. Okay, so you shifting it towards the negativity, I don't think it came or it crossed my mind that way, please.
So why do you think both of you should be on the same flyer? Like,
Okay. So it was a different portfolios we were all vying for. And looking at the cost of flyer and others, so we decided to make it together. That was the only thing. Not that we had something, no.
but earlier on, the other guy was also here and was saying different thing, right? Saying people had the same designer and he thinks because of one or two things, both of you have to be on the flyer.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, that both of us being on the flyer means the cost, looking at the cost involved. And through someone, I met a designer, and that designer, unfortunately, he was the same one doing it for him. So why don't we combine his? And as I said, it is different portfolios, not that it's the same portfolio. So we could go ahead and do that. Not that we had any bad. Why do you say that? That never crossed my mind. Why do you ask? It has never crossed my mind. I gender negatively, no.
Mr. Emmanuel.
Yes, please.
Okay. How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
Before I begin, I want to clarify. You see, we are live. I hope you are getting it, and the entire student body they are looking at us. They are watching. So certain comments and statements that we make, it doesn't just. It's not just in this room. I hope you are getting it.
Yes.
So the first information about the UHAS Congress, me myself, I was part of the delegates, and there was nothing like that. In fact, the SRC Parliament approved the budget for our capitation, even though it was late. It was approved per head, and we paid everything. I hope you are getting it. So if there's a statement like that, you put yourself in a tight corner, saying something like this. I hope you are getting it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so much has been said, but I would want to know, among all your policies, which one of them do you hold most?
Okay, so at the moment, I think everything is on track now. So the one I hold most is the what are friends for?
What are friends for?
Yes, please. I believe they asked me earlier on. And
okay, so that is what you would, that is your major policy. That is what you hold most.
Yes, please.
That is what
raising capital for students.
So, as the local UHAS president, what is your source of authority?
The SRC.
The SRC is your source of authority.
Yes, please.
So, in doing the what are friends for, the fund, you would go there in the name of the SRC.
Yes, please.
So when you are establishing that fund, your source of authority is the SRC.
Yes, please.
Okay. Your source of authority is the Constitution.
Yes.
Not the SRC.
Okay, the SRC Constitution.
Okay,
Thank you.
so the SRC Constitution.
Thank you.
Now, in the SRC Constitution, there are specified chapters, I hope you know, that enshrines your rule. I hope you are, do you get what I'm trying to say? Yeah, there are chapters and articles that enshrines your rule. So I would want to ask, what section of the SRC Constitution gives you that authority?
The authority to set the fund.
No, the authority to discharge your duty as the local UHAS president.
I think Article 91.
Article 91, very good. And you also know that the same article talks about your core mandate, right?
Yes.
We've said it several times.
Yes.
Can you remind me about your core mandate?
About the external affairs of the
external
SRC.
affairs.
Yes.
Very good. So, looking at the external affairs, all the policies you've stated, they are good policies and they are nice ones. Can you mention any of them that are targeted to that core mandate?
Okay, so the last one, which is the administration of whole campus, I made mention of collaborating so that I serve as the liaison between the SRC and the UHAS.
You said participation and assisting in whole campus administration.
Okay, so in whole campus administration, Please come again.
Yes. He said to participate and ask for assistance to make sure that the management of the whole campus complies with the policies of the federal and whole provincial administrations.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I accept it, but I thought that was what I wanted to communicate, that I will liaise between, because in the constitution, that is what is the mandate of you, the president, to liaise between the SRC.
You see,
and
the main reason why we are here, okay, is to vet you and make sure that you have the students' interest at heart. Do you get it? So if that is what you intend doing, we are fine with it. It's not an examination where we are doing everything. Now, the second thing that I would want to ask, since you are saying that the most important thing to you on the policy document is what are friends for trust fund, how do the local NUGS get their money? What is the source of finance, or what's the source of income?
So they get 15% of the SRC deals from the SRC.
15%?
Yes, please.
Of the SRC money?
Yes, please. From the executives, you lure through them, then they get 15% of the SRC deal.
That is not the case. The whole local NUGS,
yes,
okay, gets 15% of the budget or of the money that is allocated to the whole province.
Sure.
I hope you are getting it.
Yeah,
So from the whole province, you get 15% of their money.
Yeah.
Do you get it? So if their money is 1,000 cedis, then it means you are liable to the 15% of that 1,000 cedis. Do you get it?
Yes, please.
And even that is for the administrative budget. So we have two sorts of, I'm saying this because you said the constitution hinders the local secretariat, that is the NUGS. Do you get it? But I'm trying to explain how it works so that we take it from there. I hope you are getting it.
Sure.
So looking at that, the whole local NUGS, okay, there's NUGS secretariat gets 15% of that, and that is for the administrative budget. But when you present your budget to Parliament, example, the dinner, for instance, it doesn't come from the 15%. I hope you are getting it. We look at it as a major project, and you get money for that. So the constitution doesn't limit or it doesn't hinder any work of the local NUGS secretariat.
Okay.
Because if you are presenting a budget to Parliament, do you get it? We deliberate on it, just like how you deliberate on any other budget from any province. Do you get it?
Sure.
Then we vote on it and we pass out the judgment, whether we approve or disapprove. And if we approve of it, we give you the same money. I hope you are getting it. So right now, getting into that, would you still want to change or redefine, you use the word, acquiring a functioning constitution? Would you still want to?
All right, so I believe the Parliament are intellectuals, and if I should send it and they also deliberate on it and they should say it's good idea, we go.
You see, we are assessing you on your policy feasibility. Do you get it? So it's not that I just want to put you at a tight corner or anything. I'm looking at how feasible your policies are. And I think those watching us would also want to look at how feasible your policies are.
Sure.
Do you get it? So since you've stated, I believe you are a person of integrity, like you said, and you are also an intellectual, like you said. So you wouldn't write something that you can't see it to the latter. I hope you are getting it. So I'm asking how feasible that policy is. But if you think we can cancel it out, like we can just shift the paradigm to another conversation, we can do that. My time is very limited, like that of my colleagues. I hope you are getting it. So how possible or how feasible is that policy on the constitution?
Okay,
Would you still want to follow that tangent?
Okay, I would like to.
You should strike it out and move on to another thing. Or you will still follow?
I will still follow.
Follow. And why? Why would you still want to?
Okay. You didn't say it's impossible. You said there is still a possibility. So if there is a possibility, I will give it a try. As a leader, sometimes you have to learn, relearn, push and unpush.
Okay, so the question is, what is the main aim for that policy?
Okay, that's why I said that there should be dedication of powers. There should be checks and balances. So if there is some people working hand in hand as a team,
So
and they
intermittently, I'll be cutting you when I get the answer that I want.
Okay.
So don't see it like I'm being hard on you.
All right.
So when you mention 2 words that I think those are the answers that I want, I wouldn't want to waste time, so I'll cut you off.
All right.
I hope you're okay. So you said the Constitution doesn't clearly state the rules, or you didn't make that statement?
I didn't say it doesn't state clearly the rules of all the executives.
Please, can you come again? What did
Said
you say?
some of the executives,
So,
especially
example,
the treasurer.
the treasurer.
Yes.
So the local UHAS treasurer, the Constitution doesn't talk about it.
Doesn't have a defined rules for local UHAS treasurer, defined one.
So the the Constitution doesn't have a defined rule for the local UHAS treasurer. So you, as a president, you would want to change.
I'm not saying I'm changing a
Or you
place.
would want to. I'm trying to get to you.
Okay.
That's it. So what would you want to do?
No, I said I will suggest to the parliament. We write to.
Suggest.
So if they agree to it, then we also and constitutions are made to be amended
Of
and
course,
reviewed.
of course. I'm looking at your core mandate. You see, all these things. I'm just trying to get a policy associated with you, so that we know that the good people. So I just want to get a policy associated with you. Do you get it? It's not like I'm witch hunting or I'm trying to refute all your policies. I just want one. Then we talk about it and see how, and it's even a campaign avenue for you so that you sell yourself well. I hope you are getting it. So with your core mandate, it's talking about the external affairs of the SRC. Do you get it?
Yes,
So
please.
what policy here do you have that fulfills the core mandate? If you're able to get it, then we look at the peripheral. Do you get it? All those ones, they are good. But we're looking at what function would you champion the most? Do you get it? As enshrined in the Constitution. So which of them? You have 8 here.
Yeah. So you made me to know that the 8th one I wrote, I made it to who only. So I admit that one. So please, that means per the core mandate, that means I couldn't touch on it.
So so all the 8 here, there's no policy on it that fulfills your core mandate.
If I should say it that way.
Okay. There's just one thing else on there. So all the 8 policies here, it doesn't fulfill your core mandate as a local UHAS president, if you can supervise.
Okay, we can say it that way.
That's it. You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. Please, who has the
All right, Mr. Palu.
Yeah.
I'd wanted to ask you something about your policy, but since you said your policies are not feasible, I think I don't have to ask you a question about it anymore. Yeah. I'll just ask you one question then. That's all. Who was the first female vice chancellor in the Ghanaian University? That's only my question for you. I'd wanted to ask you some questions, but you say your policies are not feasible, so I will
Please,
not ask.
first female. I don't know.
We're waiting for the answer.
Please, I don't know. But please, if you can help me to know, I think it will be better.
This is my last question to you. I think the policies, number 2, student loan disbursements. Would you have a hand or a power would you have a power over the disbursement? Do you know that you really won't have a power over the disbursement? As in, there are days that they would say they will do the disbursement on this day, but then when it comes, it doesn't happen. It doesn't. Yeah. So would you have a power over the
So
disbursement?
that means they are not being truthful to us. So I don't get the.
Yeah, sure.
So I think you did mention that, I think in previous question, that you contacted the schools, I think, Honorable Member Enoch, yes, and then you said they give out the funds when it's your institution's thing. So I think at that point I wanted to ask this question, but I was just waiting for everyone to finish. Because if you are saying you want to ensure that student loans are disbursed on schedule, let's still use the same example you gave. You contacted them, they tell you that, oh, we have 3 more institutions, UCC, UEW, and Amosted, before it gets to UHAS. I just want to understand, like, in the same spirit, how are you achieving that thing in the long run?
Okay, so I'll try convincing them for them to understand how urgent our students also need that money, for them to also have their peace of mind to also study, and to also move on.
Quick follow-up. Quick follow-up.
Okay.
Mind you, it's not just, so Amosted 2 is also going. Oh, we also need it because the semester is about ending, and without full payment by the end of second semester, you can't register and write exams. UCC is saying the same, KNUST is the same, just as they are saying. We are not trying to belittle you or anything. We just want to understand feasibility, how practical it is.
Sure.
Yeah, so in that same instance, I just want to understand. So Amosted is going, this is also going, UCC is going, KNUST is going. How practical is it that this can be achieved?
Okay, so I don't think I'm the only person who will be going. So we'll be going as a team. So if we share ideas, we talk more on it, and it can hold, we take it on from there. So this is about convincing them on why we should be giving, not the others.
But do you have anything to tell us?
I'm cool.
So there was this letter circulating, or that circulating, alleging the SRC. The SRC fear of corruption. We have been informed that you have something to do with it. What's your take on this?
I have something to do on it. No. I don't have anything to do with that letter.
Should have anything?
No.
Thank you very much.
I think you can. Is there anything you want to tell us? Nothing. So you face the camera and tell the students, they are watching. The form of campaign, what do they expect from you? What you want to tell them?
Okay. Hi, students. I believe a leader learns, relearn, and unlearn. At the moment, writing is being ongoing, and I believe when things goes through, we will be out there. I really need your support. Those who are behind me, I thank you, and I wish that those who are here to join too, gladly I accept everyone. Thank you.
My name is Adoma Tano Ebenezer. I'm a level 300 physiotherapy student, and I aspire to be the local UHAS president. Thank you.
Mr. Ebenezer, please, can you tell us why you are here this afternoon?
Okay. So I'm here this afternoon to be vetted for the position I applied for.
So what position have you applied for?
Local UHAS president.
Okay, so as a local UHAS president, what is your core mandate?
My core mandate is to see to the external affairs of the UHAS SRC.
Like examples of some of the external affairs that you think as a president you engage yourself or oversee?
So if there is a decision that needs to be taken by students, at the national level, I represent the good people of UHAS.
Example, like
example.
Yeah. You've been in this school for 3 years, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you know some of the challenges students are facing in this school.
Yes, please.
So what are some of the challenges that you think you engage students in the external field or external work? Yes.
So one, students find it very difficult to get access to external fundings in the form of scholarship. That's a challenge. Besides, students also find it difficult to get hostel accommodation here in Ho. So these are two major challenges I have found.
Okay, so coming to the hostel accommodation on Ho here, what are you going to do about this? You are the one who is saying it.
Okay, so first, I think the past administration did well to secure a hostel facility for students. And I think if it continues that way, it will lessen the burden on the few buildings and houses that we have around that students normally rush in for. So in the next administration, I think if measures are kept in place to secure more of such facilities, it would also help.
Okay, well, thank you. In one of your policies, under the finance, students' loan, you said we shall create a system that actively addresses the needs of students on a student's loan application.
Okay.
How are you going to do that?
Okay, so I think the previous administration has already started. They started by creating a WhatsApp platform where they have all applicants who applied for the student loan. And if you have any issues concerning the application process, you put it there and then they address it. And I think I'll continue in that same manner.
Okay. Why do you think it is important to have a treasurer?
Okay. So I believe in teamwork, and you can't be master of all things. So in your dealings, you will need support, people to back you up. And I believe the treasurer is also there to support. So she's one of the people I think.
What then is the function of the treasurer?
So the main function of the treasurer is to see to the financial activities of every union.
Just the finance aspect?
Yes, basically. And also they make contributions. I said the main. That doesn't mean that is the end. But they also make contributions toward the development of the association.
Okay. I'll go to entertainment side. You
Okay.
spoke about UHAS dinner, right?
Okay, yes, please.
Okay. I'll just ask one question about that. My other members will also ask the rest on that. Recently, we had our UHAS awards and dinner night, right?
Yes, please.
What has been the speculation around this award?
One.
In the first place, do you find a default in this current administration? Default, like, do you find the potholes? The pothole in this current
It
administration?
defaults. Come back with the question again, because the default I know is something different from, I think. Are you asking if there is a fault with the current administration?
Yes, that you have noticed.
Sure, thank you.
So
one thing I noticed is that there was some poor communications when it comes to certain levels of the administration. Are you getting it? People were not open to issues. I think that was the major issue. And then one other issue I also found was that they left the individual committees or individual executives to function on their own instead of working together as a group. That I think is the major challenge that we face. So all the other challenges that came up were as a result of these two.
Poor communication and separation of powers. Is that it? Should I put it that way?
It is separation of powers. There should be separation of powers, but not separation of powers. In every institution, there should be separation of powers. Declared rules. Everybody should have a role he or she plays. But I think together, we can all work together. Are you getting it? So the fact that you are the head of the finance committee doesn't mean all decisions concerning finance should be taken by you. You consult the other members within parliament to take this.
Okay. I hope you won one of the awards, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Did you hear there was some kind of speculations about this award, that there was bias, there was unfairness somewhere?
So yes, I heard it.
Okay.
And I think it will come back to the first reason I gave, that there were some poor miscommunication somewhere. I don't believe there was a bias anywhere. Just that the organizers of the program were not open enough to the contestants. Are you getting it? Because people came out requesting for results. Are you getting it? If there is something you could do to calm them down, I think the initial thing they did was to write a communique on the page that they are working things out. They will bring out the results soon. And then it has taken more than 3 weeks. People are not seeing anything. So that is the poor communication I'm talking about.
I have last 2 questions.
Sure.
First one, you said there was no bias, right?
No, please.
So how come the executives, okay, were having glass plaques, right? And then the other members, those were not in the committee, or let me say the executives, had plastic awards. Okay, let me put it this way. Some had glass plaques, some had plastic. How then do you say there was no bias?
For what I know, those who had glass plaques had certain number of votes as compared to the other contestants. So I actually don't know how they went about it, but I think those people had a high number of votes, and I think that resulted in that.
So the last question, what difference are you going to make if you should be elected as the UHAS president?
So one, I'll be fair and open in all my dealings. Thank you.
Master Ebenezer.
Yes. Honorable Lady.
Yeah. In your CV,
okay,
you mentioned your previous schools, and you even added UHAS to it.
Yes, please.
But you have not indicated the programs you had, like the courses, or let's say you are science students, art students. You have not indicated them.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sure. But if you want to know, I can tell you.
Oh, I'm okay.
Sure, thank you.
So, can we say your CV is not complete?
No, you can't say it's not complete.
You can't say it's not complete?
No, please.
Do you have your date of birth on it?
No, please.
So can we still say it's not complete?
You can't say it's not complete.
Or we can say there is a mistake?
Not a mistake.
By what?
I think CV follows some standards, and this is also one of the formats I followed to design the CV.
Okay. Okay. In your CV, you made mention of vice president for TIN.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I want to ask you some few questions.
Okay.
Pertaining the trip you had recently.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Do you consider the trip to be like a failed trip, like you people failed? Do you consider it like that?
Since we are the organizers, I would say we failed. But there is more to it if you want to know.
So since you are the vice president and now you are being elected to become the UHAS local president, and you are you have failed to organize a program for even your members, how can we have confidence in you that you will not come and repeat such situation when you are given the mandate?
I think there is no perfect man, and situations are bound to happen. When they happen, you look at how it happened, and then you put in measures to make sure such incidents don't happen again. So it has happened, and we have apologized to the people that were involved, and we have assured them it is not going to happen again. So that is what I can say.
So with your policies, let's say your policies, you made mention of a lot of things.
Okay.
Yeah. And the one I want to talk about is the replacement of voters' ID.
Yes, please.
How?
Okay, so replacement of voters' ID. One thing I believe in is if you are going to an office as a group, or you want to go there to solicit for their help as a leader, or as a leader, it becomes very easy than they themselves going individually. So when I completed SHS, I had to apply for a lot of things, and then I didn't have my voter's ID. It wasn't missing, but where it was very difficult for me to have it back. So I went to the office and then explained. And then there were some delays and other things. So I came back, spoke to one or two people, and then they led me, and then it became successful. So here, as part of our mandate as citizens, we are supposed to be involved in election processes. So if you don't have your voter's ID, you wouldn't be able to vote. So anybody who misplaces his voter's ID, and I think it's not the only card I have there. There are a lot of other cards too there. So if you misplace it and we see that there's a huge number or you need it here on campus, we find a way of getting it back for you.
Okay, so per what you are saying,
yes,
meaning you can be in Ho here, and let's say your constituency is in the northern region and you are a registered voter over there. Can you retrieve your voter's ID over here?
Yes.
You can retrieve it over here?
Yeah.
By what means?
You just go to the office. It's biometric.
Okay.
So they will just pick up your biometric data, and then they print it out for you. I have done it. I was in BA, Brokum, and when I go to Accra, that was when I printed the new one. And then it was just biometric. You don't need to go back to the constituency.
So, you also made mention of food bank.
Okay.
Yes, food bank. How?
Okay, so food bank, I think most associations have started here on campus. PENSA has started. WUCOM also started. And there are other associations that have also started. But my food, I think it's a food and a gift bank, right? It's a food and a gift bank. Okay, food bank, sure. So here, most of the association started, and they were soliciting for these food items from students. And I think if you go down there, I explained how I'm going to get the food items from, where I'm going to get the food items from. So these food items are going to be solicited from the producing companies themselves. It has already started at UNE, University of Energy and Natural Resources. And the SRC president there, Honorable KK, is a good friend. Sure.
Let's see. You said food banks. I want to know how this food bank will benefit the students. But now you are talking about how you get the food.
Okay, sure. I think the question was not clear at the first place. Sure. So, come again with the question.
You made mention of food bank, and you were talking about how you get the food. So now, like, I want to know how this food bank will help the students.
Okay, how it will help the students. You know, we have students on campus who have genuine reasons, and they are actually having difficulty feeding themselves 3 times in a day. And I think this food bank will come and then resolve some of the difficulties it places on them. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome.
Thank you.
Again. So let's start from the food bank.
Okay.
I can tell that almost 99 or 90% of the students don't eat 3 square meals a day.
Yes.
That means all students are supposed to be in their school. Let's assume the continuous students are 3,000. Will you be able to feed the 3,000? Based on what you said that students don't feed 3 meals. That's what you just said. Will you be able to feed the 3,000?
Okay, so it's a support we are going to give them.
No, but you said, because if a person is feeding whether 1 meal or 2 meals, so far it's not 3 meals, and those who are fasting, so take category, all of them are on your agenda, right?
Yes, please.
So 90% of people, which is about, so 90% of 3,000 is about 2,700 people.
Okay.
So are you mean you can feed 2,700 people?
Like,
for how long?
Like I started, I said we are not going to give them 3 square meals. I only stated that they are not able to feed themselves 3 times.
So what? How?
It doesn't mean I'm going to give them 3 square meals. I said it is a support scheme you are going to give them. So it can be it can even be once in a week. Are you getting it?
Okay.
Sure.
So how are you going to select the students?
So the students you apply. You will create a system where you can apply.
How do you assess that someone is a needy?
So one of the systems you are going to use is their course reps and then their roommates. Now, course reps will have people in their class who have genuine reasons, who are actually in need. And then those names will be presented to us. And then we support them.
Course reps and roommates?
Yes, please.
Have you noticed or seen that Nestle, Gino, Frito, Delay, and I think Natarak, have you seen them giving sponsorship in terms of food kind to tertiary institutions?
Yes, please.
Do you know the processes that went on?
Yes, please.
So can you tell me about it? Which university and what process did they go through to acquire them?
University of Energy and Natural Resources, UNE Sunyani. It was part of the WUCOMS project.
So it's a WUCOMS project?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So she wrote and then...
So now, question again. What is the mandate of the local NUGS secretariat?
To see to the external affairs of the SRC.
Okay, so continue.
So she wrote letters out to the companies, some of the companies I have already spoken about in the policy document. And then they came to have a survey there on their campus. And then they also...
survey?
Yes, they came to find out on the campus if actually what they submitted was actually real. And then they called them.
So do you know that the SRC has already written a letter to Vodafone? Vodafone has agreed that we will have a bench.
A bus
stamp now.
Yes.
And it's 2 years now. We haven't seen even a HO-LNUGS.
Yes,
so
I'm very much aware.
How are we, and we know that currently almost everyone, I won't say everyone, almost everyone is complaining, whether it's true in their pocket or not, that the economy is not going as it's supposed to be. And now, dollar I'm sure is most 10 cedi. So I'm forgetting about pounds. How willing, sure, because Vodafone started at that time, dollar was about 5 cedi, and now dollar is 10 cedi. Willing that these companies are writing to will come in. Because now your selection for even needy, I'm questioning. Then how do you think they'll come in?
Okay. So, Honorable Ajare Enoch, right? I want to believe if you go to church, despite the hardship, you give offering.
Who said I give? Who said I give? The church, when I go there, it's a place to listen to the word of God.
Okay,
If I have, I give. If I don't have,
so the fact that there's hardship doesn't mean people are not doing good. People still do good.
So I'm asking how, give us the assurance that these companies are willing, even in terms of
the assurance is that people are still doing good, and despite the hardship, people will be ready to do good.
People are still ready. Yes. So how does replacement of SIM, Vodafone SIM card, help you the external affairs of the SRC, local news?
So this is not within the domains of the school. It's an external thing you are going to do.
Replacement of school Vodafone SIM
card, yes, please.
And how is the external?
What is going out of school is an external issue. So anything that has to do with the SRC moving out of the campus domain to outside becomes external.
One of a policy.
Yes, please.
The SRC already went out and formed a partnership with Vodafone.
Yes, please.
So it's not the local news that did it.
Okay.
SRC. And the partnership is already there.
Okay.
When he says something is a replacement, it means I had it.
Okay.
And it's missing. And I want it to be replaced because I'm paying for the service every year.
Okay.
How does that replacement of the school Vodafone SIM card become an external issue? Because already the partnership is formed.
Come again with the question.
You said one of your your policy is replacement of school Vodafone SIM.
Okay.
So how does that fit into your core mandate?
Okay, so like I said, I still stand by that we are going out of the school's domain. So Vodafone is not an institution within the school. So if you need anything from them, it becomes external. And it is my duty to lead and champion that cause.
So the contract has already been formed. It means that, from what you're saying right now,
yes, please.
Vodafone has not formed the right contract. That means the contract that you're saying, that Vodafone has made with the SRC, is not legal because the SRC has done something external.
Going external doesn't mean you are now going to start a new contract with them.
No, but you said, so far Vodafone is an institution, and going out of the institution, UHAS is external.
Yes,
so
please.
you are supposed to go.
Yes, please.
But Vodafone has already been contracted to provide a student with the Vodafone SIM card.
Okay.
And since you are saying it is your work as the local news secretary to do that external outreach, but the SRC has done it. That means you are saying that the SRC has breached its mandate and has entered into your domain.
Okay,
to form that partnership with them.
Honorable Jare, thank you.
Yes or no?
I will come.
Yes or no, please.
Come back with the question again.
So I'm saying that you are saying that the SRC has breached what the contract that SRC has formed with Vodafone is unconstitutional.
Okay.
Are you just what you're saying?
Yes, please.
All right.
So wait. You said, is that what I'm saying? You didn't finish the question.
Yes, is that what you're saying? Yes or no? That
I'm not getting the whole question you want to ask.
That Vodafone is an institution.
Yes, please.
And any engagement with that institution is an external affairs. Okay. And that's to be done by local news secretariat.
Yes, please.
That's what you said.
Yes, please.
And I've said the school, SRC, has formed a partnership, a contract with that Vodafone you're talking about.
Yes, please.
And now they have a contract that they supply students with SIM. And you are saying that since it's an external issue, the SRC has done something which the local news is supposed to have done. From what I'm saying is that the local news, the SRC is supposed to do anything externally. Not even, so that means going to ADB, another place for bank support, are things which are unconstitutional. That means SRC has been involved in several unconstitutional things, even buying the bus, because they have to consult the Tata to buy the bus. So it means that all the SRC is doing is unconstitutional.
So, Honorable Ajare, NUGS is not a separate institution from the SRC when it comes to campus and leadership here on campus.
Okay, so replacement of, wait, you saying Vodafone is an external issue?
Yes, please.
So replacement of school ID Replacement of school ID.
Okay.
How does that fit
So
with your core mandate?
what I want to do is, the NUGS is no different from the SRC. That's why we are attached to them. So if the SRC is
what is the core
Honorable
mandate?
Jerry, I
Please.
think I can also
No,
talk.
please.
Or if you,
I asked the question and
Yes,
I've told
please.
him that line.
Okay.
What is the core mandate of the local NUGS?
Yes.
And he said it's the external affairs.
Yes, please.
And the Constitution, which chapter or which article in the Constitution talk about local NUGS?
So it's at chapter 11, article 9.
Article?
Chapter 11. I think chapter 11, sure. I don't actually know the article number.
And it's stated there,
Yes,
the
please.
external affairs.
Yes,
and it gave you what it goes through in your external affairs.
Yes, please.
Is there any other rules or regulations that is governed by the NUGS Secretariat?
Is there any
other rules or regulation that govern the local NUGS Secretariat?
other rules like the NUGS has a constitution?
Good. And the NUGS Constitution, do you know there are functions stated under the NUGS Constitution for local NUGS Secretariat?
Yes, please.
And the function, what are the functions stated in the local NUGS Secretariat?
So the first one is to support the regional block, and then to relay information from the national NUGS to the SRC.
And backward.
Yes, okay. And then from the SRC to the national.
Yes, that's backward. So you see that the external affairs is what they are linking about.
Yes, please.
And you are talking about school ID and school Vodafone. And you are telling me that because those companies are institutions outside, but your core function in the NUGS Constitution never stated those functions as yours. And you are not even your policy. Apart from the scholarship, which I still have questions to ask on, none of them fulfill your core mandate. We went on strike early this year during the middle, and I didn't see any of the local NUGS here writing anything about the strike.
I think from the administration, I gave the mandate there that supporting. Check it there.
Administration, we shall actively play an instrumental role to ensure good policies of the federal and provincial executive of the whole campus become fruitful. We shall go to the extent, if there need be, to bring external investors on board in helping achieve these policies.
Okay.
So it means that, so how does this one fit into your core mandate? Now, you mentioned your core mandate in the Constitution.
Yes, please.
And you also mentioned your mandate in the NUGS Constitution.
Yes, please.
How does this
fit
into it?
We form part of the SRC. And
Just you.
Pardon?
You are the parliamentarian, right?
Yes, I'm a parliamentarian.
And you know you're a parliamentarian.
Yes, please.
And you know that when Parliament made a decision
yes, please,
about local NUGS and Miss UHAS, they went and he came to tell us that his people, please, those are things that we have parliamentarians here. His people said no. And now you're saying that they are part of SRC. And he said his people said no, and they enforced their right and they choose what to do. And you're telling us that you are part of it.
Yes, please.
And that incident we've seen right now, what shows that?
I think it's also part of the SRC to let NUGS know that yes, you are a body, but you are under us. So you don't come and dictate what your people are saying to.
But when that comment was made, you never said anything if you knew this.
Okay.
You're parliamentarian.
Sure.
Okay, so then, my time is up, so let me just ask
Okay.
this question. Do you know there's a chapter in the Constitution which talks about removal from office? You know?
Yes, please.
Good. So I want to read, that's chapter 5, Article 31. Then, so clause 1B, to have conducted himself.
The
Article 31.
Okay.
Clause 1B.
Clause 1B.
To have conducted himself or herself in a manner, which brings or is likely to bring the high office of the president, the vice president or secretary or treasurer or women's commissioner into disrepute, ridicule or contempt, or to prejudice or inimical to the interest of the student, or to be to be incapable of performing a function. That's a different. You were a parliamentarian on the page. A decision has not been taken. and a document was placed on the page, and you leaked the document, and students ridiculed. I'm sure the local UHAS-based TV here, they went around to interview students, while the thing has not even decided on. So, based on that alone, we have made the SRC to be ridiculed. The whole parliament, in fact, to be seen as a body that does not concern themselves with the students. And we are here to come for a viable position to become that parliament, become part of the parliament again that the students have ridiculed. Do you have the moral right to come and sit here?
Yes, I think the issue or the document I sent out there wasn't a secret document. Students have the right to be in parliament to see what is happening in parliament.
So that parliamentary page, wait, that parliamentary page,
yes,
that the document was on.
Yes.
Are students supposed to be on that page?
If there is any discussion going on as a parliamentary group, students will have to know what is going on. So what you also did was also illegal.
What did I do?
It was illegal. You went to parliament without students knowing that you were going to parliament.
But you voted on the decision?
I didn't vote.
You didn't vote?
Yes.
And you've never voted on any decision on parliamentary page?
I vote.
Wait, have you voted on any decision on parliamentary page? Yes or no?
I have,
have you voted?
I have voted.
That means what you've done is also illegal. Then I'm saying you don't have the moral right to sit here.
So
no, you have the moral right to sit here because you've done something which is also illegal. Sit here. Did you ever send the local NUGS dinner budget outside before it was discussed?
Oh, there are a lot of. I posted it on my start.
Did you send it outside?
I posted it. I don't send it to groups. I post it on my start.
Post it on your start
yes,
before it was approved.
Oh, long time. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So you are coming here for so students are supposed to see the document. So then the page should be dissolved, isn't it? Because the page is only for parliamentarians, right?
Yes, please.
And they are saying that it's not relevant to have it's illegal to have a decision made on that page, and then the students don't even know. So you are saying that it's illegal.
But no, Honorable Jerry, you are the legal advisor, and you know it.
Wait, you said it is illegal.
Yes,
the order we do on the page, please students do not know it's illegal.
Yes, please.
Right?
Yes, please.
So then the appointment of the two persons to come and vet you is illegal because that was done on the page. The approval of the EC budget was done on the page. I never saw that budget out. You only send the nomination fees. So that's also illegal. That means the vetting they sent was not even. So that means that whatever you are doing here is illegal, and you are sitting here to be vetted.
Yes, yes, I stand by it.
Okay. Thank you.
I stand by what I said.
Thank you. It's okay.
Thank
I'm
you.
done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What do you think about the proposed list that the EC released?
I can't hear you.
What do you think about the proposed list of forms that the EC released that it leaked?
Okay. So I think the prices were too much for the proposed one that you came out earlier on with. It was too much.
You wrote a document and you circulated it on campus because of that.
I wrote a document.
Are you denying it?
Yes, I'm denying it.
You are denying it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So in the case where you're implicated that you're the one who wrote the document, what do you think should be done to you?
Okay, you can just forward it to the disciplinary committee for any action to be taken.
Okay. Very well. I think we'll use your own words against you.
Thank you.
We'd like to know, there have been issues concerning...
I can't hear you.
There have been issues concerning local NUGS recently.
Yes, please.
Yes. And there have been issues about the dinner that they've asked you about and all of this. What are you going to do differently when you come into office?
So I think I stated it initially that I'm going to be open to the people that are involved, and I'm going to ensure there is equal treatment given to the people that matters.
So you stated here that there will be live display of some international and national league matches.
Yes, please.
Is that part of your mandate as the EC? As a local NUGS?
No, please.
So
it's part of the things we would also want to do to engage students on campus.
do you know? Okay, so how
I
are you going
think
to?
it is a core mandate. The fact that you have a core mandate doesn't mean you don't do any other thing apart from your mandate.
But there is something that is core. That is what you are supposed to do.
Yes.
Okay, that is one. How will you go about doing this?
So here we have the auditorium there. We also have other hostels that have DSTV and other facilities in place to ensure that. So what I would do is, I think those that are staying outside the hostels are most of the times, are most group that normally don't get access to some of these facilities. And I think that was the reason why we have it there, to also support them and then make them feel life.
So you mean you will go and display matches at the auditorium, and you are sure the school will give you the authority to do that?
It depends on how you approach and then the reasons you are going to give. I remember when I was in JHS, around 2008, 2007, anytime Ghana has a match, we were allowed to go home and then go and watch. But I think it doesn't happen recently. I think one, because of reasons they were given and the interest at that time. So it's about reasons, and then it's also about interest. If you are giving a good reason why you think students should be given that opportunity, and they feel it's reasonable enough, they'll give you that opportunity.
You know, when you use the auditorium, you'll be charged an amount of money.
Yes, you will be charged. And SRC does not pay for the auditorium to use.
Yeah, local NUGS, not SRC. So how are you going to go
Local
about it?
NUGS is no different from the SRC when it comes to campus administration. Getting it. The fact that they have a core mandate doesn't mean if they are going, they are still serving the students of UHAS. So it doesn't make any difference. That NUGS is different from the SRC.
Okay. Any further questions?
Sure.
All right, Honorable, you are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Mawuli.
So the issue of you bringing the entertainment, the display of some UEFA Champions League matches and then other football competition for mostly non-resident students. As you mentioned, you said that there are hostels that already have TVs or that have such subscriptions. So what are you doing differently if people come to the auditorium?
So this one is for non-residential students. I think I kept it there.
So I stay at Dave, as in beyond the Dave hostel. I should come to Trafalgar to just watch a football match.
I don't think it's compulsory.
So
I
why
said
are you
for
doing
students,
it? If it's not compulsory, then why are you doing it?
Why am I doing it?
You don't get the question.
If it's not compulsory.
Yes, then why are you doing it?
So you think everything we do here on campus is compulsory?
No.
That's why they do it.
That is not the case. Your idea is to present something to them.
Yes,
and you want to use the auditorium.
Yes, please.
This they can get when they go to Dave hostel.
Yes, please.
As in someone living at Dave. Okay. I mean, you are not in the Dave. You are not a resident of the Dave hostel, but you can go to Dave and watch a football match. So why should I move from Dave? What are you giving me here that I should come here? That's my question.
I want to know if you have ever gone to Dave to watch a football match.
Yes, I have.
Do you see the space there?
The space?
Yes.
So answer my question. I don't think your question.
So here we are giving a bigger space, and then I think that is the best I can give you. We are giving a bigger space where a lot of people can troop in and then have the match.
Okay. All right. So there was a question concerning the reason some nominees or awardees had plastic plaques and then some had the glass.
Some?
The awards that were given,
okay.
Where some people, even as I now, have not gotten their awards. You don't know anything that is going on. And your last point, I think, on page on entertainment, sorry, it says that entry to Nooks dinner and awards would be free. How do you intend to fund it?
Okay, so this Nooks dinner and awards night, actually, the support the SRC gave to Nooks, I don't know whether it has gone now, but as at the time they were starting the program, there was no support from the SRC. And I believe if that support has gone in, Nooks would have done something bigger than what I believe they did. Because even with that, there was shortage of food and other things. Because they were looking at the amount they have in their coffers and then the number of people that they would want to serve with that amount of money. So what we are going to do is, from day one, from the policy document, we are going to support and train entrepreneurs in various capacities. So those entrepreneurs will also contribute during Nooks dinner and then the awards night. The creation, the decoration aspect and other components within the budget are going to be absorbed through our initiative from day one. Are you getting it? So we will get there and we are left with only few things to add up to make the Nooks dinner and awards night a success. And besides, it's also there, I stated it, that we will also be seeking for external funding. And when that one is also done, it will come and cushion the support the SRC is giving, and everybody who comes there also enjoys it for free. Besides, SRC has organized a lot of free not dinner. Just recently, we organized breakfast for students. And I don't see anything big if Nooks is also organizing a dinner for students. Besides, during Abraham Norman Note, Honorable, his tenure of office, we had 2 free dinners, one for freshers, and then the other one during SRC week celebration.
No, but freshers have never paid for their dinner, so it's not about it being free. Freshers, it's about dinner. They have not paid for it before.
Okay, and when was the last time we had freshers dinner?
Last year. If it was not done this year, it does not mean that.
Are you saying last year? Check it. It's not last year. Last year.
Honorable, I think you shouldn't.
Okay.
It's.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So.
Just a quick one. With what you were saying with regards to the SRC giving.
This is just something I want you to know. You see, we are the panels. Do you get it? And we are here to assess you, yes, whether I like it or not. Our assessment is going to affect whatever you do.
Yes, please.
I hope I get it,
yes,
irrespective of whatever goes on.
Yes, please.
So I beg of you to please answer the question instead of interjecting or finding a way of throwing back the question. I don't know whether I'm getting it.
Okay, I'm getting you, but sorry if you feel I've not answered any of the questions you've asked.
I'm just stating it.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, so that the process will be a little bit faster. So when you ask you a question, you just answer it. Don't throw back the question.
Sorry, I want to know if I've thrown back a question.
You did that with him. You did that with him. That's why I came.
Oh, okay, sure. Sorry then.
And he did that to you too. Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
sorry then.
Kindly.
I think. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So, like I was saying, with regards to what you were saying with respect to if the SRC had given money to the local NUGs, they would have organized the dinner. You were a parliamentarian. You were there when we had the sitting, and then we were all given a pre-notice of the state of the coffers. And based on that, the local NUGs was advised to organize the program together with Miss UHAS. And they came back telling us that on their own, no, they won't agree and do that. We have about 3 parliamentarians here. So I don't get the banter or the tantrums you are throwing, telling the SRC that if they had given money to the local news, they would have organized a better program.
I said, okay, if they had supported.
But
that was
we
what I
gave you
said.
our support. The support was given to you through advice because you know the state of the coffers. So why didn't they heed to the advice and decided to do what they wanted to do?
So that is why I said if they had supported, they didn't support.
But the support came by an advice. They didn't take it.
I'm talking about financial support, not an advice. Thank you.
Point of correction.
Yes, please.
A budget was approved, wasn't it? A budget was approved, wasn't it?
A budget was approved.
Wasn't it?
And money was not given.
No. That's a serious. Have you asked them whether they received a check or not?
As at the time they were organizing the program,
Have you asked them whether they received it or not? Now, do you know how to call? Because I'm called memorandum of understanding.
Memorandum
of understanding. Support was not given.
Okay.
So when you say financial support was given. So please. Honorable Tansen.
Pardon, please, you were saying something that financial support was given.
Wasn't a budget approved?
Yes, a budget was approved.
What is budget?
So
what is the budget approved for? Is it for funds or is it for?
It's for
advice?
funds.
It's for funds.
Yes, please.
Have you ever organized a program that you pay the funds after the thing has been done? Has SRC organized a program? Have you ever been to a parliamentary meeting?
Yes.
Then after, your money was kept because the check was signed, but they were delayed, and they pay you later. Have you ever received that before?
No, please. So what I said was...
But they received a financial support.
As at the time they were organizing the program, they had not received any financial support. Honorable Jari, I think you know this.
No. A budget was approved, wasn't it?
I'm not saying the budget wasn't approved.
When you say financial support, was not, so you want them to give them the check in their hand for them to say the check is in hand before you say financial support has been given, before the program started? Is that what you want to hear?
Honorable Jari.
No, is that what, is yes or no? Is that what you want to hear?
I want
that
to know.
The check was in their hand.
I want to know.
No, wait.
Money was given.
I'm asking a question.
Okay.
Do you want to know if the check was in their hand? Is that what you mean that they gave it to them before the program started? Is that what you want? So I wanted to ask the entertainment committee whether they received the money before the whole SRC week started.
Yes, they had the money.
They had the money?
Yes, please.
They listened to the advice given, right? How many times have you have a meeting for local news dinner? It's okay, I think. Honorable Tansen.
I was part of the committee that we didn't receive the money before.
So one thing I would want to know is what were you organizing the program from? Yes, please.
You see, what I want you to take your time to do is that when you are answering the question,
yes,
bring the statement well. You may be right, but the way you put the statement may make you wrong. Do you understand?
Okay.
So, I mean, calm down, don't be tense.
I'm not tense.
I'm not tense. Calm down and then bring the question.
I'm not tense. I'm not tense. I'm not tense. I'm not tense. But one thing I know with the news dinner was that
all right. Thank you, Honorable. My last question. What is up with Vodafone Ghana now, currently?
What?
Vodafone Ghana. What is new with them, or what is news about Vodafone Ghana?
Okay, I don't actually know anything new about Vodafone Ghana.
You don't know?
No, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Adoma.
Yes,
a quick one.
Honorable Nax.
I'm interested in policy number 5, student loans, right?
Okay.
Because obviously in UHAS it's one issue. I mean, working with my HOD and stuff, you realize it's one issue, one very pressing issue. Now, point A, right, under student loan, so small letter A. You say we shall engage necessary stakeholders to ensure student loans are disbursed on time. So my question on that specifically, what in quotes authority can does local NUGS UHAS have on these entities that are providing these loans and the scholarship to initiate that form of disbursement? I don't know if you get my point. Should I come again?
I get you.
Okay, great.
Let me reframe the question for you, if that's what you mean.
No.
To my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I understood by what you said was, what authority does the local NUGS have to liaise with the loan?
Authority in Kutu.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the student loan company, right?
Sort of so let me rephrase it.
Okay.
Local NUGS, can local NUGS UHAS go to students loan secretariats and request or demand that the process or whatever they are doing should be done faster or something? That's the whole impulse behind the question.
Okay. So the local NUGS is attached to a national group, which is the national NUGS. So if there is anything the local NUGS will want to do, which is outside the domains of the SRC, I think it will first communicate it to the national, and then together with the national gives them the support to embark on that journey.
Okay, sure. So with that being said, if I'm to follow the processes, these being public institutions, right? NUGS is a public institution. We are aware of the kind of unnecessary bureaucracies in codes that happens.
Unnecessary
bureaucracies
okay.
that happens with these public institutions. So with that being said, if we are going by that, what is the assurance that disbursed on time? And if you are saying on time, meaning that if it's first semester, you should have paid about 70% of your fees. If it's second semester, you should have paid everything. So on time, I just want, you see, my problem is feasibility. It's a nice policy, very timely, but then my problem is the practicality. Are we sure that, or can you give us the assurance that this is something that can be done from the office or from the secretariat of the local NUGS?
Yes, the only thing that can prevent this is me not being ready to do it. If only I'm ready to do it, it is possible.
Okay, sure. So one more question, right? So this is with regards to the current constitution, right? So first off, I think we've all agreed that once you become local NUGS president of UHAS, are you okay?
Yes, please.
Once you become local NUGS president, you have an automatic spot in parliament, you're a parliamentarian based on the fact that. So first off, amendment processes, right? Per the constitution, what is the time frame for amendments? I'm asking you based on the fact that if you should become a local NUGS president, you would have an automatic slot in parliament. So with that being said, what is the time frame prescribed by the constitution for amendments to be done?
I actually don't know.
Okay, sure. Do you know the amendment processes?
No, please.
Okay, sure. That's fine.
All right, Honorable. Your finance. Okay.
Honorable.
Yes, please.
Please, how are you doing?
I'm good, yourself.
Okay. So this is just a quick one. Okay. As I've always been saying, the purpose of the vetting is not to say you are right or wrong. Do you get it?
Yes, please.
So there is no friction at all.
Sure.
We are just trying to assess, or we are just trying to let the students know the kind of leaders that they are going to vote for. I hope you are getting it.
Yes, please.
So just feel free. The question that I have to ask you, there's nothing like you are right or wrong. Do you get it?
Yes.
So are you ready?
Yes, please.
Can we proceed?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
proceed.
so it's a statement or a preamble. So the answer that I want is just yes or no. You see, so if it's yes, then there will be a follow-up question.
Okay.
If it's no, there will be a follow-up question or a stressor. I hope you are getting it.
Yes, please.
And please listen to it well. I don't want you to say, come again. I hope you are getting it. So if I'm not audible enough, you tell me that I'm not audible enough. I hope you are getting it. So that I don't read all the question and you tell me that, come again. Are we on the same page?
Yes, but if it is too much, it becomes very difficult for me to assimilate and then...
I understand.
Sure.
It's all part of the exercise. To
Sure.
see how you would respond under stress. Do you
Okay,
get it?
okay.
Or to see how you respond with loaded information. I hope you are getting it.
Yes, please.
So, ready when you are ready.
Yes, please, I'm ready.
So, the question is, the preamble is, do you think leaders that hold office, should focus on their main aim for that office or their core mandate for that office for which they are elected? Yes or no? Do you think leaders that hold office should focus on their main aim or the core mandate for that office for which they are elected for?
Yes, please.
You think
they should be focused on their core mandate, not only their core mandate?
No, the question is yes or no.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, please.
So if yes, your previous portfolio, your current portfolio is the transport committee chair. And I must commend you for that. You are doing exceedingly well.
Thank you very much.
Sometimes the people in the Ho-LNUGS province, they are jealous of some of your communication skills. So since you are doing exceedingly well there, don't you think you should focus and continue your good work at that field instead of coming for this position?
It was by appointment. An executive committee appointed me to chair that, and I think it was a 1-year contract between myself and the group, and that is coming to an end. And looking at the experience I have gathered so far...
I'm coming in.
Yes, please.
I said the question should be brief. Okay, so it's by an appointment.
Yes, please.
I may intermittently cut you if I get the answer that I want.
Okay.
So with the next set of executive, can't you lobby for that same position? Because to my point of view, you are doing exceedingly well in that position, and we need people like you over there to make sure that the thing works, or you are done with the good works at our office.
Yes, one good thing about a leader is also to train people for a position you have held. And we have trained a lot of people underground who are ready to hold that same position.
So you've trained somebody for that specific position?
A lot of people. So if the next administration comes and they want me to give them somebody to support, I'm ready to do that.
But you don't think, you think you've graduated from that position, or it's below you, so somebody else that you've trained should come for that position?
I have not graduated from that position.
So why then do you want to train somebody to go for that position? Or the chairperson, it's a below standard for you?
It's never below standard. Hey, I cherish it very much. But the issue here is now I have seen that UHAS also needs me. UHAS needs me. So I have also prepared myself to meet that task ahead.
Okay.
And when I go to know, I would be moving to that portfolio. I started getting people who can work in my capacity if I'm not there.
So, a follow-up. Okay. So, do you have a personal incentive for going for the UHAS position?
Okay. So, the personal incentive I have here is to support and then lead students in UHAS regard.
Wow.
Sure.
It's a good incentive.
Yes,
so
please.
If another individual has the same incentive, would you step down for the person to go?
Okay. You might have the same incentive.
Like, I want to establish...
No, please.
You won't step down?
No, please.
So that means that you have a personal, like a selfish. If I say selfish, it means it's selfish, like self-issue. So you have a selfish agenda. Or I won't use the word agenda because of what is associated with now. But have a selfish interest.
I think if you take away the selfish too, it will be good.
Oh no, I'm the one doing the questioning. So today you have to go by what I'm saying.
Okay.
So you have a selfish interest for going for that position because you have a good reason for going for that position. That is for service. And if somebody of the same caliber, how you're able to train somebody for your transport something. So if somebody is of good standing and has the same idea, do you get it? And is finished with your policy and wants to serve, you won't step down.
We can have the same policy, but we might not be able to implement it in the same way.
The assumption is, like I said, there's no right or wrong answer. So the assumption is the person is going to do it, just like how you are going to do it. The end result will be the same. That is it. The end result will be the same. At the end, they would fulfill that mandate. Would you still?
I will not step down because there is no assurance that what I want to do, the person will do it. It is never assured. There is no assurance. Two people cannot work the same.
Yes, but the end will justify the means. So I'm saying that at the end, the purpose will be achieved. You will still not step down?
No, please.
Okay. So just a quick one. Everybody has an incentive. Do you get it for? So it's safe to say that you have a selfish incentive. Maybe you want to use this opportunity to grow yourself out. Do you get it?
Yes.
It's not bad to say, but if you stress on to say that you are thriving on holy ground, so what the way it doesn't work that way. I hope you are getting
Sure.
So it is safe to say that yes, you have that idea. I hope you are getting it. So now the last one that I'm looking at your level of knowledge on your national secretariat.
Okay.
Okay. So can you mention any two projects that is currently being enrolled by the national?
Okay, so one, they have written to the student loan to increase.
Let's take the student loan now. That one, you are right. One. So the next one.
Okay, so that means that will be the last one.
Yes.
Okay, sure. So they are also talking to Vodafone, Airtel Tigo, to also.
You see, you are live.
Yes, please.
So the words you say when you are misleading, it shows some kind of integrity downplay here. So if you don't know, you just say, "Oh, I don't know." There's no harm in it.
Don't worry.
But if you go on and you are on the deception path, it goes against you.
Sure. I hope the student loan is correct.
Yeah,
oh yes, I want to know if it is.
So let's move on to the
and then
second
Airtel Tigo, they are also talking to them to have a system where we will have a universal SIM card for students of the union. So like the UHAS SIM card that we have, where students.
Are you sure of what you are saying?
Yes, very sure.
Yeah, very sure.
Yes, I have a flyer on that.
It's not.
I said they are in talking terms with.
They are done, and even the SIM cards are out. It's Airtel Tigo SIM card, and it's being sold for 20 cedis, and it's towards the building of schools. Okay. You see, you are misleading.
No, I said they are going to give SIM cards. I didn't add the project they were going to do with it. So, okay.
Yeah, but the last one before. Yeah. All right, to your policy document, number 5B, paragraph 2, or the last paragraph of the B, says that already plans are in place to get the NUGS account into which funds shall be stored for this project. Talking about your brother's keeper project, we shall generate the funds externally through seeking for sponsorship from NGOs. Yes, and the ended. But my concern is where you said plans are in place to get the NUGS account. What account are we talking about?
So we are talking about a system where students, I think my brother's keeper, right? That's my brother's keeper account. Very good. So already we have gone to extent of seeking for help for students. Are you getting it? And like I said, there's already a measure in place where we can have
Honorable, a NUGS, to get the NUGS account, that is what this NUGS account is what account?
Okay, so it's a mobile money account where if you want to donate, you can donate through that with charge free.
As transport committee chair, you are, what's the name? You are getting a NUGS account, a mobile money NUGS account. Is that what you are doing? Is that what you are telling us?
I said it's in place.
Plans are in place?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So that is about proactiveness. Something you want to do, you start before you get there. So that is already what I have started. Things I want to do, I don't wait till it gets there before I start doing them.
Do you know the current president for local NUGS president?
Yes, please.
Have you had any conversation with him?
A lot.
You've worked in the same parliament, right?
Yes, please.
Have you ever brought a budget or have you ever brought anything from your committee that he has ever advised you on before in parliament? Either in parliament or out of parliament?
Oh yes, there are a lot of things.
So have you suggested any of these things to him before?
Yes. All these things, I did it in consultation with a lot of people.
No. My question is simple. Have you ever met?
Yes, please.
And then suggested?
Yes.
When?
Oh, last semester, this semester. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Adoma.
Yes, please.
Please, you were fighting for free dinner. So, per the state of the SRC, you know we are owing, right? The bus.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, how do you intend to help the SRC, okay, as a NUGS president, in paying that debt?
Okay.
Instead of fighting for free dinner.
I think, okay, paying for the SRC bus. We've already started how we can pay for that bus. We give it out to people for hiring. And I think that's the way we can pay for the bus as we speak.
So, just the money that we are getting from the hiring, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. I'm not convinced, but it's okay.
So, I think this might be the last question from my side. Honorable, you are a tained executive currently.
Tained vice president.
Are you not a tained executive?
I'm the vice president.
You are okay, sorry. You're a tained vice president.
Yes, please.
Right. And then you promised a certain group of people something that they should give you this amount and then you deliver this. Now, even with money, you and your executives were not able to deliver on that. But today, you, the vice president of TAIN, is promising the entire UHAS populace that you would organize NUGS dinner with the awards and everything for free.
No, I said entry. I think it's there.
Entry. So
yes,
that's
please.
So nobody will pay tickets.
Yes, please.
For free.
Yes, please.
That is what you are promising us.
Yes, please.
Okay. And then you are also in your policies. When you were asked most of the questions, I heard you replying by saying there are good people in the world, so people will do good. I hope you know that is not how sponsorships usually work. Most of the time, sponsorships work. I mean, we are parliamentarians. You've been engaging Honorable Gertrude on sponsorships. It is a win-win. So you are trying to say that all your policies, you are placing it on emotions or the goodwill of human beings.
Not all my policies.
As in with respect to sponsorships and external funding.
I think most of the people who are ready to sponsor a program or have something they will also gain from that program if it is well organized.
I think that is what you should have answered, because most of your answers, when you were asked with respect to sponsors, you were saying there are good people in there or there are good people in there. But the country is hard, and the good people are turning into bad people. Anyway, I just want the last thing to be, I want you to give a constitutional backing to you handling things like the entertainment you mentioned with respect to mandate, because you were like, it's not, because it's your core mandate, doesn't mean that is your only mandate. Fine, I agree. But I want you to give a constitutional backing showing that you have mandates to handle things with respect to entertainments like DSTVs and all that. Then I'll be okay.
Okay. So one thing I know is the NUGS forms part of the SRC. So that gives me the mandate to also organize such programs and activities.
But I think the Constitution is clear on who should handle those things. So I'm telling you that, like, I want you to give me a constitutional backing where it shows me beyond reasonable doubt that local NUGS also has a mandate when it comes to entertainment with respect to those DSTV things you were mentioning.
Okay, for that, I have not come across it in the Constitution. But I think local NUGS normally works together with the entertainment committee when it comes to the planning of their activities. An instance is the NUGS dinner and awards night. They normally plan together. So,
my last question, or my last statement, are you sure, like the NUGS dinner, they work together with the entertainment committee, or you are speculating?
I'm not speculating. That is what it's supposed to be.
Did they work together, yes or no?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything? Yeah, I decided to say no. But I did ask and I heard no. Is there?
Please, all viewers and all audience will be given the opportunity to ask questions at the manifesto reading. So kindly keep your questions till that time. Thank you.
Mr. Ebenezer Adumatano, thank you for coming. So you please stand and face the camera, and you tell the good students of UHAS SRC what you have for them and what they should expect from you.
Okay. Good afternoon, students of UHAS. My name is Eben Adoma, a level 300 student who is ready to serve in the interest of students. And I have learned and gathered a lot of experience for this course. And I believe strongly that when I'm given the opportunity to serve, I can serve and then serve better. Thank you.